Dale in New Hampshire, Henniker, New Hampshire. Give me your name and location, over.
Very good, Dale. This is Craig. I'll spell it. Charlie, Alpha, India.
What's the name of the place in New Jersey? I can't hold it because there are other people on frequency, and they're coming in and out. Over.
Okay, very good.
There's a random wire antenna.
I'm running an ICOM 746 Pro, and I figured I would just keep the power down. Anyway, have fun. We'll catch you later. W1OC, W2NTN.
All right. Well, it sounds pretty good. 7-3. Thanks, Craig. W2NTN from Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. Anybody else for the rally? CQ AM Rally, Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie.
November 4, Japan Oscar Whiskey.
N4JOW, you calling W2OC? W1OC?
Yes, sir, W1OC. N4JOW. Name here is Joe, Juliet Ocean Echo.
Okay, Joe, N4JOW. From W1 Grove. My name is Dale, Delta Alpha Lima Echo. I'm in Henniker, 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 New Hampshire. Over.
Okay, I was just
Okay, Joe, you kind of got covered up. Over. N4JOW from W1OC. Joe, well, you kind of got covered. Give me your location. N4JOW from W1OC. Over. Okay, Stafford County. What town are you in? Over.
Stafford is the name of the town. There's the county and the town. It's crazy.
Stafford, I guess, has two F's in it. Okay, thanks. And there's somebody else on here, so we probably can't hold it. But you're 5 and 8 or so. Over.
All right, thanks for the 5 and 8. I got to give your information again. Your name and your town. I got ACMN, and that's everything.
Okay, name is Dale, Delta Alpha Lima Echo. The town is Henniker, Hotel Echo, November, India, Kilo, Echo, Radio, New Hampshire, NH. Over. Yeah, Dale, Delta Alpha Lima Echo. Over. 7-3, thanks. N4JOW from W1 Ocean Charlie. Is there another station on for the rally? This is W1 Oscar Charlie.
W1OC from K1PHG, Kilowatt 1 Papa Hotel Golf.
K1PHG, you're 5 and 9 in New Hampshire. Name is Dale. Over.
Hi, Dale. Yeah, you're 5 and 9 in Connecticut. My name is Peter, Papa Echo Tango Echo Romeo, running a homebrew transmitter, care of 4-125s, and like I say, you're S9 on my Collins 75A3 receiver. Over.
All right, Peter. Yeah, you're competing with somebody else. You sound good. What town are you in? Over.
Town is Brookfield. Small town outside of Danbury, just northeast of Danbury. Copy?
Brookfield, we got it. And I'm in Henniker, Henniker, New Hampshire.
Okay, Dale, very good. Nice copy, and have fun in the rally today.
Yeah, well, that homemade radio sounds pretty good. I'm trying to picture that, and glad to work you. It's interesting. Over.
Okay, yeah. I have a website, k1phg.com, and I think I have posted a picture or two of this rig. It's the newest thing I've got up there. Most of the stuff on the website is dated, but I think I have a few pictures of this 4-125 amplifier on there, so you might check that out, Dale. Over.
Sounds good. You got a plate modulation and all that?
Oh yeah, it's actually right now it's being modulated by a solid-state 240 watt RMS amplifier with some toroid transformers hooked up backwards in a Heising connection with a 10 Henry choke and a 25 mic oil-filled capacitor, and I'm working on my tube modulator for it, and I wasn't able to get the 100% modulation with the transformer I had, so I'm doing a little work on that on the bench, but not able to get that fixed by this time for the rally. But yeah, we're 100% 100% plate modulated, I hope.
Yeah, well, it sounds great. And I don't have anything like that, but I'm using a Yaesu FT990, and I'm driving an amplifier. I'm sort of underdriving it, an AL80, a single 3500Z. So, of course, that's not the most efficient way to go, but it's putting out over 100 watts of carrier, so it seems okay. Over?
Yeah, it sounds great, Dale. It does, and we're putting out about 250 watts of carrier, and the tubes are kind of loafing along here. But it was a nice project, and we're looking forward to the next one. There's always one more project in my on my do list, and so we'll let you go. Nice to chat with you here and see if we can talk to a few other fellas on the rally. So, hope. K1PHG.
Okay, Peter. Well, very fine. Well, I'm usually busy. I don't get on AM much at all, and purpose would be fun. I like building stuff, but
Fox.
Wave and
This is yours, Todd. Pretty good on being down near Richmond. I don't know, something's going on with the antenna. I don't think the Valiant died. I think it was something.
By the time they put me 6 feet under, I'll still have.
And that's why I disappeared. So anyway, I'm going to log you fellas in the AM rally. Thanks for the contacts. And probably
gone to 432, 1296. Dabbled a little bit on 10 gigahertz back when it was FM, and put that aside for a while. Did moon bounce on 432 back in the old days when we were limited to 1,000 watts DC input and pretty crappy noise figures on the preamp. Now it's a little bit easier. I do want to do 1296 EME, and that's maybe that's third or fourth on my to-do list. But that nowadays with all of the weak signal software and very low noise preamps for 1296, it should be a lot easier than doing it in the old days with a Commodore 64 computer and a pair of 4CX250s and a lot of Yagis over.
Okay, Peter. Oh, very interesting. And by the way, I'm my own call is Alpha Florida 1 Tango, so you'll see me listed in the VHF contest, the results, and UST and so on. I'm using a club call, W10C. I also want to do 1296 EME. And I'm on 1296 terrestrially, as well as all the other microwave bands, but haven't done EME there. But I have done EME on 44, 132, and 902. 902/903. And there weren't many people there to work, but I did work several that were on. Kind of a project. So the dish I use for that is still up. It's a 12-foot dish, so I figured I'd put that on 1296. But I did it the old CW way, and now I think almost everybody's doing it digitally. Over.
Oh, okay, Dale. Yeah, AF1T. Sure, I've seen your call many times in the contest listings, and I'm sure I worked you a number of times. I used to work with the W1QK VHF contest group, and haven't done that in a long time. But I know your call for quite a and I'm sure we've run into each other at the UHF VHF conference up in New Hampshire, I think it is, and so that's very good on your EME work, and I'm sure the 12-foot dish should do spectacularly. There's an EME EME website that tells when people are logged on and who they're working. So it's a whole new world from what I used to when do it on 432 when you had to set up a SCED via telephone or whatever, and possibly on HF, but it's all internet and digital based. So it's something I think you'll be very surprised, very pleased at. So maybe one of these days we'll work you on 1296 on the EME deal. Okay, got to run, but nice chatting with you. W10C from K1PHG.
Peter, well, thank you. W1QK, I haven't worked them for a long time. Somebody said they were doing digital stuff, but I haven't worked them in a contest for quite a while, so, oh well. In fact, a lot of people are doing FT8 and whatnot, and I can't get on the VHF contest, and it's kind of dead on 6 and 2 meters because they're all doing that. Oh well. Anyways, thanks a lot. Maybe we will catch you there. I got to come up with some power on 1296 and so on. But it's one of many projects, and like you say, you can't do everything. 7-3, and thanks, Peter. K1PHG, W10C, over.
Okay, Dale. Yeah, it doesn't take much power either. A lot of guys are only running about 100 watts. So you could do that with a couple of FETs. And, I've retired all my 2C39, 7289 tube amplifiers. They're old hat and, cranky to work with. But now it's all solid state, and you can even remote the power amp at the base of the rotator, whatever, to minimize your feed line losses. And, it's a whole new thing, but I'm sure you'll be interested in doing that sometime in the future, Dale. It's been my pleasure, and I'll look for you again. W10C, K1PHG, BQSY.
All right, thanks. 73, Peter, and you're right on the comments there. This is Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie, AM Rally. Anybody else? I think there are some people in the background. W1 Ocean, Charlie, AM Rally. Anybody else out there? QRZ, Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. CQAM Rally, Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie, over. CQ AM Rally, Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie.
Radio clear, go to hotel.
CQ AM Rally, this is W1 Ocean, Canada. W1 Old Crow, over.
Crow. This is WA1 SOV.
WA1, is it Sugar Oscar Victor? WA1 Sugar Oscar Victor, is that right?
That's correct. It takes a moment for my receiver to recover from overload here, but that's correct. The name is Pete. We are in Sandy Hook, Connecticut, running a homebrew pair of 813s. Go ahead. W10C, WA1 Sierra Oscar Victor.
We doubled. Okay, Peter. Pete, in Connecticut, what's the name of your town again?
Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook. Okay. I'm Dale. Delta Alpha Lima Echo. My own call is Alpha Fox 1 Tango, AF1T. I'm using a club call, W10C. I'm in Henniker, New Hampshire. HENNIKER. Over.
Yeah, QSL, Henniker, New Hampshire. You're about S9 here on a Hammerlin SP600. I'm hearing you quite well. I wonder what you're running there, Dave. W10C, or Dale rather. W10C, WA1SOV.
Okay, well, it's nothing quite as vintage as what you're running. It's a Yaesu FT990 and an Ameritron amplifier, so an AL80A with a 3500Z. So I'm running at about a little over 100 watts of carrier, and peaking up to 4 times that, I guess, on my power meter. And it works. It's not plate modulation, but it works. There, Pete. Over.
Yeah, working well. Working well, Dale. No problem copying here. S9 band is a little variable, and conditions are always changeable on 40 meters. Again, I'm running a pair of 813s, homebrew, plate modulated by a pair of 833As. Currently about 500 watts, 4,500 watts. A 160 meter dipole fed with open wire and tuned for this frequency. So that's the story. Hope you're getting lots of contacts in the AM rally, Dale. Go ahead. W10C, WA1SOV.
Okay, Pete. Well, it sounds great. It sounds really good, and glad you got that on. I'm just trying to picture the 833As modulating the 813s in my mind. I don't know if you've got a window so you can see the tubes glow and all that on that rig. I know a lot of people do that. What sounds the feel of it, I think. Not how many contacts I got. It looks like every count I'm good. 22 or something like that, over.
You're doing pretty well, better than me. But it doesn't really matter. This is just kind of a fun thing. Well, anyway, I'm going to look around the band and then maybe go up frequency. I think 10 meters might be open for AM, judging from the way it's behaving. Hearing some signals coming through. But I haven't heard any AM yet, but maybe we'll check it out a little later. Anyway, Dale, good to make your acquaintance, and got you in the log, and have a great day. W10C, WA1SOV. Not clear, but listening around.
All right, Pete, thank you. You think 10 meters is open? Is that what you said? Okay, I'll just look around there too. 7-3 and thanks. I'll see who else is here and then go to the higher band, see if they are open. Pete. 7-3, thanks for coming back. WA1SOV from Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. Anybody else out there for the rally? I hear somebody. Try it again. I don't hear anybody that time. One more time. Try it again. Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. Okay, QRZ. Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. Victor Echo 3 Delta Hotel Papa. Over. Okay, I didn't get the name of your location. I know you're in Ontario, and I didn't get your name, but there's quite a bit of interference on the band. Over. Okay, why don't you repeat your name and the location again? Over. Okay, Don and Peterborough, very fine. Peterborough, Ontario, and I'm going to spell that with a B-O-R-O-U-G-H. I don't know if it's got a G-H on the end. Over. Got it. I got it. O-U-G-H. Give me the first. I got Peterborough, but I don't know if that's right. Over. You got it right. Okay. My name is Dale, Delta Alpha Lima Echo. I'm in Henniker Hotel Echo, November, India, Kilo Echo Romeo, New Hampshire, NH. Over. Yeah, Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie, Old Crow. Over. Yeah, actually, I'm in Henniker, New Hampshire. That's club call. That's a club call. It's called the Concord Brass Founders, but I am the trustee, and I live in Henniker, New Hampshire. Over. Don, thank you very much. I'm going to check out the 10 and 15 meters and see if anybody's there too. But to all the best. Thanks for coming back from Peterborough, Ontario. You're 5 and 8, by the way, 5 and 8, and we'll say 7-3, Don. This is W1 Ocean Charlie. Over. Okay, anybody else before I change frequency? This is W1 Ocean Charlie. AM Rally. I think I hear something outside there. AM, Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. Over. Thank you, AM Rally. This is Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. Over. Anybody else out there for AM Rally? This is Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. Over. Okay, the Delta Papa again. Alpha Charlie 3 Delta Papa. All right, we got you that time. My name is Dale, Delta Alpha Lima Echo in Henniker, New Hampshire. Henniker, New Hampshire, and we'll give you a report next go around. This is Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. Over.
Roger, that's good. Dale, Major Frank, Bravo, Windsor, Maryland, Mike Delta. I'm about 5 minutes.
Okay, give me your name and your location again. Okay, I got Brent Delta. I still don't have your name. Is it Brent? B-R-E-N-T, over?
Roger, that's it.
Okay, Brent, and give me the name of the town. You might have to spell that, because there's a lot of interference, over?
Yeah, the town is Hampstead. Hotel Alpha. Hotel Alpha Mike. Papa Sierra.
We got it. You're about 5 and 7, 57 right now. And, my town is called Henniker. Hotel Echo November India Kilo Echo Radio New Hampshire NH. Over.
Roger, got it. New Hampshire. I'm a little noisy here, but I just got the food off.
Fine. Okay, I won't hold it. I think there's some interference here, Brent, but I had to hook up with you. I'm running about 100-something watts of carrier, so I hope you're hearing me okay. Over.
Yeah, I hear you pretty well. My carrier's pretty well.
Okay, 80 watts. That sounds good. All right, thanks. I'm going to check out the higher band. Somebody could so I'd be surprised. Tree Brent, thank you. It's only about 10 degrees out, so I'd rather be doing this than being outside, but probably go up later and clean off some ice here. So 7-3 for now. AC3DP from W1 Ocean Charlie, over.
Good luck with the rally.
7-3, thanks. W1 Oscar Charlie. Okay, let me work WA1ZYX, over. Littleton, okay, what's your name? WA1ZYX, you took a fade. What's your name? Joel, over. Joel, is that right? You took a fade. Is it J-O-E or J-O-E-L, over? No, you took a fade, over. A fade, Joel. Go ahead. Okay, got it that time. You got my info, okay? 73. I'll take one more listen and then count the higher phone is 15 and 10. W1 Ocean Charlie. Anybody else? Go ahead. CQ AM Rally, W1 Oscar Charlie.
Fox 4, Radio Quebec Hotel.
Ending in hotel again.
Kilowatt Foxtrot number 4, Radio Quebec Hotel.
Okay, Kilo Fox True 2, Radio Quebec Hotel. You're 5 and 9 in Henniker, New Hampshire, and my name is Dale. Over.
Roger. Negative call. It's Kilowatt Foxtrot 4. Kilowatt Foxtrot 4. Over.
Kilo Fox 4, Radio Quebec Hotel. Sorry about that. Over.
That's okay. It's no problem. It's just Saturday and it's cold out.
Okay, what's your name and location?
Name here is John, Juliet Oscar Hotel November, located in Berks County, Pennsylvania.
Okay, I got Virginia. What's the name of the town? Over.
I'm located in Berks County, B-E-R-K-S, Pennsylvania.
Berks County, and what's the town again?
Town is Robzonia, Pennsylvania. OCRZ.
Okay, Pennsylvania, is that right?
Roger. It is Berks County.
I don't need the name of the town. You could probably spell it. Over.
Bravo, Echo, Romeo, Kilo, Sierra, Berks County, Town, Robzonia, R-O-B-E-S-O-N-I-A.
Okay, I got Is it our Radio Oscar Charlie Kilo Echo Sierra Oscar November India Alpha? Over.
No, Rob Romeo Oscar Bravo Echo Sierra.
Okay, Romeo Oscar Bravo Echo Sierra.
The band is changing.
Yeah, the band is changing. Somebody came on top of you. I got Robesonia, is that right?
Roger.
Okay, Robesonia. Is that what I have?
Roger. That is correct.
All right, very fine. You came up that time, and I'm in Henniker, New Hampshire. Did you get that? Over.
Band is up and down on my end there, but I am good in QRZ.
Roger. Well, thank you very much for coming back, and I'm going to check out the higher bands in a minute here. So 73 there, John. Over.
Okay, Dale. Thank you for the contact.
Thanks. 73. Anybody else before I change band? W1 Ocean Charlie. Over. Something Golf. Over. AC2 November Victor Golf. My name is Dale in Henniker, New Hampshire. This is W1OC. Over. Fort Chester, New York. Very fine, Bill. And you're S8 or S? Yeah, you're about 5 and 8. Over. Thank you very much. 73 there, Bill. And wish you all the best. Over. 73 there, Bill. This is W1OC. 73. Thanks. Okay, band is up and down. This is a W1 Ocean Charlie. Anybody else? Tell somebody's in there, but it's hard to pick you out. Try it again. Oh, I can't quite copy you. I got a KA3 something, I think. Over. Yeah, there's somebody else on frequency, so I really can't copy you. One more time. Over. I guess not. I'm going to check out 10 and 15 meters for a minute. This is W1 Ocean Charlie. Hello, CQ. CQ. Whiskey Zulu 8 Juliet. Zanzibar.
Carriers in there, but I didn't hear anything modulation wise. Victor Hotel, didn't catch the whole thing. Here is Kevin. Kilo Echo Victor India November. Kevin.
sign again, We're about 20 miles south of warm Cleveland, Ohio. So something Whiskey Victor Hotel. Dave, pretty good signal, but I don't think the carrier header got kind of muffling you there. I'm not sure if I have the call sign correct. I have Kilo Charlie 8 Whiskey Victor Hotel. Victor Hotel. Hope that's right. It's about an hour south, so I'm not sure. Hear the name of the city, so. Nice to meet you. I don't know if we've worked before. I don't see 40 all that often, but MC500A. Whiskey Zulu 8 Japan. Yeah, all right, KC8WVH. WZAJ returning, and great copy on that one, Dave. No issues at all. The Apache sounding great here. Fine business on the All Heat Kit station. Yeah, I know where Canton is. I grew up in Northeast Ohio. I didn't fall very far from the nest. I just didn't hear with the city that you said. You got covered up, but I really like Bender's restaurant. Bender's Men's Restaurant. One of my favorites. We had a good meal there. Traveling with a colleague back in, I think it was October he was out from Germany. So always good to go to Bender's. Fine business on only being 5 minutes from the hall there, Hall of Fame. Well, you know, that's when the roads get good, south of Canton. That's where we go when I get on my motorcycle. We look for the twisties. When the roads start getting interesting just south of Canton. So, anyway, age here, 58, 5'8", been a ham since 1978. Get along, hiatus. Went off to college and when call sign expired. That was KA8ARB, Kilo Alpha 8 Alpha Romeo Bravo. Still enjoy that too, but got my license again. I think it was 2012 or 13, you can't remember. I had a call sign change and different bands and meet different people. So I don't think we've worked before. Log. I'm they use this business in there about what people are operating and where they're operating. I even made a contact up on 20. I'm sorry. Back to you, Dave. How are we holding up? KC8 WVH. Jay, so no problem whatsoever. Great copy, and very good on it. You know, AM is the rag chew mode, so you do an old buzzer. That's just the way it goes. And yeah, very good on. You've got your license at the same age that I did. Of course, I'm a little bit older, but I was 15. I didn't have any equipment really. There's a picture of my. It's a National MC200, and I didn't have a transmitter at the time, but I had my call sign. That picture was taken when I got my license, but I didn't have a transmitter. I brought home one day. I sold it. That with a handful of pistols, and then we got a VFO, and then we got a Holocrafters HT37 and a SX100. This was 1978 to 1979. And the bands were open, so I was able to work the world at 75 watts. And it was great fun, but you know, when you go off to school, you decide you're going to chase skirt rather than DX, so fire. And fine on keeping your stock, no problem with that. One thing about a 100-watt rig is sometimes it's better to have punchy, more compressed audio than. And you're putting out a good amount of modulation, so I'd say yours is working just right. Smoother audio, so I modified my Valiant audio on that. I like them Valiant, and I kind of like the way it sounds, but probably just get out reasonably well. But when the band gets tough, that's when the Globe King takes over. It can really cut through the 300 watts carrier. Pretty good level of modulation. I can modulate it pretty close to 100% with this outboard audio that I use here. Just using a Behringer, inexpensive Behringer audio processor, along with a Feedback Destroyer Pro, which is sort of a brick wall parametric equalizer. I got it set right now for 6 kC, so total bandwidth. And that's the setup here. Like you, I love the hobby. For me, I obsess over one thing at a time. In the summertime, I kind of lose. I don't. Living up here, you want to enjoy every drop of sunshine and warmth. As you know, I'm very good on Utica and the similarities there to Canton. All my life, and I'll have to wait till I retire now before we decide to make a big switch there. So back to you. Let's take a pause, see if anybody else wants to chime in. But really good running India, Dave. Sounding great. KC8 WVH, WZHA.
I think it's your turn, Pete. WNSOV, if you're still there, K1PHG. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't catch your handle. I didn't catch your name. Could you give me your handle, WXY? Okay, very good. You're not very strong here into into Connecticut near Danbury, and we're not going to hold it too long. We're looking at 1 o'clock, and we have some things to do. So thank you for jumping in, and I think Tim has got stuff to do, and I guess the other Pete moseyed on for a while, so I think we'll say 73s at this point in time. But thanks for jumping in, and have fun in the AM rally. So Tim, why don't you wrap it up if you're still there, and if the other Pete comes back, you can pick it up with him. If not, we'll shut down for a little while and come back later, maybe on 75. W1HLR from K1PHG, and glad you got plowed out.
Great running into you, and business on the hurricane. That's really cool. WZ8J, Whiskey Zanzibar 8, Japan, returning. Very good. Lockport, New York. I've been there before. I used to have a customer up there. Some little company called GM. And very good on the 40 watts, but I didn't catch what the rig was. I like to collect that. Doing about 300 watts of carrier to 160 meter horizontal loop, up about 30 feet, and feeding that with 300 ohm window line. And I'm listening to you on a Flex 1500. So a lot of snow here, very cold. Shoveled it all by hand, so have to do a little scraping today. Maybe I'll get a little sun melt going. ZYL, and I need that rig, WZ8J. Okay, Dave, very good. 100% copy that. And your 25 watt Kenwood 480 sounds good on AM. Very nice, clean audio. Very nice sounding rig. And yeah, it's a little weak at times, but hey, you know, doing a darn good job on 25 watts. Near Buffalo, just drive up there to get it, and I can't remember if it was in one of the outer communities. I can't recall exactly where it was. Can't be I got it. There's a lot of fun. A lot of things, torching and arcing and mod transformers. Go. Thanks again for the QSO. Got to run upstairs, so great to meet you. I don't think we've worked before. 7.3s. We have identical weather, same temperature, same amount of. Anyway, back to you for your final, and thanks again. Appreciate it. KC2ZYL from WZ8J.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a frequency used, QRZ. Calling CQ, hello CQ, calling CQ. CQ40. Calling CQ40, this is K1ETP. K1 Echo Tango Peter calling CQ40, hello CQ. Calling CQ40, hello CQ. K1ETP. K1 Echo Tango Peter. K1 ETP calling CQ40. great. It's a station calling me, but you're gonna have to. You're not very loud. You're gonna have to repeat your call, and we're sandwiched in between a couple of QSOs. This is K1ETP. You want to try it again? KC2, I think it's ZYL. This is K1ETP. Okay, Ron, you're only about S6 here. Only about S6. I don't think the band is in that good a shape. My name is Rich, R-I-C-H, Rich. I am in Milford, Massachusetts. And I'm running about 200 watts with a homebrew 813 rig. I'm using an SDR receiver and a Delta Loop antenna. So, back to you, KC2ZYL, K1ETP. Yeah, KC2ZYL, K1ETP. Yeah, kind of a rough copy, Ron. Your signal's not that loud. I'm sort of surprised that you're using a 40-meter dive box, but you're only running 25 watts, I guess. But your audio is very low. You don't have very much audio on your carrier, so it makes copy kind of tough here. So, and there is a lot of splatter from the QSO just below us. So, everybody's sandwiched into about 15 KC here on 40 meters. So anyways, I won't hold it, Ron. Thanks for the call. I don't know if you're in Raleigh or not, but I gave you all the information, I think. Give him a toe, and I'm not going to do anything serious because I'm not going to be around this evening, so 7-3s for now, and talk to you later. KC2ZYL, K1ETP. All right, Ron. I'll say 7-3s. I think you turned it back to me. Really, very light there. 7-3, see you later. This is K1ETP. Anybody else? K1 Echo Tango Peter. How you doing there, Don? WB1GGL. K1ETP. Why don't you go ahead? Boy, I don't know what's happening to the band, but all of a sudden signals are getting really weak. You asked me about my T368. I sold my T3. I sold it to Mike. I sold it to Mr. Mike, W1RC. So I'm no longer the proud owner of a T3. I'm on my homebrew 813 rig right now, Don. But what were you saying about losing a meter over?
I was asking you on your when you had your T368 there on the code, I was wondering about
Okay. No, I put that in. That's a plate voltage meter. It was a 0 to 3,000 volt meter that I put in myself, Don. Over.
Okay, well, that answers the question. Model operation. I've got two ones there. One of mine is steam model. And the one I got in here on the stand is the next model. Do you remember what model and how they were? I got a picture of the log.
Well, mine was bastardized. The RF deck was an F deck, but the modulator and the power supply, as best as I could tell, were B models.
The one I got there, I took all the... I got two a lot. I'd love to talk to you one day about it. I got
Yeah, well, your signal's up now. It got quite weak there for a couple of minutes. Yeah, okay. Well, the best I could figure out, I bought my T3 from Dale, KW1I, and the modulator and power supply were very, very clean, but the RF deck, the RF deck, was filthy. It was a mess. In fact, I had to disassemble everything and rebuild it because it was such a mess. It looked like animals got in there and everything else. But I got it all cleaned up. And he sort of thinks that the RF deck had, I believe, a depot stamp on it. So he kind of surmised that that particular T3 was a test unit for RF decks because the RF deck didn't match it, and not only did it not match it, it was much dirtier than the rest of the thing, which was really clean. So, anyways, kind of interesting. Mike has not yet got it on the air, and I don't know if he ever will. It's been like 3 or 4 years now since I sold it to him. So it's nice to have the room in here. I just wasn't using it, Don. I had this 813 rig, the Johnson 500, and the T3, which all ran about the same amount of power, but the T3 just took up a lot of space in this little 12x12 shack, so it broke my heart to get rid of it, but I finally made a decision. Yeah, it's got to go. And also trying to think ahead, if anything happens to me, I don't know what my family would do with a 600-pound radio. So, all in all, it worked out okay. I took the proceeds from that and I bought a non-SDR transceiver. So that's that about that. So, anyways, Don, I guess you guys got a lot of snow up there. We had a little bit of an ice storm here, but I would say like 1/8 of an inch of glaze on everything, but nothing serious. Just enough to mess up the driving and everything and detune the antennas. In the D1GGL, K1ETP.
D1GGL. Well, fine business there. Yeah, we got up here. I got probably 2 inches of, maybe 3 inches of sleet. And then it turned over to snow, and then we got probably, and it drifted and stuff, and places there. A good 12 inches anyway, if not more. And I was out there with a tractor there. with a blower there, cleaning it up there. And doing the walkway, got those done, man. Finally went out there. Probably they stressed me out. The guy delivered LT for my generator. I see you had to wade through the snow out back to get to the tank fan out there to fill in. Probably stressing me all the way. Probably get a nasty D-gram here from the gas company. I'm not going to find out. They don't get going too damn fast in the morning, so I think stuff. The other thing is on your 330, he's inside the door. Normally they come from the Army, they're khaki colored, that color, that olive green there they use. And if it came from the Air Force, it would have been blue. So this one here came from the Air Force that I got, and it was blue, and I painted it gray. So I don't know. Maybe you can make a comment on that, Rich. A1ETP, W1 GGL.
Yeah, WB1GGL, K1ETP. Well, first of all, I wouldn't worry about shoveling a path for these guys delivering oil and gas. I'm sure they trudge through knee-deep snow all the time. Because I see very, very, very few people shoveling past to their oil spout around here. So, I don't do it because they can drive right up the driveway and walk up the walk, and if they have to walk through any snow, it's like 3 or 4 feet from the walkway to the oil spout there. But I do once in a while dig it out if I'm cleaning off the walkway. And yeah, no, I took off each panel and stripped it down. I took out the bezels for the meters and I painted them black. I stripped down the original paint on those panels. And let me tell you, that was tough. Boy, I don't know what kind of paint they used in primer, but it was tough getting that stuff off. I did a lot of scrubbing and with paint remover, and I finally got it down to the metal nice and clean, and I primed them, and I painted everything machine gray. And I did not strip down the cabinet because the cabinet wasn't out of shape, so I just slightly sanded it. And the panels came out real nice. They came out beautiful, and I was really pleased with that. And I painted the bezels, what do you call it, around the meters there. Painted them a flat black, and changed all the screws in the front, and tried to make it look brand new, which it really did. It looked beautiful. And I think I installed that meter when I had the panel off, or I stripped it. I cut the hole, and that was tough, boy. Cutting that hole, I used a hole saw, a metal hole saw, and a handheld drill. Or did I use I don't think I used my drill press because I don't think I could get it on there. The throat was not big enough. But anyway, I put a lot of work into that thing. And you're reminding me how much work I put into that. I worked on it for a couple of months pretty non-stop. I took all the I took the vacuum variables out. I took the inductors out. I took just about everything out that I could get out of the RF deck and cleaned everything up. I got silver polish and cleaned up the tank coil. And boy, that thing looked brand new. It had a coating of silver on it, and it looked beautiful. Cleaned up the vacuum variables, the band switch, took that out, and reassembled everything. It didn't work any better, but it looked prettier, Don. WB1GGL, K1ETP.
cabin and stuff out. And the other thing was each point he said on there was a piece of macadam insulated. And he said that was going to come through the porch wall and break down and cause the thing to split and go off the line and still have it. We'll take it to the fiberglass. That's what a double piece of guy in there. He pointed out that what was going on with it. And he told me I'd been up there probably a few years before. Pilot passed there for him. They just trashed him, threw him in a dumping hole and he was wanting to get rid of it. 2 weeks and he said, you name it, we went back.
Okay, Don, fine. WV1GGL, K1ETP. Well, I figured a lot of that stuff out for myself. I knew that plate meter was hot, and I never trusted it. I never trusted the double glass or anything on it, so I never touched it or went near it when the rig was keyed up. And one of the reasons I put the voltmeter in there, not only to measure the plate voltage, which wasn't adjustable, but I could see when I turned it off, I could see the bleeder resistance bleeding off the high voltage, and I wanted to make sure that all that voltage was off before I ever touched that meter. And as you know, the whole tank circuit was hot, so that was a pretty dangerous way to do things. But I understand they did it that way because with the plate voltage on the tank circuit, the impedances that they resulted is that they were able to use a choke that didn't have any resonances in it, because that was a general coverage transmitter from the broadcast band up to 20 megacycles. So that was one of the ways they avoided self-resonance on certain frequencies in the plate choke. So a lot of people took the high voltage off the tank circuit because you get better highs because you can get rid of a lot of those bypass capacitors. And but they had to replace the plate choke too because I think they were winding up with resonances in their ham bands. So I never messed around with it. Another problem I had when I got mine were the interlocks. I bypassed all the interlocks on all 3 sub-assemblies. I know it's not a smart thing to do, but I just couldn't get them all to work, so I bypassed them. So, which was fine because I was smart enough to know I'm not gonna pull out any of the sub-assemblies without the thing being unplugged and the caps being discharged and all that. But that was another problem. But I had very few problems with mine. I didn't use the internal audio. I just drove the grids of the 4125s with my external audio through a backwards audio transformer I had in there. So that was that. Anyways, what else did I want to comment on? Not much else. So back to you, Don. WB1GGL, K1ETP.
Yeah, K1ETP, WB1GGL. I did the same thing on mine. I bypassed those. They had a lot of trouble there. W1VZI built a speed transformer. He took one of the old ones out and gutted it. He used a gold transformer on there and used that over against him. Up with his own lineup with speeds and stuff. And we put a impact in there and modulation transformer. I turned around and put it in back to drive the electric stuff there. That worked. And it sounds okay. I hadn't any too many complaints on it there, so I can't really complain and stuff. So I don't know. I gotta go. I gotta get something to eat. I just came in there from removing snow here about a half an hour, 45 minutes ago there, so fuel tank running on it.
Don, I'll let you go. Nice talking with you. I'm going to take a tune around here, see what else is coming through. But, yeah, those old C3s, boy, once you get them working, they're just so reliable. I'd shut mine off, wouldn't even turn it on for 6 or 8 months. And I'd turn it on and just key it and start talking. I mean, nothing changed. And that little sub-assembly driver, RF driver, that was a great little piece of equipment too. Those are very desirable. Anyway, Tom, I'll catch you later. GGL K1ETC.
CQAM Raleigh, CQAM Raleigh, CQAM Raleigh. This is W1EQX, Whiskey 1 Echo Quebec X-Ray. CQAM Raleigh, CQAM Raleigh. This is W1EQX, Whiskey 1 Echo Quebec X-Ray. Listening. CQAM Raleigh, CQAM Raleigh, CQAM Raleigh. This is W1EQX, Whiskey 1 Echo Quebec X-Ray. Whiskey 1 Echo Quebec X-Ray in Shrewsbury, Vermont, calling CQAM Raleigh, CQAM Raleigh. This is W1EQX, listening.
W1EQX, W1EQX from WC2K, Whiskey Charlie 2 Kilo, over.
Okay, very good. WC2K, Whiskey Charlie 2 Kilo. This is W1EQX. Good afternoon. Name is Carmine, Charlie Alpha Romeo Mike, India November Echo. Name is Carmine. We're located in Shrewsbury, Vermont, which is just about 10 miles southeast of Boston. Running a Flex 6500, about 100 watts out into an end-fed half-wave, 80-meter end-fed half-wave antenna up about 55 feet. So WC2K, W1EQX.
Okay, Carmine. W1EQX. This is WC2K. Very good. You're 5'9", nice strong, southern New Jersey, Tabernacle Township, southern New Jersey. We're down here in the middle of South Jersey, halfway between Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and the Jersey Shore. We're 30 miles from the shore, 30 miles from Philly, as we call it, Philadelphia. Name is Rick, R-I-C-K. This is a Kenwood 990, running barefoot, 50 watts to this is a 40-meter dipole, half-wave dipole up at about 70 feet. Center-fed dipole. So that's it. Nothing special. Although this TS990 would qualify as a boat anchor. I think it weighs 70 pounds. It's no lightweight solid state rig. It's got a heavy power supply in it for 200 watts rated sideband. So nothing special on the microphone. It's just old Kenwood MC60 that I stuck a Heil element in about 25 years ago. Nothing special about that. Compared to your listening equipment with others that you've worked, this is pretty plain. W1EQX, WC2K.
Yeah, excellent, Rick. WC2K, W1EQX here in Vermont. Signal is very impressive for a barefoot TS990. You've been peaking 15 over S9 on the Flex Radio meter, which is wonderful. You're doing really well. Got a very strong signal here into south central Vermont, right on the spine of the Green Mountains, up at about 1,700 feet, where we've got about 15 inches of snow on the ground, and the temperature is around, last time I checked, was 7 degrees. kind of a cold day here after the storm that we got yesterday. Very good on the 70-foot high dipole. Simplicity is a virtue. I mean, there's lots of people that have very complicated setups, including myself. I try to keep things simple, but I've got a lot of stuff going on here. I'm actually running the transceiver remotely. The transceiver is actually in another barn on the property here in Vermont. We have an old farm with barns and outbuildings and stuff. So the transceiver, the actual 6500, is sitting in a barn at ambient temperature outside. Obviously covered and protected. But that is all being fed by a fiber optic cable that I buried under the grass last year. I've recently got back into the hobby after being kind of out of it for about 10 or 15 years. Life happens, and I wasn't very active. So now, after moving up here from the Boston area last year, I made an effort to get the shack back together again and do some operating. So part of the fun today is the AM rally. It's just a way for me to kind of hone my operating skills once again. Not that I'm a big fan of contests. It's just that it gets me to make a lot of contacts, of which I'm kind of rusty in doing. So, but certainly, Rick, the Kenwood is doing really well, really well. I start to hear the broadcasters are kicking up every evening. They're not bothering you in the distance. Doing extremely well from southern New Jersey. Very impressive signal. I haven't had an opportunity to put up a lot of antennas yet, but I'm going to have some fun with wire antennas this spring and summer. I'm looking forward to it. Right now, it's just a little too cold, 7 degrees, to be outside and do antenna work. But isn't that when most of the antenna work gets done, when it's really cold, or it's raining, or it's snowing? Anyway. Back on over to you there, Rick. WC2K, W1EQX in the AM rally.
W1EQX, WC2K. Well, sounds like paradise there. 15 inches of snow and 7 degrees. Barns. Remote control. Talk about enough space. Apparently you have enough space to put up some wire antennas this spring. Sounds like a nice place. Really nice place. We live in a very little understood area of New Jersey. People think of New Jersey as ultra densely populated, which it is. It has two nice special places. One is in the northwest corner of the state, and the other is down here in South Jersey, where we have acres of high land. We live right on the edge of that. So, very interesting that you are remote controlling your Flex. I guess maybe that's, you didn't explain why, but maybe that's a convenient way to, maybe that barn is a convenient collection point for speed lines, and a place to keep speed lines short. And of course, fiber is a great way to remote control anything. You sound like you are sitting behind the controls of your microphone. I would never have known that you were anything else but locally controlling your transceiver. That's what the cellular companies are doing now. They're putting their transceivers up on the tower behind their antennas, running very short coaxial speed lines and fiber tower. Fiber from the ground. So
You're right at state of the art. Right at state of the art, Carmine. So, well, thank you for this QSO. I think I think what's helping my signal to you is my dipole is up high enough to be pretty directional, bidirectional, and you're off the broadside. It is it's favoring you. It's favoring north-south broadside. So northeast, north-northeast, south-southwest. So nice fat broadside lobe in your direction. That's how I'm getting away with this. I have a 32V Collins, and I have an old Collins, a couple of old Collins computers. And the 32V has a problem, and someone is helping me with that. And we haven't had a chance to dig into it yet. So I wanted to get on the rally, and I think it's important. If you like AM and you enjoy AM, I'm sure you and I both do, I think it's important that we support the activity. Very, very important to get on with anything. These QSO parties and events are good demonstrations to the FCC and the ARRL that AM experimenting and operating is still a very valuable and enjoyable part of the hobby. So activity is good to promote the protection and longevity of whatever you're interested in this hobby. So 73 Carmine, and I'm going to tune around. Getting ready to go to 75 meters. Nothing planned for the evening. We had a 10 inch, what did we get? An 8 or 9 or 10 inch snowstorm, depending where you were around here. They had 15 inches at the shore. Atlantic City got 15 inches. 15 inches is typical along the Jersey coast last week. And we got about 7 or 8 here. It extended into inland into Pennsylvania. And that was our real significant snow so far. Our temperatures today will not reach 32, but we started off at 24, got up to, I think it's probably 30 now. And we've been as low as, we've been down around 10. I think we saw one day of 8. We had 1 week of pretty cold temperatures, but nothing like you experienced there. So one of my friends, a friendly couple of my wife and mine, along with some other couples that we know, have gone to New Hampshire for a week from Northeast PA just to experience the winter in New England. So I'm sure they're having fun, especially with that kind of snowfall. 73, Carmine, we'll work you again. W1EQX in Shrewsbury, Vermont. WC2K in Tabernacle, Southern New Jersey.
All right. Very good, Bill. WC2K, W1EQX. Yeah, excellent copy. Great signal. The shortwave broadcasters are definitely creeping up now, but nonetheless, very good on being by the Pinelands there. Yeah, that's very convenient. So you really have more than an acre. I mean, you're, from a RF privacy perspective, if you're right on the park or the reserve, it's like having a much bigger backyard, so to speak. So that's awesome. And yeah, that dipole is doing really well, and the barefoot rig, my gosh, that's an impressive signal here into Vermont. Yeah, well, we knew coming up here that the winters were going to be a little cold. This winter has been pretty cold. It started off warm and then it got progressively colder. I think the low temperature this year so far has been 20 below zero. 20 below zero. And that's without the wind chill. We had a morning, and the snow acts differently at those temperatures. It squeaks when you walk on it. It's kind of funny, but there's only an intense period of maybe about a month where it's really, really cold, and we're just hoping now spring will be coming. And the summers here are impeccable. We just love it here during the summer. The woods, the natural environment, it's real beautiful for us, and that was the big thing for us. And yes, the reason why the radio stuff is in the barn is because it's easier to feed. It doesn't clutter the house. XYL is very happy about that, and I just basically sit in front of a computer with a microphone plugged into it, and all the hard work is done in the barn. So that's the reason why I have it set up that way, and it works really, really well. And I've been happy with the setup so far. So Rick, have a good evening and good luck making some contacts. And yes, we want to stay active on AM. That's the right thing to do. So have a great afternoon, and we'll talk soon. Love to hear more about what you're running there and the Collins that you're trying to get up and running. WC2K signing. This is W1EQX in the AM rally. Have a great one.
Okay, Carmine. W1EQX, WC2K for a final. Yeah, very good. That is just too cold for me. We like our seasons here. Summer gets very hot. Winter gets quite cold. The spring and fall are beautiful. Probably our fall is similar to your summer. The hottest days, the warmest days of your summer are probably similar to our fall, which is a beautiful time of the year. So, September, October in New Jersey is pretty darn nice. The water, the shore, ocean temperature is still in the 70s in September, and the air is clean and fresh and nice, and extends right into October with a comfortable outdoor weather. And spring is similar. Well, the spring brings lots of pollen, and that bothers some people. Fortunately, not me too much, but some people it does. So I will look for you again. I'll make a point to look for you again, Carmine, because you sound very interesting and enjoyable to talk to, and we can share plenty more information. So take care for now. I'm going to tune around and look for more rally QSOs. W1EQX, very 73 from WC2K.
W2, good old radio.
W1EQX.
W1EQX, W2GOR.
W1EQX, Kilo Charlie 1, off Oscar Hotel.
W2GOR, W1EQX. Name here is Carmine, Charlie Alpha Romeo Mike, India November Echo. Go ahead.
Okay, there was a double there. Carmine, just wanted to say hello. And I also heard Rich in there, who I worked just a little while back. I think that was on 80 meters, but maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, first over to you. I don't want to take over the frequency. I'm not sure who's next, but good to meet you, Carmine. How are we coming in over there? You've got a beautiful 20 over signal and great audio, exceptional audio into Westchester, New York.
Well, thank you, Gordon. You're 20 over here as well. The radio here is a Flex 6500, and with an amplifier running maybe about 100, 150 watts into an end-fed half-wave, 80-meter end-fed half-wave, up about 55 feet. And you're sounding extremely, extremely good. Sounds like you got some processing going on there. I've had some problems with my processing here, so I'm running this whole setup, the Flex setup, completely without any processing other than an EQ. I'm just using the Smart SDR EQ, and the microphone is actually a USB Blue Yeti. That's the microphone. So it's a very simple setup, but I'm hoping to get more into the audio processing as I move forward. I had a lot of problems with latency and some echoes. And, I just got being away for 10 or 15 years, so on the radio. There's a lot to catch up on, and I can't do everything all at once. So incremental improvement here. But it is very nice to meet you. W2GOR. This is W1EQX in Shrewsbury, Vermont.
Well, Carmine, it's funny. I was in touch with you a few times over the last few weeks, thanking you for your great SDR, and then went over there to use it just now in case I had a little monitoring to know how my audio is from time to time and to pick up stations that are not propagating to me. And then I noticed the obvious. I said, boy, that call sounds familiar. Nice to meet you. Great station up there, great Kiwi station. And when I went on the frequency, not to say the obvious, but you were, I guess, 80 or 90 dB over 9 at your own Kiwi. So it says overload. I never saw that before. That's kind of interesting. Just as an anecdote. So great to meet you, and the Flex sounds great. I'm sure there are a lot of stations in there, so got a chance to speak with you in person versus email. So thanks again for writing me your note the other day, and we will hope to look for you again. I'm glad to hear that you're getting to enjoy the hobby that you're helping us with so much with your listening station there. Back to you, Carmine.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, Gordon. Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the email. It's always nice. It's nice when people help out with the SDR. It's a labor of love for me, of course, and I've spent a lot of time in the past year trying to increase the signal-to-noise ratio and lower interference and all of that, but that also prompted me to get back on the air. I think one of the issues that I'm going to have is the more I operate, the more I'm going to blow away those receivers while I talk, but that is a problem that I'll have to deal with. You know, maybe I'll separate the antennas some more in the future, but you know, still I'm always going to hit it with like crushing signal no matter how far I separate them within reason. So that's going to be an issue. They are protected from being destroyed by too much RF, so I took that action, but luckily they're separate antennas. So anyway, thank you very much. And I'd love to, spend a little bit more time chatting in general there with you, Gordon. So wonderful signal, great audio. So good luck if you're participating in the rally. W2GOR in the AM rally. This is W1EQX in Vermont.
AJ400. GOR, W2GOR.
Okay, Carmine, station recognized. Very good. I just popped in to say hi and also to see if Rich was in there. I heard C2K in there, but I'm not sure who gets the frequency. So the 8 station, you're coming in. There were a few others. So, Carmine, can I hand it to you as the Master of Ceremonies? Over.
Well, I'm starting to get a lot of the broadcasters here, so my reception is kind of going downhill. I didn't hear the 8 station, but certainly if anybody wants to make some contacts, I'm available, but I have to hear you. So up to you right here on 7290. This is W1EQX.
W1EQX, this is AJ400. AJ400, South Windsor, Connecticut. Do you copy?
Well, there was a double there. The Connecticut station, I heard you at the end. Kilo 8 Juliet Lima Yankee, K8JLY. Over there in Ohio, URS 9+10 in New York. I just popped on the frequency. This is W2, good old radio, GOR, Gordon. And then we'll pick up the Connecticut station. How are you this afternoon?
W2 GOR KJLY. First contact of the afternoon here, and just thought I'd get on a little bit. You're solid 5x9 here in Massillon, Ohio. The handle is good. We probably talked before, and in here is a homebrew rig made about
very good. Well, it's doing a good job. If the audio is, if it's possible to raise the audio up at all, don't know if you have that capability. That will help through the noise. We are getting foreign broadcasts on the East Coast here, presumably worse than you're hearing out there. So nice to meet you. We're running an Apache Labs SDR here, the Anon 7000, into a linear, about 300 watts carrier, into an 160-meter flat top with an L tuner. So not sure, I didn't get your name there, or your nickname that you go by. I don't know if we've worked before, but pleasure to meet you. And then we'll pick up the Connecticut station. KHJLY from W2GOR. Well, could you give me the phonetics of your name again? Okay, Sid, very good. Do you want to try to work some other stations?
Sure, we'll give it a shot. This is KHJLY in Massillon, Ohio.
You know, Gordon, Sid, I can hear you. You're just not zero beat with the international broadcasters. You're about a KC too high. That's why I have problems hearing you. But the 8 stations, I can hear you here in Vermont as well. This is W1EQX.
Okay, the 2 stations, stand by. All right, very good. Sid, Carmine was responding to you. Go ahead, Carmine. There was a double or triple there. Sid, he was letting you know that he is hearing you, but there was something about QRM from broadcast. So W1EQX, pick it up.
Yeah, sure, Gordon. I know AJ400 was in there as well. He was on the side. I think he wanted to talk to both of us. But nonetheless, the W8 station, I didn't get the call sign, but I heard the name Sid. You're a little bit off frequency from the actual broadcast stations. You're not exactly on 7290, and so there's a tremendous heterodyne. The antenna here really picks up those shortwave broadcasters early in the afternoon, so there's quite a bit of a competition. But I just wanted to let you know that I'm hearing you here in South Central Vermont. So can you come back with your call sign? This is W1EQX.
Sid, did you hear Carmine? Okay, he might have stepped out. Let's pick up Pedro, AJ400, W2GOR and Company.
On the group, this is AJ400. Very good afternoon, Gordon. And also good afternoon to Carmine. 59 signal over here in Connecticut.
Carmine, not sure what happened there. I'm getting all kinds of signals here.
Yeah, I heard Pedro for sure. AJ400. Somebody just fired up off to the side, and I think I tuned away briefly, and I missed. Did you hand it over to me, Pedro? I'm sorry. Wow, the international broadcasters are S9 already here on this NFIT half wave, Gordon. So I'm not hearing any responses other than from you. So I'm just going to take a standby for a while. This is W1EQX.
Okay, W1EQX, W2GOR. Is my audio balanced on your side there, Carmine? Yours is perfect here.
Yeah, thank you. You sound great. I'm listening to you on a pair of Bose speakers, and on those high-end computer speakers. So you sound really good. I like that richness. It has that Optimod sound to it. So very nice, well-rounded.
Yeah, that's what it is, Optimod. Okay, very good. This is the 9300, the newer one. I just try to not make it too hard, so I put some high end in there so it can cut through. Okay, we're going to take a standby here, and we'll be back to the shack in 5 minutes. I'm sure some other stations will come along. I did lose Pedro, so Pedro, nice to meet you. I couldn't hear you, and Sid, I lost you too. Maybe bad conditions. So we'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes. W2GOR. And good to hear you, Carmine. 7-3 for now.
Yeah, thanks, Gordon. Pedro, AJ400, are you still in there, or did conditions completely change?
Carmine, this is KHJLY. I wonder if you're copying.
Yeah, KHJLY. Just let me write that down. JLY. Yeah, I hear you fine, actually. You're strapping in here to South Central Vermont. Name is Carmine, and QTH Shrewsbury, Vermont. Go ahead. Was it JLY? This is W1EQX.
Well, that was rough. W1EQX, KHJLY. You had a great signal until somebody came in on top of you. And in case you didn't know, the QTH is Massillon, Ohio, and the handle Sid. I spell it Charlie, Ida, David, Sid. And we're running a homebrew transmitter that was built about 1935 with a single 50T in the final. And the receiver's a 1935 version 8.0. That's all I had back then. Antenna's a 135-foot center fed ZEP. And it seems like the band is deteriorating. I'm going to put my big rig on, but appreciate a signal report and your QTH, and hopefully you don't get clobbered and you copied me. Thanks for coming back. W1EQX, KHJLY.
Okay, I heard you in there. You know, the band is like doing really wacky things. You were up really very strong for a second, and then you drop down. The international broadcasters are literally clobbering everybody. Anyway, KHJLY, this is W1EQX. I got you here about 10 over S9, but the broadcasters are coming way up as well here on the East Coast. The QTH here is Shrewsbury, Vermont, about 10 miles southeast of Rutland. We're running a Flex 6500, Flex Radio 6500, with an amplifier about 100 watts out, maybe 125 watts, something like that. The antenna is an end-fed half-wave for 80 meters, up about 55 feet, and it goes north-south, which means that most of the signal is going east-west. It's just simply the way the antenna was oriented. So hopefully you can hear me. I didn't catch the handle. I can look you up in the call book, but if you can repeat your handle, your name. The name here is Carmine, and back to you. K8JLY. This is W1EQX.
Break it off, and hopefully I can pick someone else up. W1 W1EQX KHJLY.
Yeah, okay, Sid, okay, now I got it. Yes. You're the same person. I never caught your call. So, yeah, your signal backed up again that time, Sid, so I got it. Very good. Yeah, you're sounding fine. I don't know if you're actually on 7290. I don't know. I didn't hear what kind of radio you have, but unless the foreign broadcasters are off frequency, I think you're off frequency, so the calibration might be a little bit off. On a lot of these software-defined radios, you can calibrate them to WWV very easily. I don't know what kind of radio you're running there. I try to stay on frequency, and hopefully I am. And very good about being cold. Yeah, I understand that really well because the flex setup that you're hearing me on is actually in a barn at ambient temperature, so it's probably sitting at around 5 or 6 degrees in the barn. So that's the way I operate it. I'm staying warm here in the house. Good luck. Make some contacts. K8JLY. This is W1EQX in Vermont.
WA3SIR.
Charlie, Oscar Echo, give another call. KHJLY. Charlie, Oscar.
KHJLY, KBTCOE. Good compensation, very good And with CS430F, there's some pieces on the bench right now, pushing about 40 watts. About 40 watts. Solid, very nice audio. Go ahead.
Thank you for the report. This sounded good on that transmission. Like I say, everything I have, including me, is an antique. So I'm running this transmitter first. It's what I call Station 3 on my QRZ page. And I think tomorrow I'm going to fire up the big boy and see if I can warm this place up a little bit. I just put it on yesterday. I try to make it I guess I'm not here for it. But I appreciate the call, and I got you here in the log, and we'll move on maybe to somebody else. This is
Okay, so thank you very much. Nice to know that we're making some progress with this thing. Got some issues on site here.
KC2ZYL, KC2ZYL, KHJLY. KC2ZYL, KHJLY.
CQ calling CQ. CQ calling CQ. This is AJ400. AJ400. Alpha Juliet 4 Oscar. AJ400. South Windsor, Connecticut. Calling CQIM Raleigh and looking for a possible call.
KJLY, you copy Norway 5 Alpha Charlie Romeo.
Quebec.
Norway 5 Alpha Charlie Romeo.
ACR, I believe. This is KHJLY. Give it another shot, please.
Yeah, okay, very good. NHALY, Norway 5 Alpha Charlie Romeo. How copy?
N5 ACR, KHJLY. Good afternoon. The handle is Sid, Charlie, Ida, David, in case you didn't hear, and the QTH, Massillon, Ohio. Transmitter is a homebrew rig made about 1935. We're running a single IMAX P50, 50 watts. Receiver's a National HRO, and the antenna 135-foot center-fed ZEP. So give me your particulars, and we'll see what else we can do. N5 ACR. This is KHJLY.
Yeah, okay, very good, Sid. Let's see here what we got. Now let me crank up the power here a little bit. Let's see. Okay, there we go. That's about 1 kilowatt there. Let's see how copy. Norway 5 Alpha Charlie Romeo. Name is Marco. Mike Alpha Romeo Charlie Oscar. We're running a Kenwood 850 with the wideband modification, driving a RCX 1500 modification, running about 1 kilowatt. How copy?
You got her boiling right in here into Massillon, Ohio. I did not get your QTH, so I appreciate it if you pass that along. And see if we can move down the road. This is more contacts than I've made probably in 8 months. So back to you. I think the handle you had is Marco. N5ACR KHJLY.
Okay, very good, Sid. We copy. Okay, let's just make sure I'm not overdriving. There we go. Okay, very good. You know, there's a lot of activity on here, I guess. But most of the time I can copy you pretty well. Over.
Roger that. Let me have your QTH. This is KHJLY.
Okay, the QTH here is Laurel, Maryland. It's Mike Delta, Laurel, Maryland. Using a sloper about off-center fed about 60 feet, driving with, like I say, about a kilowatt. Over.
Got it. I got her down in the books here. Appreciate coming back to me, and I'm going to see if I can move down to another one down the list. Again, not much of a contester, but we'll give her another shot. N5ACR. This is KHJLY, Massillon, Ohio, in the AM rally. Wonder if there's anybody else around there in 7-3.
KHJLY,
Alpha 1 Yankee. You guys give that another try. KHJLY.
Hotel Mike. Whiskey 3 Hotel Mike.
Yankee, Quebec.
Whiskey 3 Hotel Mike.
HMW3 Hotel Mike. KHJLY. Go ahead and take that, please.
KHJLY W3HM. Very fine, Sid. You're coming through very nicely, about 20 over 9, into Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. Harper's Ferry, my name is Howard. Hotel Oscar Whiskey Alpha Romeo Delta. KHJLY W3HM.
W3 HM KHJLY. Howard, very good signal, nice and strong, and got the QTH and everything just fine. The handle here is good, Charlie. And listening, we're running a bunch of antique stuff, a homebrew transmitter made about 1935, running a single IMAX P50. 150 watts to a center test depth. Nothing too new here. Freezing in bed up here. We don't have any heat on the second floor of my TCH. But I'll turn it back to you and go ahead and tie it up. W3HM. Howard, this is KHJLY.
KHJLY, W3HM. Very fine, sir. Well, your equipment is 10 years old. I was born in 45, so your equipment is quite old. I'm using a Collins 32V3, about 100 watts out, and the antenna is 180-foot dipole fed in the center with animal. That's all we got. A lot of people want to talk to you, but you're doing great signal here into West Virginia. KHJLY, W3HM.
W3HM, KHJLY. Very good to talk to you. 73, KHJLY, listening on the AM rally.
You want to go to another frequency? This is Marco, N5ACR. You copy, Howard?
Kilowatt 2, Bravo, Lima, Charlie. In Canton, Ohio. Give me a call again.
W3HM, you want to go to another frequency, N5ACR?
We're right down the street from you. We're actually
I just wrote the call right down. I think I wrote it down. KCHW, WBA. Is that the correct call round? You probably heard the year that I'm operating. We've had at times some of the cancers and national networks but it's been on in a while. It's rough around the edges. A close contest, which is not a contest. I thought I would give it a try and see if it works. Anyway, your 5x9, you can, when you're not getting clobbered, and I think your handle, I need to get that. And we'll go from there. WBH, KHJLY.
Alpha, Victor, Delta, Alpha, Victor, Echo, short for Gates. I multiple old school operating positions there. Go ahead.
Yeah, that would be me. I'm living in the past. My new gear is from the 50s. Like I said, this rig we're running now is that rig that I call it station number 3, and it's the one that runs a single IMAX T50 at about 150 watts, and the receiver's an HRO 1935. That would be me, Dave. So back to you, KCHW, GH, KHJLY.
All right, very good. That's JLY from KCHW. Actually, pictures KCH online. Good friend of mine, Dale Lamb, NXAJ, lost my phone. Check out his place there. He sent me some pictures. So, if you ever get a hold of him, you got to go see him. Because I know you're a full acre guy at an AM time. You would appreciate that. So I don't want to hold up. I'm sure there's a lot of guys here on the line that want to chat with you. So just give you a rundown of the station here real quick. This is actually our Shanty number 2, or I would say we're saying station number 2. Then that would be this for us. that we'll have transmitting with a Eastern Apache, and we're to be receiving you with Eastern Mohawk. So this is pretty much the oldest amateur equipment that I own. And I thought about this. This room is pretty empty compared to the other shafts. I don't know if you have something going in your area. Something like you have, which is operating on some big test. Or maybe something KJLY. 73 Steve Days, we'll catch up with you again. Around the AM
up to this stuff, which is even older. Appreciate the report and the rundown on the year. You've got mine, and I'll send it back to you. We'll tie it up and see what else is going on.
WHPU, KHJLY, National Ohio.
WD4L LGR. This is KHJLY, Kilowatt 8 Juliet, Lima Yankee. Go ahead and make a transmission.
KHJLY, Whiskey Delta 4, London,
WD4LUR, KHJLY. All right, we had good copy under that time, a good solid 5.9. Again, you've got my handle, the SID, you got my QCH, Akron, Ohio, and rig, as I've said a few times, is homebrew rig made about 1935, running a single IMAX 50T at 150 watts to 135-foot center fed depth. Receivers HRO, 1935 minutes. Also using at about the same time. So I'm at the cutting edge of technology stuff. I'll turn it back to you. Let me have your handle again. I got everything else. And we'll go on from there. WD4LUR, KHJLY.
Delta Alpha Nova 10. And I forgot to use the deal. Alex Joe, appreciate the contact, and what's going to go down.
Alrighty, KC9QJE, KHJLY. I think I remember that call. What's up, Tim? We're just smoking along here, running the old 1935 rig with the T50 in it. Back to you, KC9OJE, KHJLY. KHJLY. Appreciate the call back. I'm going to try to move down the line here and see if I can work a few more of these guys. They just made contact in about, I don't know, maybe a year and a half. So we're going to stay with it here a little bit until the Chinese national anthem plays, although they're usually up higher a bit. And tomorrow I'm going to get on with some of the other gear. I think tonight I'm going to get on 75 with the HT9. So back to you, Tim. KC9CJE, KHJLY, man.
And 3TBW.
That's pretty big. N2BW. N2BW. This is KJLY.
Yeah, November 3, Tango Bravo Whiskey. How you doing there, Sid? This is Brian here in Delmont, Pennsylvania. 30 miles east of Pittsburgh. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I screwed the call up. Let me have your call again. This is KHJLY.
Yeah, the call is November 3, Tango Bravo Whiskey. In Delmont, Pennsylvania, just east of Pittsburgh. So run the T368 here, about 400 watts carrier. The receiver's an RCA AR88, and I'm using the full wave horizontal full wave horizontal loop up about 35 feet there. Full wave up for 40 meters here. So. And that's being fed by a Johnson matchbox outside underneath the tote with 450 ohm ladder line going up to the antenna there. So that's what we got going on here, Sid. I haven't heard you on for a while, so I'm glad to hear you on here for the rally. So I'm not calculating any points here. I'm just enjoying to hear some people I haven't heard for a while. So anyway, back to you. KJLY from N3TBW.
Alrighty, N3TBW, KJLY. Yeah, thanks for coming back. Big signal here. And this is odd normally for people that are in PA. For some reason it went through PA. But again, you got the lineup of the rig. We're using the old 1935 rig with a single IMAX T50 if I'm repeating myself because I'm old. And the antenna is 135 foot center fed ZEP and HRO receiver from 1935. Fine on the gear there. I think you said it was a T368. I don't know a little bit about that. I don't own one, but it definitely is doing well and okay on the receiver. I'll say 73 to you, and let me have your handle again. I should have it, and I must have missed it. Give me your handle, N3TBW, KHJLY.
Yeah, Sid, the handle here is Brian Bravo Romeo India Alpha November. Go ahead.
We got it this time. Thanks very much. That being said, I think I'm going to go ahead and see if I can move along. I'm not a contester, but I'm getting a kick out of this. N3TBW, this is KHJLY 73 to you, Brian. KHJLY listening on the AM rally.
Whiskey Alpha 1, Yankee, Quebec.
All right, WA1, YYQ, Whiskey. I get it right. WA1, YYQ. Now, this is KHJLY. Go ahead, make a transmission.
Okay, good afternoon, Sid. The name is Dan Delta Alpha November, and I'm located in Greenwich, Connecticut. And I'm running a FTTX 101D with 5 watts going into the Mercury 3S amp, pushing out about 700 watts peak into a full wave 160 meter loop tuning it with an AT5K from Palstar. Got all that? I got all your stuff, Sid. I've been listening for a while. You sound great. This is WA1YYQ.
Alrighty, WA1YYQ. Dan, very good signal. You're doing a fine job. You got all of my dope. And everything here in Massillon, Ohio couldn't be any finer, and it could be warmer. I'll say 73 to you, and I'll see if I can move down and catch one more. WA1YYQ. This is KHJLY signing and listening on the AM rally, KHJLY.
Whiskey 1, Tango Tango Lima.
WB2 OUA. WB2 OUA. KHJLY. Go ahead.
Whiskey 1, Tango Tango Lima.
WZ8J.
Whiskey 1. What is that?
WZ8J. This is KHJLY, Chevrolet Juliet Lima. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, very good. KHJLY, WZAJ. Good afternoon. Name here is Kevin. Kilo Echo Victor India November, Kevin, and QTH is Brunswick, Ohio, so not too far. Maybe, 50 miles? Running a Globe King 500A here, and listening to you on a Flex 1500. And the antenna is a 160-meter full-wave loop, up about 30 feet on average. Good signal here. And I didn't catch your name. Going to have to repeat the rig, too. I didn't write it down. I know you're running some really old vintage AM gear. K8JLY from WZ8J.
WZ8J. This is K8JLY. All right, Kevin. Good signal here, too, for as close as we are. Again, QTH, Nashville, Ohio, which we got. The rig is a homebrew rig built about 1935. It's running a single IMAX 250 with a final 150 watts. We're feeding a 135-foot center-fed depth with a 6-inch open wire line. And we're listening to you on a 1935 vintage National HRO, very early serial number, and the microphone is also about a 1930s vintage static D104. Appreciate you coming back. I'll shoot it back to you if you want to go one more time, and we'll go on from there. WZ8J, this is K8JLY.
Well, okay, very good. K8JLY, WZ8J. Oh, the 35 built IMAX 850. That's sounding great here with the old mic and everything. Boy, that's fantastic. Glad you've got it on the air. It's a pleasure to work it. I also have an HRO, an HRO 50, a little bit newer than the one you've got. And that's really my main boat anchor. Well, good to run into you there. And maybe we'll lay an eyeball on you on the next Lake Erie Boat Anchors meeting. I don't know if you get to those or not. Your call sign looks really familiar. So I'll say 7-3s. I'll let you work a few others if there's a few more want to talk to you. But I appreciate the do-so. Have fun on the rally. K8JLY,
WZ8J, K8JLY. Very good, Kevin. I haven't been able to attend the last couple, but I'll be looking forward to the next boat anchor rally. 7-3 at WZ8. Hey, this is K8JLY signing and listening on the AM rally. K8JLY. With
Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan Kilo.
Yeah, is that KD8TD Wooster? This is K8JLY.
Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan Kilo.
KD8TD Wooster. Tommy here in Worcester. I won't keep you too long, kid. Just wondered if you got a chance to see the USA Gold Star that's going to be for sale here shortly. KJLY, KD8TD. All right, KD8. No, I have not. No, I'm not going to rush out and buy one. I'll stick with my old 810. That's about my speed, but it got a pretty good review. It'll be interesting to see how they do. I'll turn it back to you and refresh my memory. Give me your handle again. KD8TD, K8JLY. I know who you are. This is K8JLY.
Yeah, okay, very fine, kid. Your handle here is Herman, and you see the Gold Star. Yeah, I want you to come out with I'm going to probably talk more at the next boat anchors meeting, so we'll let you go here. Have a good afternoon. KJLY, KD8TD. Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan.
7-3, Sherman. I know who I'm looking forward to seeing you again. KD8TD, signing and listening on the AM rally.
Whiskey 1, Tango Lima.
Bravo 4, Lima, Charlie, India.
Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan Kilo.
K4HER, this is K8JLY.
Okay, good evening there. Name here is Ray, located in Stanton, Virginia. Kind of new to the AM band. I'm located in Stanton, Virginia. Name here is Ray.
Yeah, Ray, give me the call again. This is KHJLY.
The call is Kilo Echo 4 Hotel Victor Romeo.
We got you now. KE4HJLY. Decent signal, 559, Ray. I know we're starting in Virginia. Years ago, my brother went to military academy here. It's Massillon. But I spell it with a C. Charlie Ida David. And he was a World War I built about 1925, running a single IMAX 50 at 150 watts and loaded into a 135-foot center set depth. And the receiver's National HRO 1935 vintage. Thanks for coming back to me, Ray, and we'll put you here in the book. HDR KHJLY.
Contact there, and I'm running a 10-wood 590 here. Just off RV, about 46, and about 95 watts here on the radio there. So good to talk with you there, 73, and hope to work you again there. KHJLY from K4HDR.
Good evening, Will. KB4LCI.
Hey, good evening.
All right, this is KHJLY, listening on the AM rally, KHJLY map.
Lima, Charlie, India. Kilo Bravo 4, Lima, Charlie, India.
KB4, LCI. KB4, LCI. This is KHJLY, Massillon, Ohio. Good afternoon to you. The handle is Sid, Charlie Ida David. Again, Massillon, Ohio is the QTH. I'll turn it back to you and see how you're able to copy it. KB4 LCI. Excuse me, I'll get it right. Yeah, KB4 LCI.
KHJLY. This is KB4 LCI. We'll see how we do through all the other stations trying to contact each other this evening, Sid. Yes, I have all your information here, Sid. I've been waiting patiently for over an hour to try to get a hold of you, and I finally did. Using a Kenwood TS430. Kenwood TS430 to transmit with. 75 watts. 75 watts is what I'm putting out. And I'm using a Hallicrafter SX99 for receive. Hallicrafter SX99 for receive on a 150-foot long line. So everything seems to be doing well here, Sid. You're sounding really good into Virginia this afternoon. Go ahead.
All right, KB4 LCI, KHRY. Had a bit of a rough time that time, but that's okay. We got you down here, and thanks for coming back to me, I should say. KB4 LCI. This is KHJLY, Massillon, Ohio, on the AM rally.
Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel, Japan, Kilowatt.
20 over S9, 20 over S9 is your signal report for the day. So
Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel, Japan, Kilowatt.
A little bit quieter now.
WB2, HJK. WA2, HJK. This is KHJLY. Go ahead and make the transmission.
Okay, I have here is Kilo 8 Juliet Lima Yankee, if I'm right. This is Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan Kilo. How copy now? Lima Yankee, I believe. This is Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan Kilo. I'll copy now.
For contacting me.
KJLY from Chilliwacky.
I might be doubling. This is WB2HJK, standing by.
Kilowatt 8. EWM. Kilowatt 8. Echo Whiskey Mike. This is K8JLY. In Massillon. Go ahead and give us a shot and see what happens. K8JLY.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Me here is at Echo Delta, and I'm up here in North Keysville, Ohio. I remember talking to you right around here last summer, and this is about Z and Z. Me and Z, not running anything vintage, I'm running 500.
Alrighty, how do I do that? The right people's calls now. There it is. KWM. Alright, Ed, very good. Got your QTH, and we are running some of the old stuff. This is what I call Station 3. It's on the QRZ page. I appreciate you coming back. It gets a little bit crowded, and I'm not that good at all this stuff. I made more contacts in the last hour than I probably in the last year and a half. But I think I'm going to get on the air again tonight on 75 meters with the old Helicopters HC9 that I restored. See if I can work some guys on 75. Appreciate you coming back to me. Like I say, you got a good signal. This is what I call Station 3. It's the one using a single IMAX at 250 and running 150 watts to 135-foot center-fed ZEP and listening to you on the old national HRO. I'll send it back to you. EWM. This is KHJLY.
Yeah, very good. The audio seems to be okay.
Yeah, it sounds very good.
Okay, great. Yeah, I've been struggling with it, and I had the potential to really screw it up. So, yeah, big signals. And I know that once you get going in this thing with all the stations up and down the phone very short, it's very, very hair-raising. Have a great day and enjoy the activity. KHJLY 73 from Chilliwacky, Echo Whiskey Mike.
Is the frequency still in use? Can anybody relay if the frequency is still in use?
This is KJLY of the AM rally.
All right, Kilo 8 Juliet Lima Yankee, I believe. Sid, how copy Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan Kilo. Kilo 8 Juliet Lima Yankee, I believe that's your call, Sid. Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan Kilowatt. Copy, Sid? Let me try one more time. Kilo 8 Juliet Lima Yankee, Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan Kilo. Over. Yeah, that's propagation. Anybody else on frequency copy? Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan Kilo.
Yep, Roger, Roger. I copy you. Whiskey 1, Tango, Tango, Lima.
Since I'm not copying too well right now, in fact, maybe not too well at all. If I'm interfering with anyone, please tell me. WB2HJK.
WB2HJK, W1CKI. You copy, George?
This is WB2HJK, transmitting on 7290. Standing by.
This is KJLY. KJLY listening for the AM rally.
W1GFH.
This is KJLY, Kilowatt 8 Juliet Lima Yankee. Listening on the AM rally.
K8JR. You copy Whiskey 1 George Fox Hotel, W1GFH. W1GFH, Whiskey 1 George Fox Hotel.
AM rally. This is KJLY, Kilowatt 8 Juliet Lima Yankee. KJLY, giving it one more shot. KJLY, listening on the AM rally.
Kilo Delta 2 Bravo Delta Alpha. KHJLY. This is Whiskey 1 George Fox Hotel.
Is the frequency in use? Is the frequency in use? Is the frequency in use? Nothing heard. WB2HJK is tuning up.
This is W1GFH.
W1GFH, I think it is. I wonder how come it's Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan, Kilowatt.
W1GFH, the name is Joe Juliet Oscar Echo. We're in Concord, Massachusetts, and you are 5 and 9 plus 30 here. Very loud. Very loud. You're running, not sure what, but we have a Johnson Ranger here. Johnson Ranger 1 running 45 watts, and Hammerman Super Pro as the receiver. As I said, located in Concord, so wonder how copy. WB2HJK, W1GFH.
Okay, leaving a traditional pause. Hold on. Okay, nothing copied. Whiskey 1 Golf Foxtrot Hotel, I believe. Joe, nice to meet you. I think for the first time. Copy you very well, about 20 to 30 over 9. Here in Queens, New York. Or what's left of it. And, operating here, an Icon 765. What else? Oh, the antenna is approximately a 40-meter loop, approximately close to a little longer than that, probably 40 to 50 meter. And it's random. I'm running a stealth, and I'm surprised I'm getting out at all. The coax is 250 feet, so I'm actually tuning coax and what wire is up there. No gizmos except the amplifier, of course. Your setup sounds great. Audio sounds okay, great. I say okay because I'm very limited in terms of giving you a better copy. I don't have any bandwidth displayed. And to keep it short, my name is George, and I'm doing the best I can here from Queens, New York. So, Joe, thank you for the very, very generous report. W1GFH. Again, I think it's Golf Fox Hotel. Whiskey Bravo 2, Hotel Japan Kilo. George? Excuse me, George. Try that again. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, yeah. Solid copy there. WB2HJK, W1GFH. The ICOM sounds great, 765. Yeah, I've heard quite a few modified ICOMs on AM. That sounds very good. I do have an ICOM C56 that I used to run on AM. I would limit the ALC with a 9-volt battery, current into the ALC jack, and I ran that at about 20 watts. But you certainly sound loud here, so I assume you're running an amplifier. Probably 100, 150 watt limit or something like that for the carrier. Don't know. But you can fill us in on that. Yeah, you know, I'm watching the web SDR, and you seem to be filling the sidebands very well. Looking at mine, it seems a little bit erratic. I see a sort of a wider sideband on the right, but can't tell if that's propagation or not. Hopefully the audio is adjusted well here. Yeah, the 765 ICOM, I believe, you either have a 6 or 9 kilohertz receive on AM, so should be able to copy some of the fidelity on AM here. And well, a lot of big transmitters on, a lot of great setup. And yeah, we seem to have really good propagation between Massachusetts and New York right now, George. No problem. You're just kind of filling the B2HJK from W1C
and 5ACR. Very good.
I think that call rings a bell. That's right. He did have a 2-letter call. You're right. Yep, that was the guy. Very, very nice man. I enjoyed spending a lot of time with him, as a matter of fact. And he had a beautiful QTH. Not too far off Route 80, convenient distance off Route 80. But, yeah, we pass through Blairstown all the time. My wife has relatives who live in, how could I forget? The mountains in eastern Pennsylvania. Oh my God, I must be losing it. You know what I'm talking about. It begins with an S. But at any rate, she has, and they live in the town, I think it's of Scotia, or Scotrin, that's it, Scotrin, Pennsylvania. So we do pass through that area all the time. But you're putting in a good signal. A little bit of audio distortion on the DX60. Thought you might want to be aware of it. Maybe you're hitting the audio a tad too hard, but certainly a good strap.
And I couldn't even pick you up on the backup receiver here. I'm listening to Mike's SDR in Pennsylvania, and you just like went away like somebody threw a switch. So it could come back just.
Some of the birds. So, yeah, Don Losh, W2DL, he succumbed to cancer about 3 or 4 years ago now. But, yeah, he and I were very, very good friends. And I still miss him. But he had a basement for himself up there. His house was way up on the mountain. And real gentleman. So, okay, well, I'm not going to hold you anymore, Bruce. I'm going to get out of here and, actually, I'm going to go take a quick shower. I'm on duty to make dinner tonight. My wife is babysitting our niece, so I'm going to head out and give her a hand. And we want to thank you. Like I say, you got a beautiful signal here, Bruce. W2XR from K2BLC. Very good afternoon to you. Well, very well, Lee. Very, very well. I'm sorry to hear that gentleman had passed away. Yeah, he was a really nice guy. And like I said, I spent a number of hours with him just talking, and he was showing me around his house. And I was particularly interested, again, in the super insulation that he had done to the house. He commented that the house was so efficient that he was actually having problems finding a furnace that was small enough so the furnace wouldn't short cycle. But you do have, again, a little bit of distortion on the audio. I think you may have turned the audio down a bit on the last transmission. It didn't seem to make any difference, but again, just wanted to let you know of that. Well, very good. Hope to work you again soon. And there were a number of stations in there calling that I'd like to give a shot at as well. So, Lee, hopefully we'll talk to you again real soon. Be well. K2BLC, Blairstown, New Jersey. This is W2XR, Smithtown, Long Island, New York.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. We'll look for you again sometime. W2XR, K2BLC is clear.
Very well, Lee. Thank you again. 73. And I think there was a W1. Gee, I didn't write down the call quick enough. All I was able to write down in the log was the W1 station. But go ahead. Give us a call. This is W2XR.
W2XR, this is W1JD, Juliet Delta Romeo, the name is Wally, Whiskey Alpha Lima Lima Yankee, and I'm in beautiful North Reading, Massachusetts. Over.
Okay, well, very good, Wally, in beautiful North Reading, Massachusetts. I think I know where that is, suburb of the greater Boston area, as I remember. W1JDR from W2XR. Good signal. Good signal indeed. Name here again is Bruce, if you've been listening. And we're in Smithtown, Long Island, New York. We're about 45 miles east of New York City on the north shore of Long Island. Wonder what you're running, and I wonder how you copy, and I wonder if you're participating in this AM rally of ours. W1JDR from W2XR.
Yeah, very good, Bruce. No, I'm just kind of listening around. You know, I'm just... Last year, you have a tremendous signal, man. We're a little overestimating the full quantity. Very, very nice signal. Good audio. The transmitter here is a 32.3 call. The earpiece is a 51 audio. I think I'm not picking up here. I'm using a 7580 kilowatt matchbox. I have a homemade 160 modified dipole center filled with homemade storage space open wire line. The reason I say it's kind of modified, it basically is a 75mm flat top dipole with two zigzag heads, one going northeast, one going southwest, because I ran out of real estate. But surprisingly enough, it comes up very well in this band in 40, and 160, and so anyway, back over to you, Bruce. W2XR, this is W1JDR.
Wow, a vintage station indeed, with a 75A1 receiver, which is probably older than I am at this point. I think that receiver was introduced back in, I think it was 1946, 1947 thereabouts, but of course you would know for sure. W1JDR from W2XR. Well, very good on the antenna. Thanks for the nice signal report. You're coming in equally well. I'm running a 1967 vintage R390A here, and you were coming in about 80 dB carrier level on the last transmission. And we also have a vintage station in another part of the shack here. I'm not using that right now. That's mostly vintage CW and single sideband. But in this particular shack is where I keep what I call the big rig. And the transmitter I'm running here is homebrew, Wally. It's a pair of 4-400As, high-level plate and screen modulated by a pair of Class B 833As. And we're driving the 833As with a pair of Class A push-pull directly heated triode 845s. And the antenna is a half-wave dipole, and like yourself, we're feeding our antenna with 600 ohm open wire transmission line, and the match between the transmitter and the antenna is a homebrew balanced L antenna tuning network. You can see all that stuff up on my QRZ.com page. But good signal indeed, and I copy that you're really not actively participating in the contest this afternoon. I was last year. I worked quite a number of stations, but I think I'm going to take a somewhat different attitude this year. I'm not going to really be going for too many points like I did last year. Would like to make a number of contacts for sure, but not going to be quite as aggressive about it as I was in the past. W1JDR up in North Reading, Massachusetts. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
Yeah, very good, Bruce. Yeah, I have a bunch of Collins equipment here. Where I'm sitting right now, the B3 and the 75A1 are paired up, and next to it is a Valiant with a 75A4. And the 75A4, I bought it off the gentleman that bought it brand new. He didn't have it in parts. And it's absolutely gorgeous. And it actually won first place at the AWA conference about 9 years ago because it's a late model 75A4 with different knobs and nobody had ever seen one. It's a real keeper. But I have an A1, an A2, an A3, and an A2. Anyway, I do have some mods and stuff, but I like vacuum tubes. You know, that underground class stuff. But from what you're telling me, what you're transmitting on, I'm a retired electrician with a wiring inspector. You're spinning the electric meter. Over.
Indeed I am. Actually, I usually keep the rig pretty throttled back. I'm only running 2,000 volts on the plates of the final amplifier and the modulator tubes. I can variac it up to 3,000 volts with a turn of the knob if I want to, but there's no need. There's no need. Nobody would really notice the difference on the air anyway. And this is the power level where I usually, in fact, always keep the transmitter. It keeps the electric bill, let's call it, at the most reasonable level, consistent with all the tubes that have to be heated up and whatnot, while still maintaining a good transmitted signal. But that's very interesting about the 75A4. I have a similar situation. I've got two of them. And the first one I picked up in 1980. And I bought that 75A4 from the original owner who had bought it in 1956. And I have all the paperwork from where he purchased it from. He bought it at Harrison Radio in New York City. It did not come with the original box. That indeed is a very, very, very unusual find, as I think everyone would agree. But that particular 75A4, I think it's serial number 4225, has all three filters in it, and it's in absolutely pristine condition. I mean, not a mark on it anywhere. Then the other one I have, I actually acquired as part of a swap. There was a local guy here who was settling the estate of a mutual friend. The three of us knew this gentleman who had passed away. And he said to me, he said, I've got another 75A4. Do you want one? And I said, well, I already have the one I have here. And he said, well, do you want to make a swap or something for it? I said, well, what are you interested in? And I had an old Ampex Model 400, which was a monaural portable professional tape recorder, not a very desirable model, incidentally. I think it was a 403, actually. And he said, would you want to, swap that for the Collins? I said, yeah, that sounds like a fair deal if you think it's a fair deal, and that's what we did. And that one is a very late serial number. It's in the 5000s. It has the different signal strength meter compared to my other 75A4, where, once you get above S9, it's got the reddish color indication on the meter scale. And that one also has all three filters. And I actually use that one in my my vintage shack. If you go to my QRZ.com page, Wally, you'll see a picture of that particular receiver set up in my shack. W1JDR, this is W2XR.
Actually, the Valiant that I have here is a factory wired Valiant. And another story with this one is a friend of mine who runs a towing company in the next town over. We're going back about 15 years, maybe 20 years. He called me one day and he said one of his friends passed away. He was an older gentleman, and he said he used to be a hand back in the day. So he says, I got some stuff. I'm going to put it on the record and drop it at your house. He brings me this Valiant factory wired ones, unmolested, beautiful condition, and he gave it to me. And the thing works amazing. Jimmy HLR says that, the audio coming out of this for a factory wired stock one with a D104 microphone is probably the best he's ever heard. And of course, Jimmy, you can make it sound better, but the thing is, I want to keep it the way it came to me. Yeah, he had a bunch of gear that he just gave it to me, so I didn't refuse it. And it sat in front of my shack for a while before I made sure everything was okay, and we did put a couple of filter caps in it. And it works great. I use it on the brake. Anyways, I want to have this show here and show the other people who can have this picture here. So it has nothing to do with it. It's great.
Yeah, make sure I have it. I think somebody was transmitting an unmodulated carrier. Hang on 1 second, Wally.
That was a letter T.
Well, hopefully my signal is strong enough to overcome that unmodulated carrier. Very, very interesting on that Valiant. I've never really been much of a collector of vintage gear. I don't think I've ever had any Johnson stuff here. No, I take that back. At one time, I did have a kilowatt matchbox, but I never used it. But I could tell you two other things. Back in 1985, there was a local ham, a two-letter call. I remember the man's name, but I can't remember his call. Ted Wilden, that was the gentleman's name. Rather cantankerous old guy back then. Owned a electronics, like a surplus electronics place here on the south shore of Long Island. Again, very cantankerous, not a pleasant guy to do business with. But anyway, he had passed on, and one of the engineers who I had worked with when I was in the defense electronics industry comes up to me one day. He was a ham also, and he says, "Would you be interested in a Collins KW1?" And I said, "Oh, I know exactly what the transmitter is." I said, "What about it?" And he said, "Well, I'm settling the estate of Ted Wilden, and the transmitter is $800 bucks." Well, I knew even then, back in 1985, that was a good price for a KW1. And I was just in the process of buying this house at the time, so I really didn't have the disposable income, even the $800 bucks, to buy a KW1. But the other thing was, too, I had this transmitter, this homebrew rig. So I really didn't see the need, pardon me, of having the KW1. So another engineer that worked with us at the same place, George W2KRM, he bought the KW1, and then he sold it probably about 10 years ago, I guess it was. Sold it to some guy out in California for $19,000. So there you go. So that's story number one. And then the other story, which is really not a story, was I also had a Collins KWS1. And I wanted that really to be the correct companion to my 75 A4s. So I had the KWS1. It was actually completely redone. And I just lost interest in it. I never ever once put the rig on the air. And then I sold it for what I paid for it. Guy in Connecticut came down and picked it up. But I don't miss it. From what I understand, they could be very problematic transmitters. So I have something that I think is even better. I have a TMC GPT 750 with the single sideband option, which I think is a better rig than the KWS1 any day. And then I also have a kind of like a clone of the TMC SBT1, which is similar to the single sideband version of the GPT 750, but with a much better linear amplifier unit inside of it. So anyway, that's the experience of my Collins doings in the past. W1JDR from W2XR.
Yeah, very good, Bruce. Well, all I can say is it's a good thing that all of my stuff is in the basement on a concrete floor. Because if it was upstairs, I got a funny feeling it would end up in the basement. I got an awful lot of weight down here with all this stuff. And, you know, I'm 75 years old, and I started getting rid of some of it. You know, either stuff that I had duplicates of or stuff that I started that I was never going to finish. So I wouldn't leave the little woman with a big pile of stuff. But somebody will be smiling when I expire, I'll tell you. I've got a few of my friends who are going to take over and liquidate the stuff. Their hands will be much under iron. Anyways, I'm sure there's other people out there, and I did hear Clark chime in. So, W2XR, I'm going to take off and go make a cup of tea. This is W1JDR. Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, stand by there, Brent. Well, very good. Very, very good there, Wally. Nice to make your acquaintance. I think we may have worked possibly last year. The call does sound familiar. I'd have to take a look, rather, in my station log. But, yeah, I have a similar situation. This house is never blowing away. And I've been slowly trying to get rid of stuff, too, but I just don't see how I could ever get rid of all of this stuff. I mean, we both have stuff that we simply don't want to get rid of. You know, that's for sure. But a lot of, like, component parts and stuff like that I've had here for 30 years, 35 years, that it's just so obvious.
And it's been great talking with you. N3TQW, Barry 73, King Mike 4 X-Ray Golf.
Larry, later on, have N3TQW. To be there, Clark. N1BCG from W2XR. Gosh, I could have sworn it was last year, but very good. Thanks for setting the record straight.
Well, no, you're right also, because Ladies' Night Redux was last year, but Stephanie and Carrie were all doing it from their respective homes, so we tried to recreate it on Saturday night, so I think that may be what you were remembering.
Oh, okay, very good. Well, that's encouraging. Are they still having Ladies' Night tonight, do you know?
We'll find out. It's part of the excitement of this event.
Yeah, both ladies also put in very, very good signals into this QTH as well.
Yes, they have broken the ionosphere 3 years in a row.
Was I fortunate enough to hear Brent W1IA in there?
Yeah, hi Bruce. Hi Clark and Wally, if you're still listening. Yeah, I just got back from a late lunch. My wife and I went out, and good to hear you. Beautiful sound as always. Anyway, I just walked in and just trying to spend a few minutes on the air.
Well, as you know, my friend, it's the AM rally. I'm not taking the same level of
how do I say this, aggressive operating. Maybe that's not quite the right term, but I'm really not going for the gold this year like I was trying last year. But hey, I'm going to stick around for a while and make as many contacts as I can. But your radio sounds good this afternoon. I can hear that soft start as always. Whenever I hear that soft start, I know that's going to be, I know it's going to follow, your audio is going to be following very, very shortly. But a good signal this afternoon as well. And did you fix the transmission case on your tractor? W1IA and the group from W2XR.
Well, I'm happy to say, Bruce, that it looks like the epoxy held. I had to stop by John Deere and pick up another gallon of hydraulic fluid for the Transact, so it's a very specific blend and a new filter. And lo and behold, an hour out in the yard with it and no trails of yellow. It wasn't marking its territory anymore. It was a huge crack. But I'm going to fab up in my shop a transmission brace using a turnbuckle to keep the fulcrum action from the weight of the machine from splitting the case. It's a poor design, Bruce. 2 bolts on either side of the axle housings support close to 2,000 pounds of tractor.
Yeah, I'm surprised that John Deere would resort to something like that. I would agree. That's not really indicative of a good mechanical design. But do you have any idea what caused the casting to actually crack the way it did? Did you hit something with it or what?
Well, to your point, there is no skid plate on cast aluminum transaxle, and I banged that bump out from the casting a number of times running the machine with a loader. So to answer your question, yes. And I started analyzing the mechanical engineering of it, and came up with an answer to the failure. It literally ripped the casting laterally and horizontally, 3 inches by 3 inches, right around the receiving, pocket for the screw on the clamshell. So, anyway, I'm gonna, in the spring, if the epoxy holds long enough, I'll fab up basically a transmission mount with a skid plate, and hopefully that'll be the end of my woes.
Hold on 1 second, Brent. Things are really warming up here, and I'm just going to increase the loading on the rig. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay, that should be it for the duration. So it sounds to me like the way that the engineers designed this thing, you're applying way too much torsion to the transmission case. That's where the torsion is actually being absorbed. Is that right?
Yeah, if you picture a classic pumpkin, like a rear axle, except that the axle housings are bolted to the main section. And the problem with the design is there's only 2 bolts on either side of the frame.
Number India Sierra?
Face forward. But there's enough flex in the case from the tremendous amount of weight on the machine that it was a bad design. It lasted 20 years, though. So that's amazing.
In retrospect, I think you just used the key word. If it lasted 20 years, and if the problem just occurred, then maybe the design on a cost basis wasn't necessarily all that bad. But then again, this is, if I'm not mistaken, I've seen pictures of your tractor. It's really a consumer-grade piece of equipment. I don't think it's something that would be used
5 days a week, 8 hours a day. So maybe in retrospect what I said is not entirely appropriate. It was not a good design, and probably for another couple of bucks the engineers could have designed the thing so that problem wouldn't have even have existed. But it sounds like you have a good idea for fixing it, and I would agree with the concept of using the skid plate. The skid plate would probably absorb maybe some degree of the torsion, not that much, but more importantly, if you ever did run over something, at least the skid plate would protect the transmission housing from being damaged.
Yep. Well, the casting is probably a 1/4 inch thick. And as you know, aluminum castings are fairly brittle. Excuse me. So I've got to do a hybrid design. I've already figured it out. It's going to be a turnbuckle and a rubber cushion like you would have for a standard transmission mount. And I'm going to put about 10 foot-pounds on the turnbuckle on one side with a floating slot. So picture a big plate, and it'll have 20-degree angles going up to the frame. And I'm going to tension it until I start to put pressure on the rubber mount. And that plate will be fairly large to be able to protect the bottom of the case. But I've already engineered it in my mind. I just got to weld it up.
Good for you. So it sounds like really all you want to do is just put enough preload on the transmission mount to basically carry a portion of the load that the case would normally see.
Yeah, and if you do the math on the calculus on the load on that case at the bottom, it's phenomenal. It gets multiplied from the fulcrum nature of the moment. So you nailed it. I had to analyze the failure, and the nature of the tear corresponds to it, and it will happen to the other side. So I'm going to engineer an improvement in the design. But the base machine, it's in between homeowner and commercial. 22 horsepower, lots of torque. It's PTO driven implements, plus I have a loader for it that'll break away 750 pounds. So it's not a lightweight, but it's certainly been durable for the most part. Anyway, we're boring the hell out of people, Bruce, and I appreciate the thoughts. And I'm just going to kick back here and relax and not leave Clark out and some others. Back to you for any comments, and really beautiful sounding radio. W1IA with a frog in my throat.
Nah, don't worry about hogging the frequency. I've been here for a while, not a problem. But one last question for you, Brent. I'll let you take a break. Is it possible that you can TIG weld or MIG weld that aluminum casting to basically take care of where that crack was in the housing?
Yes, I could. The problem is, in order to properly weld it, I had to take the transmission out of the machine, which would be a nightmare. The whole seat pan fuel system has to come out, the tank, the lift pump, the hoses, the wiring, and the link. And then I have to use my chainsaw to lift up the tail of the machine, roll the split the case, take out the axles and the pumps and all the mechanisms. It's got to be acetone washed or pressure washed with chemicals and then treated and then preheated using a 4043 rod and TIG set up on a cleaning action at low temp. So yes, it can be done, but if it's done improperly, you'll ruin the case.
So with GenCam 4XG,
Oxy is a long-term fix.
Yeah, I'm certainly hopeful. Excuse me. The epoxy has got a tensile strength of 4,640 pounds per square inch. And I did die grind reliefs into the crack and cleaned it with acetone and then heated the surface before my first application of epoxy. And I drilled a relief hole for the trailing crack. So I'm praying that my engineering on the repair holds.
Well, sounds like you did your homework, that's for sure. Let's hope it does hold, because I know you don't want to go to that hassle of having to, it sounds like, take that machine completely apart just to, TIG weld that crack. But anyway, okay, I'll let you take a break there, Brent. Thanks for bringing me up to speed about that. Sounds very, very interesting. And why don't we see if we can give some of the other stations who want to get a couple of points here for the AM rally, see if they want to make contact with us. Anybody looking for contact for the AM rally, give us a call. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
Hey guys, W3MMR. I'm just sandbagging.
What's up, Perry? KD2BRM. The dryer is off. We got kilowatts to put out.
Hi, Perry.
Yes, you certainly do, Ernie. You're back in fine style.
Yeah, hey guys, be right back.
Copy. Good afternoon, Brent. Good afternoon, Perry, Bruce, Clark, everyone else out there. KD2BRM. Just to let you know, the dryer is off. We have full 220.
Well, I would characterize your signal at this point, Ernie, as clear channel.
Ah, very good. Ditto. All right, you guys are sounding good. Good. Pick it up there, Bruce. See if anybody wants to get some points. I'm just sandbagging here, just being myself. What's up, Par?
Okay, very, very good. KD2BRM is back in fine style, running QRO at this point. There were a slew of stations that were calling in. I heard Perry. Good afternoon to you there, Perry, W3MMR, who was sandbagging it. Who else is calling in, looking for a contact here? This is W2XR.
WX10.
Charlie, good afternoon. Always a good signal from the state of Rhode Island. N1XZW, and sounds like a relatively lot of other stations calling in from W2XR. How you doing there, Charlie? Okay, well, stick around. Maybe there's some stations that would like to talk to you as well. Who else is in there who'd like to give us a call? This is W2XR. N3HFK, I think it was. Let me get you here in the log. $426. And let me get Perry in here as well. And there we go. We're done. N3HFK, I think it is. November 3 Hotel Foxtrot Kilo from W2XR. Name here is Bruce. And the QTH here is Smithtown, Long Island, New York. How copy?
I copy you full pin with 12 dB of attenuation on, so you're doing great. And yeah, good afternoon, Bruce, and good afternoon to, I think there's quite a few people in here. Not a real regular on AM, and I'm not really contesting or anything, but since it was the AM rally, I think I thought I'd just get on here and work a little AM. Running a rice burner over here, 756 Pro 3. Got a small amp, getting about 100 watts a carrier, but unfortunately I'm limited to 3 kilohertz. There's nothing I can really do about that. But, Bruce, I'm just noticing here, we talked exactly a year ago, so I'm guessing it was probably the last AM rally, but just thought I'd jump in here and say hi and get on AM for a change.
Well, you're certainly putting in a great signal, that's for sure. You're coming in about 60 dB carrier level on my R390, and the call does sound vaguely familiar, and you're probably right. The last time we probably worked was the AM rally of last year, but would you be kind enough to give me your name and your QTH if you would?
Oh, yeah, I apologize. The name here is Randy, located in Ashland, Massachusetts.
Okay, let me just get that down too. Okay, yeah, the QTH does not sound familiar. The call does, but for some reason, you know, seeing a N3, I would have
W3 MMR. W3 MMR.
Class B, 8.
Hello, radio. KD2 BRM. W3 MMR. Hello. W3 MMR.
Very good, Bruce. And yeah, I'm looking at your shack on QRZ. Just amazing. I don't have a lot of boat anchor equipment, to be honest. My oldest radio is a Drake TR4C, which I'm actually in the process of converting to be a continuous carrier AM rig. I thought I'd try that.
8040. You know.
But I am a real fan of the antique stuff, and particularly stuff that is in pristine condition. And it looks like you've just got an amazing collection of equipment.
Hello. W3 MMR. W3 MMR. W3 MMR.
Yeah, I'm really not a serious vintage gear collector like some guys are. I was very lucky in my, how long now? My 52-year long career in amateur radio. Some of the stuff just happened to find its way here.
Hello, radio. W3 MMR. Shh. W3 shh, MMR. W3 MMR. Testing 1 2. 3 4 5. W3 MMR. Standing by.
3-1 Oscar.
Now, Bruce, you are going to submit this log to the AM Rally, right? Because we wouldn't want to miss out on all this.
Well, you know, I'll tell you something, Clark. There were, I think, 115 or some odd contacts that I had submitted last year, and my vocal cords started giving out. I don't know if I want to go to that kind of time and trouble again, but yes, whatever I log, I will certainly submit it to Steve, that's for sure.
That'd be awesome, because you're doing a great job. And I was going to say, you know, you can extend this a lot. You just got to create macros, you know, just commonly said things, and then you could just sit there and, like, automate the whole process.
Nah, I'm a dinosaur. I like old school. You know that. Now, in a way, it's, you know what it kind of always reminds me of? What it must be like to be a DX station on 20 meters and have these enormous pile-ups, because that's pretty much what it sounds like.
Well, you could be a DXpedition station and surrounded by guano on a coral reef in the South Pacific, and it would be a lot less comfortable, but yeah, I get it.
Anyway, yeah, I'll be submitting my log to Steve, but I did hear a number of stations calling in on that last go-round, and I heard, I think it was an X-ray Oscar, maybe 1XO or something. Why don't you try giving me a call if I've got the call right. This is W2.
Hello, radio. W3MMR. KD2BRM. W3MMR. KD2BRM, W3MMR. W3MMR. Yes, Ernie. 3860. Yes, Ernie. Ernie. 3860. W3MMR. State of mind. KD2BRM, W3MMR. Guess nobody wants to talk to me down here. W3MMR. W3MMR.
Let me make sure my tunings are right here. Yeah, last WR's off a smidge, but nothing to write home about there. What's up, Perry? Just checking with you. I like a one, not to be one of those anal folks, but yeah, I'm at like a 1-2 here. But I'm just gonna leave it alone. What's up, dude?
Oh my God, that's 5, man. I was at like a 1.6. I didn't even notice. I cranked it back down. I was up on 40. I'm at a 1.20, 1.24 SWR. But I usually set it for where I keep it in the window, and then I can run throughout the AM window. I can actually tune from almost 3800 to 4 megahertz, just about under 2 to 1 with this antenna set up in the tuner, so it works really well on 80, but it's really, really tight on 160. Yeah, what's going on, man? Happy AM rally day. I'm home from work. I'm happy. Long day, long week. You're putting in a good signal. Good to hear you. What's going on with you, big dog?
Not much. Yeah, no, same here. Yeah, I haven't even forwarded around with the the Matchbox I got from you there. You know, I always like to take covers off, clean things up. You know, do the usual BRM activity to it. But all good stuff. Yeah, I got the same thing. You know, depending how I tune up. Sometimes if I tweak the tuner the right way, I can go low where I have like wide frequency coverage, or in this particular case, like I could go from like 38, 75 to like, well over 4. I could go out of band on the high end and it's fine. But if I start going down in frequency, I have to tweak it. So no, 3860 is fine, man. I'm like a 1.5 to 1 here. I'm just being goofy with the SWR reports there. But yeah, all good stuff, man. Yeah, looking at the carrier, it's the amplifier's performing well here. Probably about 200 watts, give or take. Yeah, man, sounded good. Yeah, I figured you might have been working today. I wasn't sure what your plan was. But all good stuff, man. The MMR Shack is sounding real good here at the BMR Shack. So over to you, Perry, W3MMR, KD2BRM, floating AM signals back and forth.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Clark. Good evening. Yeah, man. Good stuff, Ernie. Yeah, I usually do the same thing too. When I get something, I like take it all apart, clean it, wipe it all down, scrub it up, and that's usually the first thing I do. It's so funny. I guess a lot of people, I would imagine a lot of people do that. What's going on, Clark? Good signals.
Just a refugee from 73.
Yeah, I feel you.
Well, hey. So what's going on, cool cats? Enjoying your Saturday?
What's up there, Clark? How you doing? Yeah, we got in there earlier talking to you barefoot on my CB4 watts before, which was very impressive that you guys even heard me. But what's cooking over there, man, at the BCG Shack?
Oh, I heard you fine business with that 6BQ5 final you were running there, good buddy. Yep. No, it was doing great here. Just goes to show you that when you have a good antenna in good conditions, power, overrated.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly helps, but I think I threw out a couple of sarcastic, like slightly negative comments, which I'm not sure if people heard, but got to be careful with that. But anyway, all good stuff, man. You're sounding good as always.
Well, the negative comments, those will live forever on YouTube because there's always somebody posting videos of these frequencies.
Yeah, I like to, when Bruce says things, I like to just throw in, sarcastic comments because I don't know. Bruce is Bruce. But anyway, all that good stuff. Over to you, Perry.
Yeah. Oh, man, yeah, not too much going on. Here, just a lot of stuff been going on at home and on the home front here. And the family kind of all came to a head this morning, and it's been a process. But you know how that goes, and we've all been through it. You've all been through it, I'm sure, so... yeah, man, I'm just glad to be off work. It's been a long week, man, of work. Work's been brutal, but I actually, things might be looking up on that home front. That's all I'm going to say, but next week things might be, turning around on on the job front. W3OR.
Does that date back to our breakfast toast at IHOP?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, very good. Okay, well, good luck with that.
Yeah, man. Looking forward to it. So anyway, I got this power. I got a guy. I'm going to buy. I'm literally probably going to go on DX Engineering now. My dad has all the stuff over at his house. He's got receivers for anything, but I feel bad for like, hey man, come over here, bring all your stuff over here, to track this noise down, because like sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not, and the stuff he has, the one little handheld receiver he's got this ICOM little handheld receiver that goes from basically DC to daylight. And I don't want to, he just got it, I don't want to ask him to borrow it, and then it's going to be hard to time, getting him over here. My shortwave radio that I has does the aircraft band, and so does my FT70 HT. Okay, but I can't find it on the aircraft band yet. Okay, but it's obviously very strong here, 160 all the way clean up to 40. And this is 100% power line noise. There's two separate sources of it. And I just can't track it down with the little shortwave, handheld shortwave that I have that goes from, like I said, the AM broadcast band clear through to the AM aircraft band.
Hate when that happens.
Yeah, he knows about it.
Yeah, it sucks.
Thing is, I've just been chasing this. Clark, Ernie, you guys know, Charlie, it's been going on for years here. It's just one thing after another, switching supply. Then it was a television. Then it was another switching supply. Then it's power line noise. It's like, I just got to move into a field. So anyway, that's how you kill a conversation. Yeah, my one neighbor is about 10 feet away at their house. The back of their house is about 10 feet away. And the other neighbor, and that's like my antenna too, okay? And my other neighbor, like from my house is across, I got a side yard. It's probably 30 or 40 feet over to their house. And then it's clear all the way back another 150, maybe 120 feet. But my antenna goes to the corner of the property, which is about 20 feet from their house. Okay, so like, I can't get away from it.
Well, I'm on a dead-end street, and there's 7 houses, and the street is the length of like 3 tractor trailers.
Oh, really? Yeah, I see. It's gone now, and then it'll come back. It's like, whew, it's brutal. And the noise blanker on these Anons, man, Ernie, I don't know if you've experienced it, but it works so good. It'll knock it out 1,000%. But if a strong signal comes in within basically 35, I think it's like 35 or 40 kilohertz of either side of my passband or either side of my received frequency, it basically shuts off the noise blanker. So if there's a strong signal on sideband, man, it's like between every word, as the modulation's dropping out. It's so annoying.
Yeah, like kind of wide in on the carrier, basically.
Right, exactly. Like when Bruce keys up, it turns it off. But when you guys are in there, the noise blanker is doing a great job. But like Bruce keys up, it's like, see ya.
So that basically says that we're piss weak compared to Bruce.
No, well, he's like 40 over. You guys are like 20 over.
Yeah. Like Avis, we try harder.
Bruce.
Oh, boy. Anyway. I wish I had a big radio.
Yeah, well, I'll do whatever I can with 175 watts of carrier. You know, I'm not going to discuss my transmitter every time somebody doesn't ask me what I'm running. A walkie-talkie from Radio Shack with a telescopic antenna breaker.
A space patrol?
No, it's like, yeah, we're here in the AM rally, and yeah, I'm running a 756 Pro, and you sound real good, click. And then it's like, well, you know, you get the whole itinerary and resume of what they're running. It's like the guy didn't even ask that. He doesn't even understand what you're saying, guy. He's running an ICOM 756 Pro. He just came from CB. He has no idea what you're talking about. Stop wasting time. Did I say that out loud, KD2BRM, Bodie?
Oof. Man. Clark, he's had no filter lately.
Isn't that great? It's sort of like when you have gas in a hot tub, like there's nothing that filters it.
Oh, my God. It's such a horrendous and specific smell.
Absolutely. You know, that you think that, like, if you have a water pipe, you know, it tends to filter some of the stuff out, but that doesn't work for, you know, methane.
I try to do a good service to people that don't really want to say what's on their mind. I try to do that for them. So, I don't know. I'll take, you know, for whatever it's worth.
Ernie, unfiltered on 3873, but temporarily 3860.
Yes, we're down 13, Casey, yes.
But we still get reminders that 3873 is alive and well.
You know, you guys can always go onto my stream and rewind it, and you can see what I'm talking about with the noise. Shoot. Man, if you want to bash your head against the wall, feel free. I need to buy a new tube for my amplifier. The one went soft, and I've been using my backup tube, and I don't want to use my backup tube anymore.
Hey, speaking of amplifiers, maybe somebody could answer me a question. I'm running an amplifier here that has two modes. One mode is CW and tune, and the other mode is SSB. And I'm on AM. Which mode should I be running in?
Isn't usually the CW plate voltage higher, Clark? Ernie?
Just increases the filament voltage for SSB, but I don't think it's required or recommended for AM. So I could probably get a little bit more power if I go to SSB filament voltage, but I keep it on CW. So for whatever it's worth, from my lips to your ears, I would say just keep it on CW, whatever you're doing there.
To flip it into sideband just to see what would happen, and yeah, the power came up. But then again, so does plate current, and plate current was right on the fringe of beyond the maximum that was acceptable. So I put it back to CW.
Well, wait a minute. First, if you're running an amp for CW, it's going to run Class C because it's much more efficient, and you're going to sound like hell if you try to run AM through that. If you have it set for sideband, it's running linearly, which would be proper for AM.
Ranges out a little bit because I don't like where the current meter is going.
It's very easy to amplify CW because there's no sidebands. I mean, it can run Class C. So I think what happens is the bias on your amplifier changes between CW and sideband. But since CW has no audio associated with it, the amplifier doesn't have to run in, you know, in any reduce or more efficient modes like AB. It can run in full-blown Class C and it would end up using up a lot less power because it's running in a more efficient mode.
What's the manual say?
Change the plate forward.
How about the manual?
Yeah, Clark, just off my memory, I would have to actually go back to the AL 1500 manual. But if I remember correctly, it said to keep it in CW for AM and CW operations and put it in SSB only for SSB. Because I think it increases the filament voltage or something. And again, I'm like almost talking out of my balloon nut at this point. As far as
balloon nut,
I can't get facts, but I just remember reading up. And I've always left my AL 1500 in CW mode, whether I was in SSB, AM, or any other mode, because it just, from what I remember reading, it just puts like an extra stress on the amplifier, especially in AM mode. But again, I probably shouldn't have even keyed up because I gave very little factual information in this transmission. But anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. So I always keep my amp in CW, and I think Perry's running an Ameritron there too. Don't know if it's in AL80 or something like that, but I'm just curious what his .02 is on that. So whoever's next, take it. KD2BRM.
I don't know, I'm running AL80B. I just tuned this sucker for match smoke, you know, and run it till she brung it. Run it like she brung it. I run 170 watts of carrier. I ran 210 watts of carrier for a long time, but tube went soft in like 2.5 years, so I'm not going to run that much power out of this anymore. But yeah, man, this doesn't have like CW or SSB switch, but I know there's different tuning procedures for either or, so, and different, you know, grid current, plate current specifications. So yeah, W3 everywhere.
Well, end result, the manual says not to exceed 0.6 on the current, and it only goes up a half a point when I put it in SSB. Right now, at 148 watts, of course swinging higher, it's between 5 and 6. On my peaks it might be hitting 6.
You know, and by the way, I'm going to say this up front. I have never owned an amplifier, so what do I know? I'm willing to, come right out and admit that. But the thing is that if you amplify a CW signal, there's no need for any linearity. So, because you're not amplifying a varying waveform, you're amplifying a single sine wave. So you can operate that Class C, which means that amplifier would be wildly efficient. But if you're going to amplify a mode that has sidebands, like AM or sideband, then you'd have to have that amplifier's efficiency would have to drop way down, and it would have to become much more linear, because now it's got a varying waveform to amplify, and it's got to keep both halves of that waveform intact. So I would have thought that an amplifier manufacturer could get a lot of efficiency out of having a CW mode where it can go Class C, and then for AM and sideband, change the bias and have it go Class A or AB. So, but as I said, I've never owned an amp, so I'm probably not the person to ask. And I'll even, after all that, N1 BCG there, I just tagged myself.
W2SDR.
WC2K.
got to read the manual.
Stop listening and start reading.
Yeah, Charlie, you got to read the manual because I know the AL 1500 has different filament voltages for CW and slot bucket, and they tell you if you're gonna talk on AM to leave it in CW. So, not gonna get into arguments or whatever you want to call it. But anyway, I heard Frank in there. All good stuff. KD2 BRM, I'm in CW mode on the AL 1500, and I can only hurt you more if I slap it into SSB.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening to Mr. WC2K as well, and good evening, Pop W3MMR.
Hi, everybody. This is WC2K. I'm just looking for rally contacts. I'm trying to rally here, and all I'm hearing about is witches and rumors.
Here, let's pass this guy around like a barmaid and give him some contacts. N1 BCG operating a homemade solid-state rig in southwestern Connecticut.
Man, I'll grab it next. Name's Perry, as I'm sure you know. W3MMR, running a Apache Labs and non-200D SDR, 170 watts of carrier, located in Chester, Pennsylvania, 7 miles southwest of Philadelphia here, in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. That's what we got goings on. W3MMR.
Okay.
Pick it up, WC2K. We'll give you contacts here, man. Bring it.
Yeah, I just I need a spelling on Apache. Hurry over.
Alpha Papa Alpha Charlie Hotel Echo. Alpha Papa Alpha. Yeah.
Okay.
It's happy hour, man.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, we're running the same here, WC2K. Name is Ernie, Echo Romeo November India Echo. Call sign is Kilowatt Delta 2 Bravo Romeo Mike. Running the same Anon 100. Well, not the same. Perry's running some more bougie version. I'm running the ghetto version, the Anon 100. Over here in Farmingdale with about a 200-watt carrier. But you sounded great coming in here, so back to you there, station.
Okay, thanks, Ernie. This is WC2K. My name is Rick. I'm in Tabernacle, southern New Jersey, and running a Japanese boat anchor. It's a 70-pound Kenwood TS990S. Barefoot, 50 watts to a sloping halfway backhaul. Nothing fancy here. My primary real vintage rig is down for repair, so that's a Collins rig. So no need to make that notation in your log. All right, sounds like fun. Good to hear everybody. Frank, Perry, especially you guys being local here, enjoying the QSO. So we'll sit back here. WC2K.
Yeah, Rick.
Nice signal over here. A neighbor, very nice crystal clear audio too. W2SDR. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Rick. Hey, you're smoking over here, bombing in tonight. Good to hear you, man. And it's chilly, 26 degrees. I don't think it got above freezing today. It was windy all day. So yeah, welcome to winter. Mother Nature is what is it? Old man winter? Yeah, old son of a bitch.
Hey, Rick, you got N1 BCG in there, right? Because I'm a bonus station, so I want to make sure you get the right credit.
Yeah, Clark, of course. I have you.
A boner?
Loud and clear, big strong signal as usual. I do a lot of listening, very little operating on the
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Perry, this cold stuff is all relative. I worked a station that you all probably work regularly. I can't remember his call sign right now, but he's in Vermont, and it was 7 degrees there and windy and 15 inches of snow on the ground. He's the guy that operates his Flex remotely. Gosh, I can't. I don't have the info in front of me, so anyway, you probably recognize it. He's got his Flex out in the barn. He's got an online SDR too, and a real cool guy. So it's all relative. I thought today was like a heat wave compared to what we've been through.
No, yeah, you're probably talking about Carmine W1EQX. He's been on the past few days quite a lot, and he has a really good web SDR. Well, it's a Kiwi SDR. It is a web SDR, but it's not, I guess, the webSDR.com thing. You know what I mean? Anyway, yeah, he's got a pretty good setup, good sounding station. I think I heard him on 40 meters today. I had tuned the radio to 40 meters and was streaming all day. Been streaming since the rally started, 24 hours a day. So I had it on 40 meters, heard him up there. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow and getting up on 40 meters and maybe in a little bit here going up to 40 meters and trying my luck. So yeah, good to hear you, Rick. And I'm just complaining to complain. You know me. All these guys up there in New England, man, and like Ernie and freaking Charlie, they got 2-3 feet of snow, and I'm down here with no snow on the ground. It's been raining, so I'm living it up compared to them boys. W3 MMR.
Yeah, it was Carmen, W1EQX, right on.
Man, throw the man a fish.
And it was on 40 meters.
Clark, why are you a bonus contact? What the hell did you do to warrant that?
I appointed myself as a bonus station as an organizer of the event. So, see, you can do things like that when you're corrupt.
W2 SDR.
W3 MMR. Give me 1 second. I got to run down the hall real quick.
Okay.
W3MMR.
How come you wanted to come here?
No, I was asking you if you wanted to. I didn't know if you wanted to come down here for a bit because it's crowded up there.
Well, I sent you a message. Yeah, it doesn't. First of all, Ernie sounds like he shoots to the wind. But anyway, I just wanted to clear that up, but I didn't want to get into it up there. I sent you a message about the AL 1500.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, you can see the switch, the SSB switch. Hold on a second. That switch switches 2 Zeners. Just changes the bias voltage. So you have the 2 Zeners in series, okay, for one mode, okay, for the CW and SSB, okay. So you have the switch is open, okay, for sideband and shorted out for CW. And all that does is increase the bias on sideband on the tube and reduce the bias into Class C, not even Class C, it's Class B, actually, the bias if you looked at the curve of the tube and the voltage. So it's Class B in CW and Class AB2 in sideband. Just by changing the bias on the tube. It has nothing to do with the filament voltage. The filament voltage is the same for every mode. Let me hold on a minute. There we go.
That's what I was thinking. You know. But no, yeah, that's very obvious. It's just like the stacking Zeners when I was biasing the modulators in my DX100. You know, use it. You know, that's the same principle. It's adding another Zener to change the bias voltage, and I guess in this case increasing the bias for SSB. So, okay, I didn't when you first sent it to me. I saw S1A, S1A. I guess that's the band switch, but I didn't see that switch down there at the bottom. Anyway,
that's very common on linear amplifiers. Now they don't run them completely at Class C. That would be taking the bias off completely, and that's just not as clean. Okay, even on CW. So they do bias their tube somewhat, but not as heavily as sideband. And you got to use, a lot of guys put it on CW. They use that, okay, because it's it's more efficient, because it's not biased as heavily. But it's also not as clean either. And that's a big mistake. Ernie's calling me on the other radio. Hold on a minute.
All righty. 1, 2, 2. Let me back this down a little bit. W3MMR.
This is WA1MTZ.
Let me text you when I'm done with him, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna go up to 73, alright?
Yeah, sure.
W3MMR.
Thrown off guard there. Clark throwing out the general comment there. I just give me your call so I could put you in my people log here. All good stuff. Back to you.
Yeah, 32 BRM to be when I'll be 10 now.
right, WA1LBK, KD2BRM. Yeah, nothing fancy here. Just running a modern-day Apache Lab kind of, solid-state thing with the computer, the screen, the SDR, the pan adapter, all that fancy junk. Putting that into an Ameritron AL1500, about 200 watts. Going into a Johnson Matchbox kilowatt version with 600 ohm open wire line into a 110-foot double at about 40 feet. So pretty much the cookie cutter Long Island station here. Nothing fancy, man. We're not going to be a big old strapper here on 75 meters like some of the other stations, but we do what we got to do. We get the signal out. And all good stuff. So sounding really good. Hopefully that answers your question. And the microphone's a Heil PR40, nothing fancy. Same thing into the front of the radio with the onboard EQ. So anyway, all good stuff. WA1LBK from KD2BRM. Back to you.
Yeah, okay, Ernie. KD2BRM. Yeah, fine on this. The Apache SDR. And I also got an SDR play at SDRDX. Also hit from the team okay, let you go and thanks for
Hey,
right,
Tom,
no
before you run, I have one of those Haggerty DDS VFO kits also.
KD2BRM, over to you.
That was a massive double. But Tom, are you ready to copy?
Oh, well, gee, Tom, I was saying I have one of those Haggerty DDS VFOs for my Viking Valiant also. That's a great kit. Did you get the amplifier for it, the separate amplifier?
That's why I've been driving the Viking 2. The Viking 2 is a junker I picked up at Deerfield and Rehab.
Deerfield Rehab. I love that. Hey, by the way, before you run off, you also have Charlie, N1XZW in Rhode Island, if you want to scoop him up.
Okay, all right. Charlie, you there? W1LBK?
W1LBK, N1XZW. Hit Charlie in Rhode Island. Call is November 1, X-Ray Zulu Whiskey. Oh, yeah, Kent County. And we're running a Ranger at exciter level into an FL2500 amplifier and listening on an SX99 receiver.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah, the call is November 1, X-Ray Zulu Whiskey, N1XZW. And we're in West Warwick, Rhode Island. Is that so far?
Okay. Well, I find some of the is surprising in a way. The ICOM 7300 digs out noisier signals better than the the R388 does. But considering there's like 6 years difference in age in the radios, it's not maybe not too surprising. So I just had not the glorified, not one of the glorified TV versions. This is a vintage one, and it does not have any sort of locking to push the clock. So it's called that one. So let's see. Okay, yeah, like I was telling the other guys, transfer here is Johnson Viking 2 with a WA1FFL digital VFO kit, controlling the frequency. The receiver, I mainly trying to use the Collins R388, so like I say, in fact, I'm surprised you're it's not all that strong here on that, but I can copy it no problem without too much difficulty on the using the ICOM 7300. Back to you, Charlie. M1XDW, W1LBK.
W1LBK, M1XDW. Hey, Tom, I don't know if you got my rig. It's a Ranger with an FL2500 Yaesu amplifier and an SX99 receiver. Anyway, I don't want to tie it up. There's a bunch of guys in here, so if you got all that, we're good to go.
Hey, Charlie, you came up a lot. Wow. W3 MMR.
Power line noise level here, so...
That was a massive double.
Give me your equipment again, please.
Yeah, it's a time of day with Charlie. Where'd you go, Charlie?
Yeah, well... Did he ask me something? It was a massive double there.
Yeah, I think he asked that you were running again.
All right, yeah, a Johnson Ranger, running a Johnson Ranger with an FL2500 Yaesu amplifier, and the receiver is an SX99 Hallicrafter.
Hallicrafter.
Guy, maybe he faded away. I don't know what the hell just happened. Everyone's gone. Some people are here, some people are gone.
In fact, yeah, I like a lot of the Hallicrafter receivers myself. My own first receiver is a List 85. I know some people around here, I gotta go through the alignment. It's okay physically, but I gotta go through it for alignment and stuff. So, okay, I know the backup of the guys on frequency. So I'm going to turn back to Fox here. M1BTG, if you're still around, pick it up every now and again.
Great hearing you, Tom. Have the finest business evening ever.
Yeah, same to you, Fox. The Baby LBK player.
Man, it's a mess out here. W3 MMR. Good evening to all.
Hey, Perry. Where is W2SDR? You still out there, Frank? I've been stepping away. Maybe it's my fault, haven't heard you. I've been getting beers, getting cream de mint, all kinds of stupid things over here. Where's Pop?
Hey, Brent. He's on the other radio at the moment. He's on the HT. I think he's on Fusion. Yaesu Fusion. Wires X, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. So, good evening to Brent. Good evening to all. What's going on, Brent?
Yeah, thanks for the text message, Perry. W1IA. Hi, everyone. I'm probably not going to stay in here too long. Yeah, not that you need to hear a maintenance story, but I think I beat it, Perry. I'm going to make that bracket. I may have to tackle that pretty quickly. I think I can fab that up in the shop. pretty fast. Get out the plasma cutter and the welder, and I just got to find a turnbuckle and make a sliding plate with the cushion for the base of the case. I figure if I can put, 20 foot-pounds of torque on the turnbuckle and then watch the rubber cushion squash a little bit, that should be enough.
What is this, like WWF here, but turnbuckles?
Cool, man. I was thinking the other day about asking my neighbor to use their tree for a support, because it would probably raise up the one side of my antenna another, I don't know. The apex is about 70 feet. The one leg is the end of the one leg is probably 30 feet, 35 feet up in the air, and then the other leg is about 10 feet off the ground. And it would put the one leg up about as high as the other one. So then I was like, man, then they'll probably plug in something in their house and it would destroy my ham radio experience.
Dogs generally put one leg up.
Hey, Charlie. How you doing?
Well, just hanging out, Brent. Just hanging out.
Yeah, well, I know you want to update, but I ran the machine for an hour, and it didn't mark its territory.
Is this to say it didn't put its leg up?
Yeah, it didn't piss out all hydraulic fluid on the snow. Thank you, Perry, for the tips. And I baked the crap out of that stuff. It was stone hard, Perry.
Yeah, sorry, I sidetracked there for a second with the antenna thing. The bracket you made, or you're going to make, just make it out of, you can probably just make it out of angle iron. I don't know how high you have to come up off the chassis, but and that JB Weld is amazing stuff, man. I've been using that for 20 years working on cars, dude, and that stuff is, well, you use it right, you mix it correctly, the mix is correct, you don't want to use too much hardener, and make sure the surface is prepped correctly, and that stuff will save your ass.
Yeah, I used the syringe style with the activator and the hardener, and what I did after I prepped it, I had baked the case. It was pretty warm, probably 150 degrees. Made one last clean out and warmed the surface up before any more drips could form, and packed it in, let it dry for a few hours, roughed it up, and then put a second coat on it pretty heavily. Not a drop anywhere. It holds almost 2 gallons of transaxle fluid. There's no real pressure in the case, but as you know, the fulcrum load from the axle housing could cause it to separate until they make a transmission mount for it. And you know what? Screw the turnbuckle. I'll just fabricate it up so that when I tighten the bolts on either side of the frame, it'll squash the rubber. I just have to plan it out and put spacers under it, and I think that's a better way of doing it.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see more pictures of like the surrounding area and what you have to work with,
Yeah, there's a picture of the replacement transmission on my Facebook posts, but where it attaches, it's a stupid design. There's 4 bolts available in the axle housing on the left and right side of the pumpkin, and they use 2. And there's 1 cross brace on the frame, but the tail of that machine sees hundreds of pounds of weight. almost 1,000 pounds. So the case is cast, aluminum, and when you consider a 2-foot fulcrum working on those flanges, no surprise it ripped the case.
Oh, man. Yeah, really. How about that, man? That thing has been like a living nightmare for you.
Yeah, I don't want to take over the frequency with this talk, but suffice to say, I'm going to improve it. 20 years it lasted. But Murphy, bloody hell, man, I get the diesel running perfectly, and the first time I use it, it was peeing hydraulic fluid everywhere. Lucky I was able to limp it back to the shop and put it up on ramps. And then when I investigated, I was horrified.
I looked under there and just tossed the thing. Like, no! Anyway.
Well, knock on wood, it runs, and it runs.
Knock in.
It was running on 2.5 cylinders for 20 years with that bad head.
Right, that's
Man, I start that sucker up, warm it up, and that thing throws snow like a banshee.
So, all right, so anyway.
Throwing the snow like a banshee. So, I'm just imagining like a ghost throwing snow right now.
Somebody's underneath you guys trying to talk to you.
Who's that?
Yeah, you.
What? Not me, no. What's up, Frank?
Hey, what's happening, man? W2SDR.
Good, man. What's going on, partner? How you doing?
Doing okay. Band certainly is crowded tonight, man.
Hey,
yeah,
Pop.
That's why we're down on 30,
I'll say
60
Perry.
in the ghetto. In
Pop,
the words of
yeah.
Elvis
I got
Presley, in the
Pop,
ghetto.
too, now.
Yeah, hey, Frank. Oh, Pop. Yeah, we're going to start calling you Pop.
Yeah, Ernie calls me Pop, too, so it's like I'm everyone's Pop.
Yeah, the Pop.
Yeah, I'd like to, Frank. If that takes off, I would like to take a little bit of credit for that, because you're our Pop here on 75 meters.
Oh my God!
Telling Perry that earlier, anyway. So you get full credit for that one.
You keep it up, and Pop will tell you to go to bed early.
That's fine with me.
Or we're going to hear the sound of his belt coming through his pant loops.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
You're a bad ham.
Cool. If all those slop bucketers that get on 3868 at night would get on AM this weekend.
Yeah, I heard some grumbling last night. I laughed like hell. V1IA, 5:30.
Yeah, there's I just tuned up to 40 meters to see if there was any stations on AM. There's a station on AM, but it's definitely not in America.
Yeah, it's probably like 80 over 9.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. I don't know. They're speaking English, but they got an accent.
Contact.
And 1XVW. Isn't that what you said just before you pull a propeller?
I may be talking to you, Charlie.
PID?
Yeah, Frank. K3BID.
Yeah, I'm hearing that.
Good signal.
Why is it every time somebody keys up is a double key? You're supposed to have that sixth sense that tells you, no, don't key somebody else's.
You just double with them. Anyway, that's why I like to key up for a second, unkey, and then, see if I'm doubling. But it works most of the time. Anyway, good evening to the other station breaking in. I have horrendous noise here tonight, so I can't really hear you, but good evening to you. W3MMR, Perry, Philadelphia, Anon, 200D, Chester, PA. Yeah.
How was your noise on 160 thing?
Much better than it is here. The power line noise is there, but it's not quite as strong as it is here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Ernie called me on Bushmills here, so I want to get back to him because I don't hear from him too much on there. He was snuck downstairs to get his wife a beer, he's having a glass of wine. So while he was down there, he was tuning in. She said he really couldn't hear, only a real weak signal on 73. I said we're all over down here because of the rally, but he had snuck away for a while, so we had a cue soda. And he said I got to get back upstairs, so I wanted to jaw with him for a while. He's ready to put up his 160 antenna too, Perry. He's got it all built and everything. He's just got to shoot it up there.
Yeah, man, that'd be cool. Be cool to hear another Ernie. And well, I hear Ernie on 75. I'm talking about on 160. Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Get down there, sneaking away. You know, gets lost down there. 2 hours later, she's asleep upstairs on the couch. Oh man, good evening to all. Is there anybody else out there that wants to join in? Who's just listening on the side? Wants some AM Rally contacts? Feel free to join in. This is W3MMR. I couldn't hear those guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, who's calling me? What's the comment? Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Refresh my broken head. DID. What's the call again?
Brent, he's talking to my dad.
Go ahead, Brent.
I'm KA3VID, Victor India Delta. I met you at one of these recollect that?
Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah, of course I miss Frank very much. Yeah, it's Bill, right? Yeah, good to hear from you, Bill. Yeah, I miss Frank, and I hope his wife is doing okay. That was really tragic. So, yeah, I remember meeting you at Timonium. Boy, that was a long time ago. Good memory. Anyway, really wonderful to hear from you. It's been too many years. And my partner in crime is still kicking. WA1HZK, Keith. So I miss those days. Anyway, great. Thanks for hanging in there. I was just listening on the background. J3VID W1IA in the group. Yeah, you're about 20 over, Bill, on the 2-element array, so no problem copying you. But thank you again for the call. I'm going to relinquish the frequency and probably head upstairs. Anyway, a pleasure is all mine. 7-3.
Hey,
logging for the AM rally, I can give you one more station.
Real quick, Clark, John, W2WDX is on watching the stream. And he said, and he wants to say hi, and he's saying hi to the rest of the gang as well. W3MMR.
Oh, well, John, if you're listening, hello there! Get on the air sometime so we can talk in real time. But anyway, in the meantime, have a great evening. Alrighty, well, if anyone's looking for another logging for their AM rally, N1 BCG, Southwestern Connecticut, homemade, solid state. There you go. Well, that works. I wanted to give you sort of like the speed service there, so before you ran off. Well, no, I was going to say if you're logging for the AM rally, I'd just give you my information so you'd have another contact. Oh, all right. Well, then I take back what I just said.
Good evening, y'all. MTYKX.
Whoa! Blast from the past. What's up, dude?
I'm hanging and banging. How's everybody over there?
Hey, good to hear you, Andrew. Been a long time, man. Hope all is well. Good signal.
Everything sounded good over here. Yeah, it's been a while, man. I had trouble with the tree and boating. A lot of boating involved, but the tree, had a tree go down, and then I wanted to put the antenna up, and in another tree, and my wife was like, "That means that wire's gonna hang down over here, and you could see it," and it was like a pain in the neck. But eventually got that all worked out. So a little bribery usually works pretty good. So now I'm back in business.
Well, good, dude. You sound great. Rig sounds awesome. Great signal. Good to hear you, man. Really, really good to hear you. Glad you're back on the air. Good to hear some familiar voices, that's for sure. And good to hear a lot of new voices. Anyway, I'm going to step on the side for a little bit. I got to make a phone call, and then we'll be back in a few. This is W3MMR. If anybody wants to check out, actually, I got a live stream of the, obviously, the QSO here. You can search the AM window is the name of my channel on YouTube. So just give it a search there in the search box and give it a look if you want to see what you're sounding like in Chester, Pennsylvania. Don't mind the power line noise. W3MMR. We'll be back in a bit.
Good evening.
And there he is, as always, as I'm exiting stage left. Good evening, Shane.
I think you do it on purpose.
I'll be back.
Man, it's like we've completely recreated 3873 down here. What? I guess that means we're all refugees.
How's it going, Clark? Across the pond?
Oh, it's all going great. It's a Saturday. It's a great time to be inside. Free G out there. And just enjoying a AM rally weekend.
Yeah, I hear that. I do hear that.
Oh, we'll see. It can be finicky, but over the past couple of nights, it's started to go away, and then it came back, and then it actually held in there for a bit. So I'm kind of like keeping fingers crossed it'll do that again. Typical woman. Or Spuytenduyvel Belgian beer, right, Ernie? Uh-oh. Did Ernie drop off? Wow, maybe it's just us left on frequency. What's up with that?
Yeah, the conditions today have been really strange.
Oh, really? What have you noticed? Because I was doing a lot of band hopping. I never keyed up. I know, what use am I? But I did dial around checking out a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't really leave 75 meters, but it seemed like the usual suspects that at certain times of the day were definitely lower or higher. Yesterday was terrible. I mean, the conditions yesterday were terrible. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, but anyway, just needed it.
The first weekend in February is a very easy to remember time, and that's why the AM rally is here. But the first year that we did it was on April 1st, and I kind of thought that was better. It ended up being moved earlier because to get away from the static and stuff like that. But the benefit of April 1st is the sun sets a lot later than it does February 1st. And there's some benefit to that from a propagation standpoint.
Yeah, that I could see, absolutely. So how is everything over? It's near Greenwich, right? So, it's here in Northport. It's pretty cold, but nothing like what I've been hearing from everybody else up in New England area. Like negative 10 degrees and this. Yeah, that's I could never do that.
No, our area is tempered a bit by Long Island Sound. I mean, Northport, Greenwich are both on Long Island Sound, and it has the same effect. Like it doesn't, like when it snows, we tend to not get as much as inland. And when it gets hot, it tends not to get as hot. When it gets cold, it tends not to get as cold. So Long Island Sound seems to be like the giant weather capacitor. It just sort of filters a lot of that stuff out. Interestingly, speaking of the North Shore, I was researching NDBs today. I know, what are people to do on a Saturday? Non-directional beacons from the past. There used to be a long-wave beacon, a navigational beacon, in Old Field Point. I'm sure you're aware of that. Old Field Point. What is that? That's definitely out to the east a bit from here. I think it's across from maybe Fairfield, Connecticut. But, yeah, Old Field Point. There's a lighthouse there now, but there used to be a low-frequency radio beacon, which I believe the identifier was OP in Morse code. All right. I'm interested in stuff like that. But anyway, you just mentioned Long Island, and, well, there's my tie-in.
Yeah, Old Field is right next to Port Jeff. I think that's where the spot is. And how long ago was that?
Oh, hello, Sidebander. The frequency's in use, but you didn't know that. That was, I think that was active up until the 80s, and then they started phasing them out. I mean, today it's been gone for a bit, but Old Field Point was, I remember hearing it actually when I was younger and I was into DXing that kind of stuff. But I'd say it probably went away sometime in the 80s or 90s.
Yeah. I got my ticket in 1994. So, yep. I was a C-beer before that. So much fun.
A lot of people were C-beers. In fact, The CB radio that I got on Christmas morning, 1977, is sitting right in front of me. I can touch it with my left arm. And it's been plugged in. Can you imagine that? It's been plugged in and displaying the time on its LED clock since basically Christmas morning, 1977. Here we go. It's a realistic TRC 457. So it was one of the early 40-channel AM and sideband rigs. I'm sorry? Well, this is the one that it had the LED clock and then the separate power and SWR meters and stuff. It's really, I love it. You know, there have been times when I thought about, you know, putting it up on eBay, but people who know this kind of stuff and probably know me said, don't do it. You'll freak out. The moment it's sold, you're going to wish you'd never sold it. And I think they're right. So I hang on to it.
Yeah, you can't sell that thing.
You guys should see it. It's like there isn't a single scratch on it because, you know, I was the original owner. I got it when I was 13 years old, and all it's done is sat either on a desk or on a shelf, plugged in and operating. It's never been, you know, like I said, it's never been mobile. I mean, literally, there is not a scratch on it. It looks like it's brand new. So, yeah. There's some deep sentimental value to it, too.
Well, the next question is, what channel do you monitor?
You know, I find channel 31 to be... 31 is one of the ones that I find interesting, because I find that there are conversations on 31, and I think that they're either in Long Island or down towards the city. And they actually have very reasonable conversations. I'm trying to avoid the word QSO. There have been times that I put on Channel 31 on that, and that conversation has been more intelligent and interesting to listen to than some of the stuff on, well, I hate to say it, 75 meters. So that was very impressive. And then if I had to say there was a number 2 frequency that I listened to on there a lot, I checked Channel 6 because I want to hear this, not listen to the Super Bowl, but it's a harbinger for finding out if 10 meters is open. So I checked that, and I check Channel 14 because there's a lot of ISM stuff on there, which is industrial, scientific, and medical. There's some wacky devices that operate on Channel 14. That in itself is a long story. And then the last channel is Channel 23, which has got some really bizarre FM digital paging. And I'm trying to figure out what the hell these things are. But if you ever put on Channel 23, which, by the way, the FCC did license for up to 50 watts. That's right, 50 watts, not for citizens band use, but for other stuff like radio control and all that. There are companies that have taken full advantage of that. And if you listen to Channel 23, you'll hear, if you're in the right area, from time to time, you'll hear this dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. You know, and then there'll be all different signal strengths. They're all over the place. They're this FM digital, you know, signaling stuff. And I'm mesmerized by that. I'd love to find one of those things and find out what the hell is that. So there you go. There's the complete rundown of what I listen to on CB, N1BCG.
Some of that stuff you hear is wireless keyboard and mouse signals.
Hey, Clark, what was the model number again? I want to look it up online.
Yeah, it's a TRC, Tango Romeo Charlie 457, TRC 457. And it came out in, it came out in 1977, right after the 40 channel allocation was approved.
That thing is cool looking. I was looking up already, and that thing is really cool.
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of sentimental value to it. It would be very hard to part with it. In fact, you know, it's funny. When I first got it, I actually did have a CB call sign. Yeah, I was one of those kids. And I cut out a small piece of cardboard with it written on it and stuck it on the front of the rig, KBFX6925. Yep, that was my call sign.
Yeah, it's a little double keen there. There's one right up behind.
See that? See that? You know, people on ham radio, they diss CB radio a lot, but the reality is, and I really mean the reality is, I think they're into denial because a lot of folks went from CB to ham radio. In fact, CB radio is I think, quite a, maybe not now, well, maybe it is still now, but I know that for a long time at least, and maybe continuing, it was a sort of like a staging ground, you know, for CB. Because, I mean, you can do just so much on 10 meters, but then people find out what you can do on HF, and it's like, yeah, there's an appeal to that. So I don't know. I don't diss CB radio. I think that it's a good entry point for amateur radio. Man, there's some dude running ESSB, and I guess it just doesn't matter that we're here, whatever. I know, we're the invaders. We're the outsiders for this weekend. I guess that's what got them butthurt. Hey, but if you're a sideband operator and this is the frequency you're normally on, we have got a special 55-gallon drum of butthurt cream just for you. All you need to do is send in your call sign. We'll look you up on QRZ and a self-addressed stamped envelope to P.O. Box, amrally.com. And when we receive that, we'll send out your gift. It will be discreetly packaged, so your YL, if you have one, doesn't realize that you just received a 55-gallon drum full of butthurt cream.
Getting hotter and hotter to hear anybody here. N1XVW.
Is 3873 available? We can always try to go back up there.
I would at this point. I tuned up there a couple of minutes ago and I didn't hear anybody talking, but then again, my antenna, you know, who knows?
I think that might be a wise idea to give that a shot. I will see y'all up there. We'll make the most of it because this is, I mean, I do feel a little bit bad about being down here. I mean, I understand why we're here, but these guys, you know, this is like playing piñata with a hornet's nest. All righty. All right. N1 BCG.
N1 BCG. Hello, Clark from North Carolina, W4GUZ. How are you?
Hey, GUZ, good evening. Hope you're hearing me okay with all the goings-ons on frequency.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's like walking up and hornet snap with a baseball bat. N1BCG. What rig are you on tonight, Clark? Strapping as always here in the Carolina.
This is the 200-watt homebrew solid-state Class E rig, if you're logging that for the AM Rally.
They're very good. I always kind of stuck here in the middle. I always want to come down to 3873 and say hello. And stuck in the middle between the north and the south. And the Class E rig always sounds good. And I'm not a contester by any means, and this is as close to a contest as you'll ever see me participating in. It's been fun. I've been sitting in the seat since about 8 this morning. I drank a lot of coffee. 1BCG,
I have no problem drinking a lot of coffee. That's my favorite beverage. That's what gets me up every day.
Yeah. I've been up on 40 meters most of the afternoon, and that's pretty congested. And the water's the first time it's pushing the AM button. So it's been quite the experience. And like I said, we're on both sides of me down here, but I can hear you. You're quite scrapping over top of me. This is Brannon in Bakersville, and I'm on the 20V2. And Chitty missed me on the flex tonight. Good chatting with you. I'm sure we'll run into each other later on down. Maybe tonight or tomorrow. I don't have any plans. Get some more seat time down here. Take care. Thanks for the contact. L1BCG W4GUZ.
All right, Brandon, always great to hear you. And by the way, that's a great lash up, the 20V2 and the Flex. It sounds like you've got the best of both worlds there. I'm going up to 3873. I don't know if that frequency is good where you are, but we can all migrate up there and pick up where you left off.
Bruce is still up there doing his non-contesting thing.
Coming in from the funny farm. We love our animals, but the pigs. When it snows and the ground freezes and then it thaws, you can imagine what kind of mud we're dealing with. I just heard you in here and can tell you a quick hello. Yeah, I'll jump in. It's been a month of Sunday since I talked to Perry or any of those guys. I'll see you up there shortly. L1BCG W4G.
All right, sounds like a plan. Yeah, Ernie. So we're just gonna do as you saw on CNN over the past couple of years, we're gonna do Occupy 3873. So see you up there.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I was just letting you know in case you weren't monitoring up there for a guy that wasn't going to be active and recording a lot of stations. He's doing just so. But, all right, catch you in a bit, Clark. I'll meet you up there, KD2BRM.
I would like to be like the rescue operation for Bruce. I'd like to bail him out so he can actually get dinner. I mean, he's holding down the fort by himself on 3873, and I think it's time for us to go up there and let him take a break and get some nourishment. So see you up there, N1BCG.
Oh, I will do, Clark. Meet you up there.
You're
appropriate modulation transformer for the types of vacuum tubes that you'll be using. And again, if you run, for example, a pair of 4-400As like I am, the Class C load is about 4,750 ohms. The Class B load is about 9,000. But again, I'm using 833As modulating 4-400s, but there's no reason why a 833A to 833A transmitter configuration, if you understand what I'm saying, if that modulation transformer wouldn't work out perfectly well for you as well. But in your retirement, that'll be a fun project. I think this rig is pretty much done. The only modification I would ever entail to making to it would probably be to the high voltage power supply, where I'd remove the swinging choke, which is also out of a Gates kilowatt class AM rig, and I'd just go with a capacitor input filter. You don't have the issue of power supply bounce, so you usually would be able to get higher positive peaks, and you could apply more aggressive audio processing to the rig if you wanted to, if you went with a suitable capacitor input filter. But you need a lot of capacitance if you do that in order to maintain adequate ripple rejection, ripple suppression of the 120 hertz ripple frequency. But anyway, that's another conversation for another time. But again, a great sounding little DX60, and it was nice to work you too there, Bill. And I'm going to stand by just for your final, and then I'll turn this over to, I think it was K1IT, and then we'll pick up W2ENY. So KD1SH for your final, and the group, this is W2XR.
Okay, Bruce, very good, good enough. Thanks for the advice on the mod transformers. I have heard from several people, and that particular Thorderson tends to have a somewhat limited frequency response. I'm kind of kicking myself in the tail here. At Deerfield, when I picked up the Gates mod reactor, there was also a mod transformer. And I decided to pass on that and think about it. Like I said, it happens when you see something you might want in a manufacturing. So I'm going to walk around a little bit and think about that. What happens? You come back and it's gone. So there you go. But others will make themselves available. So now I've got all kinds of tubes to choose from. I've been collecting tubes in preparation for retirement. I've got some 810s. I've got some 813s, but I'm particularly fond of those 4-400s. Anyway, oh yes, and I am familiar with Tom at work at K1GJ. I've never met him, but I've spoken to him a few times during AM rallies. I've always enjoyed following his building exploits on the AM phone forum. Absolutely fantastic. Very, very good. He's very knowledgeable. And, on top of being very knowledgeable, he's very ambitious. And he just gets right in there and starts building and building and building. The stuff that he builds is incredible. He is quite a prolific builder. Anyway, 7-3s don't want to hold it up. Thanks for the contact. Very much enjoyed the piece. Have a great time in the AM rally. W2XR.
Okay, Bill, very good. Yeah, it seems like building your own gear is becoming something of a lost art in this hobby, unfortunately. And I've always been a big practitioner of building my own equipment, that's for sure. And obviously you are too. But good luck with that new transmitter. And yeah, I would not consider the Thorderson iron. If you're going to go with a big plate modulated rig and you've got something that's equally hard to find, the modulation reactor, then the broadcast kilowatt class mod 73. We'll talk to you soon. Let me turn it over to K1IT, I think it was. So K1IT with KD1SH now signed.
W9WO and
K1BCG because it's overdue.
Oh, N1BCG, hello. Clark, this is K1 India Charlie, K1IT. Sound like a T, perhaps with a C. I'll be very short here, Bruce. I just wanted to make contact just to say hello. I haven't done the AM rally before, so here I am. I'm right across the water from you in Fairfield, Connecticut. And Comac. I grew up in Belmore in Nassau County, so I'm familiar with Comac to a certain extent. Anyway, I'll keep it short. I'm running an FT1000 Delta that's driving an Alpha 76A, and the antenna is a center-fed ZEP cut for halfway about 160 meters and up about 60 feet. Nothing like what you have, but it serves me well when I get on. So, well, back to you. W2XR in Comac, K1IC in Fairfield.
Okay, very good. I'm sorry, sir. What was your name?
Yeah, so am I. Gary, Golf Alpha Romeo Yankee. Sorry.
Okay, Gary, just getting you down here in the log. K1 India Charlie, not K1IT, but K1IC from W2XR. Well, good signal, very strong signal. Rig sounds good. And I'm familiar with Fairfield, Connecticut as well. I used to work for a division of General Electric, and I had visited the GE corporate headquarters in Fairfield, and I'm not sure if they're there anymore. I think I had heard that GE, well, first of all, it's not even the same GE that it used to be, that's for sure. But I had heard that GE had relocated its corporate headquarters to Boston, but I could be wrong about that. But the corporate headquarters in Fairfield, pardon me, I'm losing my voice here. Corporate headquarters in Fairfield, that was a big sprawling complex off of, I believe it was the Merritt Parkway, as I remember. So I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yeah, man.
Up in Fairfield. K1IC from W2XR.
Yep, that's right. They were in Fairfield for a while, and about 2-3 years ago they signed off, sold the property, probably a little more than that, went to Boston. And the Sacred Heart purchased the property and is using it for a variety of activities. And the town is leasing a space there. There's a couple of towns in the area are leasing the space to do their emergency communication centers there. So lots of people here. I heard Clark, and then there's that other station that's been waiting. So I'm going to sign and let you carry on with the rest of them. And good luck. Enjoyed chatting with you. This is K1IC.
Okay, Gary, very good. Yeah, I was wondering what became of that property, and I did not know that Sacred Heart purchased it. That would be a good place for a college, though, because there were a number of buildings on a very large campus, and it was a nice place. I never met Jeffrey Immelt, probably just as well, and I certainly would never want to meet his predecessor. What was his name? Neutron Jack? What was his last name? I have the book that he wrote. That's a whole separate story. I'm not a big advocate of the GE style of management, and I'm glad
Jack
that
Welch.
After our company was acquired by General Electric, we all started a new business, and we had no more to do with General Electric. But again, another conversation for another time. Good to work you. Thanks for coming by. Good signal, and good luck in the contest. And on that note, we'll pick up Bob, who's been sitting patiently in the wings, waiting to make contact. K1IC signed with W2ENY to take it. This is W2XR.
Very important point. AM Rally is not a contest. It's an operating event.
Yeah, man.
Operating
event.
When does it officially end?
Bruce, nice to work you there. AM Rally. Privileged to be out here with you, Nicole, you cool cats here, and man, the AM activity has been fantastic. I was up on 40 meters a little bit earlier.
Aren't you glad you bailed him out, Clark?
Long, some nines in there with Midwest. Man, it was just
some audio.
Good to have some. Man, look at my audio. It's like crap.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's got a good carrier, but very, very low modulation.
Yay. Oh, yeah, that's a lot better. Sorry, man. I was on the iPhone last night from the bar, and yeah, sorry, I didn't reset my volume control here because I was remote. And, well, now I'm here at home, and anyway, I'm sure the audio is a lot better. I'm much better modulated now. If I look on my QAX meter. It's great. Anyway, I'm throwing this on Facebook too, or Hatebook, whatever you guys want.
104 yet.
But anyway, good times, Bruce. Always a pleasure. Running a Flex 6500 SDR here with an Ameritron AL 1200 amp. Running about 200 watt carrier, and things are looking good. The band conditions are great. The band has not gone long yet, and I am appreciative of the band gods for that. And the antenna. Sorry, the antenna here is dipole. It's fed with the, as Timmy calls, the crappy brown stuff. It's fed with open wire line, 450 ohm open wire line. And
it's not open wire line.
It's up about, I think it's on 30 feet on one side and 40 feet on the other, and I still got to work on that.
Let the guy talk, guys.
How many months now? And anyway, let me kick it back to the Bruce. Fantastic signal as usual, of course, and all that W2XR, and everybody that's listening, including the K3FEF reflector there. This is W2ENY, Cornwall on the Hudson, New York.
Okay, Bob, very good. W2ENY and some other stations on the side from W2XR. First of all, Clark, thank you for correcting me. You happen to be absolutely correct. It's not a contest. It's strictly a rally, a get-together. And I remember I made the same error last year. And I believe it was you who corrected me then, too. So thank you very much. But good to hear you, Bob. Good signal, and I'm glad you turned up the audio. W2ENY and some other stations that I think want to jump in here as well from W2XR. Up there on Cornwall on Hudson. I know where you are. And I'm surprised you're running the Flex 6500. I thought maybe you would have run the... don't you have a 32V as I remember, Bob? Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a 32V3. I got a 75A1. They're over here to the left of me, and I was going to do that today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe that sounds like a good idea. It's either those two or the. I have a Valiant over at the workbench, and I've been using the Flex 6500 a lot only because I have the computer software, the SDR stuff with the FTDI cable that goes to the USB port over here, and I also have that over there. So when I'm doing the eBay stuff in the mornings and stuff, it works pretty good. But you know what? I gotta get my Bravo Alpha Sierra up early in the morning tomorrow. And you know what? I'm gonna put the 32V3 on. Thank you so much for the motivation, and I think we're going to do that. Be a good time. I don't have any audio processing set up for that. I just have the D10-4 hooked up to that, and yeah, that 32V2 is like absolutely beautiful. And yeah, I'll thank you for the motivation and setting a fire to my bass. And I'm going to make that happen tomorrow. This is in Cemetery Bruce, all the best, and good luck in the operating event. This is W2ENY.
Okay, Bob, very good, very good. You're sounding good as always. Pardon me. And I think whatever rig you run, you'll sound fine. I'm really getting a frog in my throat here. The water helps, I think. Anyway, we'll let you run. There were a number of other stations in here that I think wanted to make contact, and maybe we'll work you tomorrow on the 32V3. So thanks for dropping by as always. We'll talk to you real soon. That's for sure. W2ENY signing with somebody else or a couple of other stations in there, I think, who wanted to give me a call. This is W2XR.
W1 Golf Hotel Lima.
And hello to City Island Bob, E&Y. Catch you later.
Oh, man, City Island, we got to do that lunch down there, man. Me, you, Phil. Dude, 6 weeks from now, the heat shrink's coming off the boat. And I can't wait to go to City Island, brother.
Amen to that.
Now, sounds like a good event. Good time by all. Anyway, there was another station, very loud, that was calling.
Hello,
give us a call. This is W2XR.
1-2. W1 Golf Hotel Lima, over.
Okay, I think it was W1 Golf Hotel Lima, W1GHL. Thanks for giving us a call. Name here is Bruce, and the QTH is Smithtown, Long Island, New York. I wonder what you're running, where you're located, and what's your name. W1GHL from W2XR.
Hey, W2XR, sunny downtown Plymouth. Sunny downtown Plymouth, Maine. The handle here is Frank, and we're running a Flex 3000 with an AL572 amp. I don't have any boat anchors, heavy iron, as we call it. I'm trying to go along with the right stuff right now. Converted V at about 70 feet. You're about 10 over 9 here. Back to you. So this is W1 going home loaded.
What's your QTH?
Plymouth, Maine. Over.
Okay, let me just get you down here in the log. There we go. Okay, good. Good signal from Plymouth, Maine, and a Flex 3000. Boy, it's amazing. Just about all of the stations that I've worked today, certainly the significant majority have been running SDRs. I don't think I've worked a single station. Well, here's a station here was running a Ranger with a linear that was running plate modulation, and no one with a type of rig like what I'm running here, which is not surprising. It's just the way of the world. This trend has been going on for many, many years. But a good signal, Frank, and thank you for the signal report. And I'm not going to hold it. There was some other stations in there I heard giving me a call. So I'll let you make another transmission, and then we'll pick up some of the other stations as well. W1GHL, this is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
Yeah, okay, W2XR, Long Island, W1 going home loaded. Sunny downtown Plymouth, Maine. I don't have a lot more here. Everything's working good. We're still snowed in. I can't get the damn door open to get out and shovel snow off the deck out there. So tomorrow morning we'll get the snowsuit on and get out and clear away a door path and get stuff moving. Thanks for picking me up there. Back to you, sir. I think it's W2XR, W1 going home loaded. 73, sir. Thanks.
All right, Frank. Very well. Well, thanks for dropping by. Hope you can dig yourself out of that snowstorm. I heard that in Vermont they had about 18 inches. We had just a dusting here on Long Island last night. Not much at all. But it's going to get cold tonight. I think it's going to get down to like 14 degrees, which is somewhat unusual for Long Island. But it is winter, and these kinds of conditions are expected. So anyway, again, we'll talk with you soon, and thanks for dropping by. W1GHL, Plymouth, Maine, signed. This is W2XR, standing by for some of the other stations that are giving us a call.
W2XR, please copy Kilo Bravo 3, Romeo, Quebec uniform.
Okay, I heard a KB3 station in there, but I heard another station that was actually quite strong. The KB3 station, stand by if you would, but who is the other station calling? W2XR listening.
KT2 CWM. I'm a local here in East Islip, and I gotta say, you're like 55 over. I've been watching you for a while. Name is Richie. KC2 CWM. I want to say hello. We spoke in the past, and go ahead and pick up the other station because it is quite crowded.
Okay, Richie, I do remember. You were the gentleman who had that, who offered me that speaker cabinet, as I remember, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I remember that conversation quite well from the last AM rally. Gosh, it's been a year since we worked, but good signal, strapping signal from the South Shore into the North Shore this evening. Very good signal, sounding quite good. And, again, good to hook up with you, Richie. Yeah, there's a number of stations in there. I'm going to probably hang in here for a little bit longer before I get the dinner call from my better half. And then I think we'll call it quits for the evening. But thanks again for the call there, Richie. KT2CWN from W2XR.
Okay, you take care, Bruce. W2XR, KT2CWM. I don't know who's getting it, but go ahead.
So, Richie, are you sending it live?
Yeah, man. Copy. Kilo Bravo 3, Romeo, Quebec uniform.
Yeah, man.
Okay, the KB3 station, there was a little bit of QRM, but the KB3 station, go ahead. It's all yours from W2XR.
All right, W2XR, Kilo Bravo 3, Romeo, Quebec uniform. KB3 radio, Quebec uniform. Just wanted to jump in there briefly and make a contact with you here. Let you know that you have a remarkable signal into central Pennsylvania. I'm in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Central Pennsylvania. You have a 20 over S9 remarkable signal, good audio. QSL?
Yeah, I certainly do. KB3RQU from W2XR. My name is Bruce, and we're in Smithtown, Long Island, New York. And I wonder what your name is, and I wonder what you're running. And I'm very familiar with your town. I used to attend, when I was still working, I'm retired now, I used to attend an engineering conference that was held in State College. You know where that is, of course. And we also had a client who was in Altoona. And I visited him several times, and he would always meet me at this engineering conference in State College. And he was also a big classic car enthusiast, which I am too, but he was also a big fan of the Pennsylvania Railroad. So you're no doubt familiar with the Juniata Works, which were based in Altoona, and he and I would talk about the old days of the Pennsylvania Railroad. So yes, very, very familiar with Altoona. KB3RQU, and again, give me your name if you would, from W2XR.
Okay, Bruce, 100% copy. Still a great signal here into Altoona, Pennsylvania. The name here is Scott. Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango Tango. The name is Scott. I'm very familiar with Penn State, as well as the PRR, which became Conrail, which now Norfolk Southern, or as I call them, Norfolk and Lang. But yeah, we have quite the railroad operation here, and always have since the pioneering days of railroading. The shops here in Juniata and Altoona proper were instrumental with the engineering of the railroad industry back at the turn of the century. The rig here, you'd asked about the rig. I'm running a barefoot FP1000 M80. I'm out in Studio B. I do have a...
The station tuning up the frequencies in use. The frequencies in use, thank you.
As well as a couple of vintage rigs that'll somewhat generate AM. But I've been enjoying the AM rally, and I tuned around. I've got a rather high noise level here, so I can't hear many stations. But I have no trouble hearing you. Your signal is between 10 and 20 over S9 consistency for the last half an hour now. don't know who else out there wants to talk, but nice meeting up with you here, Bruce. W2XR,
KB3RQU from W2XR. Very good, Scott. I didn't copy what you were running because somebody was transmitting a powerful unmodulated carrier right on frequency. Could you give me your rig again, if you would?
Yeah, no problem, Bruce. The rig here is a Yaesu FT1000 FP Fairplay. 25 watt carrier from a Fox Tango 1000 FP Yaesu. Copy?
I did. Well, I thought you were running more power than 25 watts. You're definitely doing a great job. Good signal out of Altoona. And, I'm a big fan, as you could tell, of the Pennsylvania Railroad. In fact, I have the book that was written by Stephen Ambrose called Nothing Like It in the World.
This is a time kill.
And very, very interesting stuff. That railroad, of course, was considered the premier railroad from a technology standpoint here in the United States, as you well know.
Okay.
And I'm sure you've been to, what was it called, Horseshoe Curve?
Yes, we have both the Horseshoe Curve, which is still an open and very nice free exhibit. Also, it's not free. You've got to pay, I think, $15 or so to get in. But we have the Railroaders Memorial Museum here in Altoona also. And they do a very fine job of explaining the engineering importance of the Pennsylvania. They called it the Pennsy, the Pennsylvania Railroad back in the day. But the engineering shop here...
Stop that, please.
All right, W2XR, KB3RQU.
I'm sorry, Scott. Somebody just dumped a powerful carrier right on frequency. Yeah, that's too bad. I copied what you said about the museum and the Horseshoe Curve. I guess you're familiar with a locomotive that they also built called the GG1.
Yeah, they have one on display at the Railroaders Museum. And also the K4 steam locomotive, which we have the number 1361 issue of that version of the K4. It's currently disassembled. They did have it running, but then a main bearing failed, and a touch to the boiler failed the problems there. So it's all torn apart right now, but we're hoping to get that going for excursions again someday.
Very well. Very, very interesting. Usually a little bit crowded at this point, and again, I'm getting a little bit of QRM. I was able to get most of what you said. Might as well hedge our bets and continue this, what will probably be another very interesting conversation, hopefully in the not-too-distant future. It's good that I can talk to somebody about, that aspect of classic railroad, that's for sure. Well, thanks for coming back to me, Scott, and I hope you enjoy the AM rally. Hope you make a lot of contacts. I've made quite a few this afternoon, more than I certainly expected, and I know there's a number of stations still in there, so let me see if I can give them a chance to make contact with us as well. But again, thanks for coming back, and good to work you, and once again, hopefully we'll talk again soon. KB3RQU in Altoona, Pennsylvania. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York. 73, Scott.
All right, Bruce, 73s. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. Hope to chat with you someday when things aren't so busy in here. Nice talking with you, definitely, then. W2XR, KB3RQU, 73, my friend.
You bet. 73 once again. And who else was in there giving us a call? This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
You know, Bruce, there are a lot of people on 3873 as happens every Saturday night. If these people are checking in to get points for the AM rally, it would be good to pass it around. They can get, you know, like the extra value meal, they can get a lot of contacts in one frequency.
A very good point. A very good point. So let me relinquish my position and turn it over to some of the other stations. Pick it up. This is W2XR. But don't leave me out.
N1MUC, we're back in here. We were on earlier today. We're back in now to pick up and get some more contacts for the AM rally. N1MUC, Trumbull, Connecticut.
Carl, I'll give you an example. MUC, N1BCG, I'm in Greenwich, Connecticut, so we're practically neighbors. Solid state through rig. There's 1 point.
Yeah, man. Fine business, Clark.
Why don't you get a point for saying man?
Only you,
Oh,
Bob.
man. I'm just saying. Don't say dude, though. Oh, dude. Don't say dude.
Oh, come on, Bob.
I know. Well, you gotta say man. Come on, man.
All right, anyone else want to help out MUC here?
Hey, N1MUC, this is W2ENY. You're 5'9". Looking at operating event.
You gotta say bro.
ENY, thanks. Yeah, we're running, just so everybody knows, we're using a Kenwood PS930S, a heat kit, the SP200 linear, and a 75-meter dipole, 75 feet up in the air. That's what we've got cooking at this end.
Oh man, that's cool. Hold on. That's great. I'm running up. Name is Bob Bravo, Oscar Bravo Bob. I'm located in Cornwall on the Hudson, New York, near West Point. Dude, how many? I'm sorry, I take it back. Man, how many 930s do you want? I have, I think 8 or 9 here.
Zero.
The transformer is like going in the trash can soon. I have one with a PIX board. Anyway, 930 sounds great. I think the 930 has probably the best sounding receiver after the 75A4. So anyway, yeah, running Flex 6500 here, Ameritron AL 1200. Dipole antenna up about 40 to 30 feet, and you're sounding great here. 30. You're 5'9". Cornwall on the Hudson.
Roger. Thanks for the comeback on that, Bob. Just checking W2ENY, all signs correct?
Roger. Eastern New York. And how many of those 930s do you want? I have chassis here.
I am trying to move stuff along here so that someday my kids don't have to deal with all of it. We're trying to move stuff along. I know soon I'm going to be putting a Viking 2 up on the market that I haven't used in a number of years. I got to sort out some of the vintage receivers I've got, stuff like that.
Yeah, man, sounds good. Well, I got a National 183G that I got a couple weeks ago.
Why do people offer information no one
I got a
asks
couple weeks
for?
ago.
It's very annoying.
This hobby is just this hobby sickness just continues. And yeah, I have like 5 Valiants. I have like I forget what 7 Rangers now. 3 that are known working that I've had on the air, and And I did commute. I did commit to Bruce W2XR earlier that I am putting the 32B2 B3 columns on the air tomorrow, and that is a fact. And I believe I have a TR switch for that already, so I don't have to deal with the Johnson TR switch, but good times. Anyway. Wednesday 7-3, all the best. They're in Connecticut there. I do remember that. Anyway, November 1, Mike, Uniform Charlie. This is W2ENY.
Okay. Anybody else? One way or the other. Anyone FUC?
Bravo Delta Alpha.
So I'll give you a rare contact. This is N1GTU, November 1 Golf Tango Uniform.
Yeah, that's very rare. You better catch it.
N1GTU. And what's your QTH?
I am in Danbury, Connecticut, not too far from Trumbull. I've actually done some work in Trumbull before. But if you look me up on QRZ, it'll say Southington. That's my other house. I'm actually down here in Danbury. So don't get confused if you look me up on QRZ. I'm running a Class E rig driven by a Flex 3000. Using a dipole at about 50 feet. Center fed with a link coupled tuner. Anything else? Did I forget anything? N1GTU.
I think that's it. I didn't catch your first name, but name here is Paul, by the way.
Okay, name here is Blaine. Bravo Lima Alpha India November Echo.
Roger. Okay. Let me get these in the lock, and anybody else want to pick you up, and then I'll put out another show.
Yeah, man. Yeah, someone else had thrown their call at you too right before I got in there.
52 BDA, Kilo Delta 2, Bravo Delta Alpha.
Come back again. Had a little bit of fading in there.
At 25 watts, it's probably understood, Paul. Kilo Delta 2, Bravo Delta Alpha, skip in Belvedere.
KD2, is that KD2BD or BA? Over.
Bravo Delta Alpha Battle Damage Assessment. Back to you, Paul.
Roger, KD2BDA.
Severely overdriving in these carriers.
Well, sorry about that. Anyway, nice to hear you guys. I'm going to be clear at this point, so it's back to you, Paul. N1MUC, KD2BDA.
Good copy that time, KD2BDA, N1MUC. That's the contact. Rig here, Kenwood TS930, Eastjet SP200, and 75-meter dipole. Over.
Roger that. It's a TS440S here, and an 80-meter off-center fed dipole.
Roger on the gear, N1MUC.
Kilo Mike 4, X-ray Golf.
Yeah, stand by a sec. If somebody else wants to pick you up, go ahead. I'm just trying to get my logs caught up here.
Hey, KM4XG, this is W2ENY59. Good luck in the operating event.
Yeah, same to you, Bob. How's it going?
Right on, brother. Just have a good old time.
Put you in the log. You're my first contact. I'm
like you, I did a all-out effort last year, and I just don't have the time to put.
I'm going to be motivated. I'm going to be up early and good times. I'm also
make a couple contacts here and there, but nothing as usual. I normally put in as an effort.
KPG.
So I am running the ICO 720 and the 730, 722, and on an HRO 50T. So running about 40 levels to an N40V. For sounding, wonderful. And Comac. Pretty much the bandmaster here, 85 at the moment. W2XR, this is WX3K.
Very well, Stephanie. Good signal from the Poconos, running 40 watts. Sounds like you're running more power. Very good signal into Long Island this evening. WX3K from W2XR. Well, yeah, I think you and I are probably sharing a similar philosophy, at least today, about the equipment that we're running. We're both running old vacuum tube pieces of equipment. In your case, piece of equipment, or pieces of equipment, I should say, that were assembled from a kit by some radio amateur back in the late 50s, early 1960s. And in my case, a transmitter, I think you may recall, that I had built myself beginning in 1979. I'm running a pair of 4-400As, and we're plate and screen modulating those tubes by a pair of Class B 833As, and driving the 833As with a pair of Class push-pull 845, about 1,300 volts on the 845 driver stage. Only running about 2,000 volts on the 4-400s and the 833As. Not running the equipment too hard, never really do. And my receiver, Stephanie, this evening is a R390A with an outboard synchronous detector. And the antenna is a half-wave dipole. It's fed with 600 ohm open wire transmission line and fed with a homebrew balanced L antenna tuning network. So that's what we're using today. And it's quite amazing to look at the equipment in the log here of the stations that I've worked today on the AM Rally. The majority of stations are running SDRs. You're only the second station. I'm going to take a guess I've worked maybe 25, 30 stations today. You're only the second station who I have worked who was running conventional plate modulation. And that's quite interesting. So the technology, the SDR technology, is really taking a hold at this point for AM. And I can't disagree with the advantages of it, that's for sure. But just an interesting observation that my transmitter is rapidly becoming a dinosaur, if you will. WX3K from W2XR.
A dinosaur, oh my. Well, I wouldn't bury it yet. It certainly sounds like it's working very, very nicely. Has that nice transparency in the audio. A little bit of reverberance from your environment in the shock there, which is kind of nice. It's kind of a live sound. I don't know how much of a live sound I have. I have a lot of processing on this audio chain. Currently, the furnace in my basement is running. I don't know if you hear the low rumble of the furnace. The furnace is about probably 25 feet behind me, 30 feet behind me. Here in the basement. SDRs are certainly making their coin in AM in the AM world, 85. There's certainly a lot of folks that still have the old classic stuff out there. And just, I guess they're waiting to contact them. I think so. I have a couple of things here that I'm still not quite done with. At some point, they're also, I got a homebrew 4-400 deck. And I haven't yet decided. I guess I'm going to be modulating it with something. I'm not sure what. The deck is beautiful. It was a homebrew RS deck built by AM many years ago. Interestingly enough, it was linear class. It used a 5R4 rectifier on the input of the 4-400. The bias, and this was modeled after some British hams design that dated back into the early 60s. I have the article somewhere that requires a little bit of a modification here and there. Back to
frequencies in use. The frequencies in use, gentlemen.
400 configuration, and I've got to figure out how to plate modulate it yet. So, still in the works. W2XR, this is WX3K.
Yeah, WX3K in the Poconos.
AA2 PVT is...
What's interesting about the single 4-400A deck, Stephanie, I had built up a single 4-400A a number of years ago, probably back in, oh gosh, it must have been maybe 1975. And that was my very first relatively high power AM final amplifier. And then I decided to build up this deck that I'm currently using, which again is a pair of 4-400As, for really one reason. I came across a modulation transformer that was a pull out of a Gates BC1, what was it, a BC1G. And it was a much better match between the 833A modulator tubes, which I've always used incidentally since day one, and a pair of 4-400As. So I built up the new 4-400A deck rather, and I used the new Gates modulation transformer with the Gates modulation reactor and a 1 microfarad DC blocking capacitor, and that's what I've been using ever since, and it works out really, really well. But I'll tell you, a single 4-400A will put out a powerful signal here on the 80 meter band. If you wanted to, you could certainly crank that thing up to 800 watts plate input. But the only disadvantage you may find running a single 4-400, at least at that power level, is the Class C plate impedance tends to be higher than the majority of kilowatt class AM broadcast transmitter modulation transformers. And in which case you'd have to find something with a higher impedance on the Class C side. What I used to use when I was running just a single 4-400 with the 833As, I had a modulation transformer that came out of an ancient RCA 250 watt broadcast transmitter. And it was a reasonably good match between the Class B plate-to-plate impedance of the 833As and the single 4-400A. I could easily hit about 110, maybe 120% positive modulation with that impedance mismatch, which again was not really severe. But that transformer was only rated at 250 watts, but it was rated at 250 watts with the unbalanced DC in the secondary. So if you used a modulation reactor with that modulation transformer, you could easily get that transformer to support probably close to a kilowatt Class C load impedance, or Class C final, I should say. And I still have that transformer sitting here. I'll probably never use it ever again. If somebody wants it, they could have it. If you ever get to the point where you're looking for a modulation transformer for that single 4-400A, you'd be welcome to it. It's a good transformer, too. It's a big transformer, Stephanie. It must weigh about 160, 170 pounds. It's open frame, made by RCA in the old Camden, New Jersey facility. But anyway, let me know. If you ever get to that point, the transformer's available. And as far as audio processing, I'm not using anything too exotic here. I'm just using an RE27 Electro Voice dynamic microphone, driving a wideband speech amplifier, which in turn is driving a 31-band graphic EQ. And the only form of processing that I'm really using here, Stephanie, is an Inovonics 222, which is a wideband limiter that also includes the NRSC pre-emphasis, which I do not use. I defeat that, and I use my own W2XR high-frequency boost, which I think actually works better than the NRSC presence rise. So that's what we're using here at W2XR, but that sounds like an interesting project for that single 4-400. Definitely go plate modulation. Nothing beats the romance, if you will, of running big tubes, big transformers. It's just, to me, real radio. It's a lot of fun. WX3K from W2XR.
Okay, dragging my feet a little bit there to see if anybody else chimes in. It's WX3K. I'm sorry if I didn't say it correctly, but there are a pair of 4-400s on this RF deck. Yes. So it's a full kilowatt. I have it's got a built-in filament transformer supply, and it's actually a long story, but I'll just kind of abbreviate it. The power supply for this monster was in a rack, a roll-around rack that was about 4.5 feet high. It weighed about 800 pounds, no joke. It had flattened spots on the wheels because it sat in one place in this guy's house for so long. And it was just full of this really old iron. The plate voltage transformer did not look very happy. It had quite a bit of whatever oozing out of it. One of the plates were taken off it, the covers, and had a lot of these older PCB-laden capacitors in it. So I made a conscious decision, pretty much disassembled the whole thing. I kept a couple parts here and there, kept a really nice choke in the supply and whatnot. Aside from that, I handed off a lot of the other stuff to other people that didn't have any problem with those components. So I kind of dismantled the supply in favor of trying to recreate a more modern supply that's a little more environmentally conscious. So that's where that stands. It's a wonderful piece of work. There's nothing like looking at a piece of equipment that somebody has taken painstaking time and effort to craft all the metalwork together with a lot of screws and custom bending, and there's not a single misplaced hole anywhere. It's lined up perfectly. The front panel is gorgeous. Wonderful metering on the front. Belt-driven. As far as the tuning controls, it covers 80, 40, 20, 15, and 10. As far as the tank networks, it's really, really nice. And I promise to get that on the air at some point. It's too nice to just sit here over on the side here and collect dots. It would be a travesty for it to not really go on there at some point in the near future. Right? I'll turn it back to you quickly. W2XR, WX3K.
Yeah, that sounds like a really nice final amplifier deck. I'd love to see a picture, if you don't mind emailing me an image of that deck whenever it's convenient. I take a similar amount of pride in the equipment that I build here. I'll let you be the judge of that. You can see a lot of it on my QRZ.com page. But thank you for the correction. It's a pair of 4-400As. That's even better. But the only remaining question is, Stephanie, and then we'll take a pause here and see if you and I can work some other stations that are looking for contacts in the AM rally. Is it a grounded grid amplifier or is it a common cathode amplifier? Go ahead.
Well, like I mentioned, it's still in the original form with the 5R4 hanging off the grid for bias, I believe.
Yes, you're right. Forgive me. You did mention that before. So you're all set. If it's a common cathode amplifier, tuned grid, you could easily plate modulate that thing and perhaps even make the assumption, just looking at the component values in the final amplifier plate section, if the values are voltage rated high enough, you might be plate modulated ready. So that would be great. But yeah, nothing beats building your own equipment. It's a labor of love. It's becoming something of a lost art. Very few people build amateur radio equipment anymore, as I'm sure you well know. More guys are into restoring the equipment or repairing it in terms of boat anchors, but I don't really see anybody building any big, kilowatt class plate modulated rigs in the future. That's for sure. So on that note, why don't we open up this frequency to some other stations that might be looking for contacts between myself and Stephanie, WX3K, in the Poconos of Pennsylvania. Give us a call. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
Hey, Bruce, WA1SOV.
Well, there's a powerful station. Pete, WA1SOV. Good evening. Haven't talked to you in a long time. Good signal indeed. From a also now retiree, I understand. Congratulations. And Pete, say hello to Stephanie in the Poconos. She's running an ICO lineup, and I'll let her tell you what she's running. WA1SOV with WX3K. This is W2XR.
Yeah, okay, Bruce. W2XR. In the group, WA1SOV. Good evening. I expect a dinner call any minute, but I heard you guys in here moving up frequency. I went down there and collected a few points. How you doing, Stephanie? It's been a while. I think we've chatted in the past, but not recently. But good signal in here in the Connecticut tonight. I'm located in Sandy Hook, Connecticut, which is about equidistant between Danbury and Waterbury. And I'm running a homebrew pair of 813s, plate modulated by a pair of 833s here, about 500 watts to the wire, which is a 160 meter dipole. So apologize for the hum in the background, and damn Variac is carrying on, and oh gosh, it's acoustic problems with this transmitter, which I thought I had solved, but it's not behaving today. But anyway, it's good to hear everybody. Bruce, you might, when it comes back around, you might give me the lineup on exactly what you're running so I can put it in the log that way, and I'll turn it over to Stephanie here. WX3K in the group WA1SOV.
Okay, Pete, very nice. WA1SOV. This is WX3K with W2XR on the side. Very nice. Homebrew 813, 833. Sounding good here into Scioto, Pennsylvania, the southern edge of the Pocono Mountains here, where it's just cold. And I guess starting next week, it's supposed to temperatures are supposed to moderate up again. Most of the ice is gone in the driveway, and I'm happy. I'll be happy when it's all gone. I don't like ice. Running the ICO 720 transmitter, barefoot, running about 40 watts carrier, a 730 modulator, 722 VSO, into an inverted V up about 50 feet. Running a bunch of audio processing gear in front of the 730 modulator. It's the MXL V63M condenser microphone, which I have driving a nice little preamp into a little Behringer board, which drives a graphic EQ and a multi-band compressor limiter, which I'm at the moment I'm drawing a blank on the name. Hang on. Oh yes, the C300 TC Electronics, and it seems to work out really well. I bought this thing off eBay many years ago and set it up, and I get great comments back about how it sounds. So that is the setup here, and also listening on an HRO50T, my centerpiece here in the shack, with the big knob on the front. I love that. Big, huge dial knob, Miss National. So, back to Bruce. W2XR and the group, WX3K.
Yeah, WX3K and the group from W2XR. Yeah, Stephanie, you're holding up great. I'm having no trouble copying you whatsoever. I did have to narrow down the passband of the R390 because I am getting a little bit of QRM. There's a lot of AM activity, obviously, on the band this evening, and I'm sure a lot of it is now becoming longer haul propagation now that the band is really opening up. But to answer you there, Pete, pardon me. Hold on one second. There we go. To answer your question about what the rig is here, Pete, it's the same rig I've been running for years. I'm running a pair of 4-400As, plate and screen modulated by a pair of Class B 833As, just like what you've been running for probably the last 45 years.
Got another contact out here.
Okay, QSL. I thought the call sounded familiar, and yeah, the DX60 sounds excellent here. And you can duplicate all of my information as well. And speaking of the chrome knobs, I got so much chrome on these radios it'll blind you. All right, listen, I'll catch you later. I do have a phone call, so thanks for everybody standing by and everything. And happy rallying. KD1SH, this is KA2PB.
Find out what in the world's going on. Why the cucumber and squash are just like standing still. I don't get it, but I will. So there you go. Yeah, I was sitting here listening on my regen, and Gene signed off, and Ray came on, and man, that thing just locked in. I couldn't hardly tune it. I said, what in the world is going on? I switched over to the Flex, and Ray, you were 40 over. So quit blowing up my regen, man. You have to throttle that power back. It looks like there's an AM rally going on tonight. I guess it's something they do every year this time. Just getting on the air at a whole lot of AM activity. Earlier in the day, 40 meters had 3 or 4 EM QSOs at the top of the band going on at once. Same thing with 75 and 80 meters. So That's good. I didn't get on and chat with anybody, but I just had other stuff going on. I might have to slip out of here. Somebody's supposed to swing by here and pick something up, so if they come knocking on the basement door, I'll just be like gone for a second. All right, the cathode follower, Gene. I built it. It works, but I don't know that it's going to work for me. It cut my sensitivity in half. I mean, I could hear stuff through it. It was passing RF. I mean, I looked at it with the scope and everything, but I just can't get any gain out of it. I thought maybe I need to get a little bit of gain. I certainly don't need to be going backwards. But I took it over on the bench and got the RF oscillator out and, shot signals through it and everything. Then I actually put it on the air, and I tried different stuff. I took the 10K resistor out of the high voltage line, which upped the plate voltage from about 140 to 175, and that helped, but not a lot. I changed the cathode resistor. I went up. I doubled the value. I cut the value in half. It really didn't do anything that I could tell. Now the .01 did help clean up the audio a little bit. I guess there's some RF getting in there somehow. So that the .01 was good with that. But I believe it did what you said it would do as far as isolation and help the loading effect and everything. But by golly, I couldn't hardly hear anything. So it quieted the receiver way down. So I don't know. I don't see how there could be anything I was doing wrong. The circuit worked. I changed some components, and I put I have a 500 puff cap going to the link, and that seemed to work well. I put another cap in between the antenna and the grid, just because. No, I've got no real reason. I just thought I would try it, but that didn't do anything. So it probably is just doing what it's supposed to do, but man, it made the radio deaf. That's about all I can tell you. So it's the circuit is unhooked, and I've got it back together with no amplifier in it. And I actually went down on 40 today, and with my antenna tuned up on 40, there was no need for an amplifier. Of course, that was in the evening. In the middle of the day, on those weak CW signals and whatnot, that's where I need it. So, honestly, worst case, I take that little solid state what I have that was causing all the birdies at night, and I just put a switch on it, and I just use it during the day. That's one option, but I think I can come up with something better than that. So anyway, that's the rundown there. Woody, it's coming to you, and then you'll give it to Les. N4MQ, what's the update there? W3TIM.
Alrighty, guys. W3TIM, N4MQ. I've been fixing stuff all day long, working on little projects around the shack here, modifying the Harvey wells some more. I didn't like the way it worked. You can't do any service on this thing with the VFO because the VFO cable is too short to be unconnected and connected every time. That's 4 lug terminals. That's just ridiculous. I put a connector on there, but it was still too short, so I used the chassis punch to open up the hole in the back, and then I used an octo scoop socket with the cover on it to make a plug, so I can plug and unplug the VFO if I want to take the chassis out of the cabinet. So I worked on that. I'm playing around with it some, and I upstaged the rectifiers. I got rid of the 5U4s. I don't know how many 5U4s I've disconnected in this month. Anyway, 2 more are gone. And I'll put in a solid state thing and increase the voltage probably about 75 volts. And with a crystal, which has good tuning, I'm over 30 watts output. 20 watts with a VFO. I'm going to see what's up with the VFO. The live signal seems to make a big difference on the LRF. And the crystal was making 33 watts. did the same thing in this John previously, where the frequency was just spread something. Jump here, back and forth, and then sometimes it would just kind of wiggle a little bit. You could see a wiggly line on the spectrum adapter. Whatever. I said, screw this, I took the 100 ohm resistor out, shorted the output directly to capacitor, and everything's like solid, and you heard me this morning. Only moved a few tens of cycles during the whole morning. So the next thing I'm going to do when I get a chance to fix other stuff, I'm going to take some of those polystyrene low leakage capacitors and put them on a magnet and check them out to see what is actually going to be happening when I put some voltage across it. We'll see how it goes. Let's see, M3 RFO to take it. Renfo, M4 MQ.
M4 MQ in the group, M3 RFO. Okay, Woody, good evening to you. I will have to say that Ray is the bandmaster tonight. Ray, your signal's really pounded in here. I'm getting a selective fading a little bit on Gene, but not anything to write home about, just to make the mention of it. But let's see, did I do anything else exciting today? No, it was not a very exciting day. I, like you, Ray, stayed the hell out of that cold outside. I think I already said that. I did talk to Charlie for a little while, and he was looking for some capacitors or something. I think I have what he was looking for, so I think the question is, where are they? Let's see, which bucket are they in, or which box are they in? Find that. But I got myself hemmed in again with receivers here. Receivers to the left of me and receivers to the right of me. And all that kind of stuff. I do have fun listening to everything. I was listening, Tim, the other day to 40. I was having a heck of a time. I was hearing a bunch of one-sided QSOs. This wasn't working well. I didn't listen on 40 meters today. I was basically I sit there when I'm not, on 40 or 80 or something. I usually just turn on my little Radio Shack HT202 and just let it scan, and then I'll punch it if I hear something I want to listen to. But picking up so many of those damn repeaters here. Stand by one. Good. Let me see what's going on here with this phone. Okay, sorry about that dead air stuff. But Diane picked it up. Got rid of that. Anyway, what the heck was I saying? I don't know what the heck I was talking about. But anyway, not much here. It's like Johnny said. If you don't do much, you don't have much to talk about. So I'm going to have to. I'll probably pass it on here in a minute to back up there to Mr. Gene. But I wanted to say something about your amplifier there, Tim. Yeah, I looked at a bunch of those today, and everything I looked at there was a couple of them there that weren't tuned, but most for the bulk of them they were tuned, and that just is going to give you another coil or a coil selection or some other switch to turn or in a variable cap to turn, and I don't really think you need that. So. Because the receiver is hot enough as it is, except maybe they're on 40 a little bit. I was thinking about, like we were talking the other night, just go back and see if we can somehow tweak the antenna, or, as a matter of fact, I was going to put up a shorter antenna out here for my regen just to experiment with that and see how that worked. Because the other antenna I got, maybe a tad too long. Sometimes you get overloaded, you know what I mean? And you need to attenuate it a little bit, or make it shorter, or or tune it for the frequency, I wonder what that would do. You know, because I know it makes a big difference when you tune the antenna for any of those frequencies on any of those old receivers. And that includes ones, you know, clear up into the 50s. Really makes the signal a lot louder. So anyway, just keep plugging away, and you'll hit the right thing there sooner or later. But I'm pretty sure that the way you're describing that receiver, it's working pretty good as it is. It's hard to make it amplify, you know, any more than what you got there. WA4PGI N3 RFO.
Yeah, N3 RFO, this is WA4PGI. Well, you know, the circuit you had, the original cathode-driven grid circuit, the problem with that is it would have good voltage, it would have some voltage gain there for you, but the problem is it's high impedance on the output, and you're putting it into a low impedance input circuit. The cathode follower is got a power gain, but you need voltage gain too. So the only thing I could suggest to you at this point is to put a 910 socket in there. Put the 12
Been a great over, as always. We've worked before. But thank you. In the line. 73. Come on, get some other stuff. G in the group. KB3 RQU.
All right, KB3 RQU, November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie. How copy?
Kilo Delta 2, Bravo Romeo Mike in Long Island, New York. Back to you.
I think we doubled. Go ahead, try it again, Long Island. I'll take it after you.
Oh, all right. Yeah, the KB3RQU, if you're looking for another contact, you got Kilo Delta 2, Bravo Romeo Mike Ernie in Long Island if you want another contact. Go ahead.
KB3RQU here. I copied 2 stations. November 1, Mike Victor Charlie, I think, and a Kilo Delta 2 station. Both of you are coming in here equally well. You were north off of one another.
Okay, N1, you want to go first there? Go ahead.
Roger, November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie, N1MUC, QTH, Trumbull, Connecticut, Rig, Kenwood, TS930S, SP200 linear, and 75 meter dipole, QTH again, Trumbull, Connecticut.
All right, N1MUC, copy that. I'm not sure where it was in Connecticut. Promo, Connecticut, possibly, on the Kenmore TS930S. Sounds good. You're about an S8, S9 here in central Pennsylvania. But I hope you're copying me. I'm barefoot on a FT1000 MC or like 25 watts. No amplifier. We've got the SP220. I'm running without the amplifier, so hopefully you're hearing me okay. All right, 73, and thank you for the contact.
Roger, that was Trumbull, TRUMBULL, Connecticut. I don't know what you're doing with 25 watts, but I wish my antenna was that efficient. Over.
All right, copy Trumbull, Connecticut. Good signal down here. No, I don't know. It's nothing magical. It's just a center fed dipole and a little bit of an inverted V configuration. It's about maybe 35, 38 feet in the air at the center point, maybe 25 feet at the end. A lot of it has to do with the band. You know, it's definitely a cloud burner, especially down here on 75 meters. It works for me, in regional close-in contacts here through the Northeast. It works very well. All right, 73, my friend. N1, MUC, KB3RQU.
Roger, okay, that station on Long Island that was trying to work them. Go ahead, N1MUC.
All right, we'll give it a shot again. KD3PQU from Kilo Delta 2, Bravo Romeo Mike, Ernie on Long Island. Back to you.
Bravo Romeo Mike. Correction on my code. Kilo Bravo 3, Romeo Quebec Uniform. KD3 Radio Quebec Uniform. I didn't catch your call. There was a little bit of a fade there. But I'm hearing you pretty well. You're at the 8S9 here into central Pennsylvania, in Altoona, Pennsylvania. All right, KD2, BRM, KD3, RQU.
All right, gotcha. Kilo Bravo 3, Romeo Quebec Uniform. From Kilo Delta 2, Bravo Radio Mexico. Yeah, name is Ernie, Echo Romeo, November India Echo. We're in Farmingdale, Long Island, about 30 miles east of Manhattan. And yeah, like Clark said, you're about the same here, about 10 over S9, putting out a good signal. So back to you.
All right, Ernie, 100% copy that time. Bravo Romeo Mike, this is Farmingdale. Good signal. You're F9. Oh, it's no fading. Good signal. Good audio. All right, pleasure making contact with you. I'm going to let some others make contact on this frequency. I'm going to get the stuff to the side and just listen out for a little while. But it's nice hearing everybody. And thanks. I think it was Clark, whoever was in here that originally had the frequency. I'm going to let him have it. All right, KD2, sorry, can't read my own writing. BRM, and the group, KD3, RQU 73, you're there, Ernie.
All right, 73, man. Great to make contact with you here at this function, and we'll pick it up with you again. Great resty evening. KB3 RQU, KD2 BRM. Over to Clark as the station requested.
Here in sunny downtown Plymouth, Maine. That was when you called and broke the other time, nobody didn't pick. Very good signal here with your 40 watts. I'm running a Flex 3000 with a pair of AL572, Shure 572. We're pushing a little bit under a kilowatt here right now, Pete, so about 90 watts of carrier. And just want to give you a contact. Located here in sunny downtown Plymouth, Maine. And indigestion. Sunny downtown Plymouth, Maine. Back to you. Let's see, that's WX3K. You're down in my old country where I used to live in Buck County. WX3K from W1 going home loaded. Sunny downtown Plymouth, Maine.
Okay, is the name Frank?
Roger on that. I'm sorry I didn't give it to you.
Yeah, that's okay. No problem. Just wanted to make sure I got it right. Very good on the Flex 3000 and the 4 572Bs there. Very nice. And yeah, you can only do so much. You know, you got to tend to kitchen duties. You're here on the radio after you're done with all that. So very good. Making the trip down here into the northeast Pennsylvania area. Sounding good this evening. Rudy, I don't have an ETA for you. Tell us where you are. I'll turn it over to you quickly. I wanted to put that down into the log here. N3TQW, that's WX3K
QTH.
North of the Maryland border, in the far southwestern corner of York County.
A little bit of doubling going on there. North Carolina. What's the town in North Carolina? The town over.
Rudy, I think Stephanie might be having a little bit of difficulty copying you. Stephanie thinks you might be in North Carolina, but I believe you're in the state of Pennsylvania. Pardon me, could you clarify for Stephanie, Rudy, what your QTH is? Go ahead.
Okay, QSL, yes. I am located here in south central Pennsylvania, and in a town actually outside of Hanover, PA, Hanover, Pennsylvania, about 7 miles north of the Maryland border. QSL.
QSL, you're in the clear that time. There was so much noise from the adjacent channel conversation. But I got it that time. So all is good.
Okay, yeah, because I'm getting a lot of interference myself from about 5 kc down or up. I'm not sure yet. I haven't really checked. But anyhow, I'm going to go ahead.
A lot of contacts, and he seemed to be having fun. So that's what it's pretty much all about. I just take a step back and let everyone else play.
Yeah, but you have one weekend a year for people to get a lot of contacts. And if you have one station camped out on one frequency, it really kills it a lot.
Yeah, but there's a lot more frequencies. I mean, you can go up on 85, you can go to 90, 95. You guys were down on 60. I mean, maybe we should spread out a little bit more, too.
Yeah, we tried that, and things didn't go well on 60 at all. But Ernie will tell you different.
Man.
No, that's not true. No, we went down there for a reason. But no, I think you were some different propagation that far. I know you were more than ready to come back, but I wasn't really sure why you were looking forward to going back up, because I really didn't see any trouble down here by me.
You guys gonna be here for a bit?
No, on lower sideband. WTF.
You guys gonna be here for a bit?
Oh, yeah, we linger here.
All right, well, I'll turn the amplifier on. I'll be on in a minute. W3M mark.
Why, was it that difficult for you to hear, Clark, or no? I'm not, like, trying to be funny, because I truly felt like when Perry and I were there, I had zero issues there. And then I know you said you were moving back up, and I thought that was just by default, because you were, like, sick of talking to me and Perry.
No, it was really starting to get crazy. I mean, like, there were only, like, 1, maybe 2 stations I could hear anymore, because, like, the sideband stuff was going crazy. And I just looked at it this way. It's like, yeah, well, these guys don't care if there's an AM conversation going on. They're just going to, start up their conversations and whatever. But out of fairness, these are the frequencies they're always on, and that's why I wanted to go back to 73.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I totally agree. I respect that. I didn't appear to hear the same stuff. Maybe because your antenna has, like, multiple, polarizations there. Maybe you were picking up some other stuff. But, yeah, I mean, I was really only focusing on you and Perry, and I heard both of you no problem. So if there were other things coming in there, I don't know, maybe my antenna wasn't really picking them up. But that's all good. I was just teasing you before. But yeah, all good stuff. Listen, we all got to share the bandwidth, so it's all good.
And as you can hear how much the Texas Traffic Net appreciates our philanthropy.
Yeah, well, again, that's pure propagation, The band goes short, they disappear, and vice versa. So it is what it is. But it's whatever, man. No complaints here. Listen, I will go to 27 megahertz right now if I have to. It's all good.
Yeah, let's do that.
You find a lot of AM operators on 27.
We were just talking about that before.
they have a nice rally that goes on 365 days a year.
Yeah, on Channel 6.
So there's some slop buckeyes on this frequency now.
Yes, that's the infamous, Texas Traffic Net.
Yeah, I didn't hear anyone bothering you guys down on 60. It was actually a nice clear frequency, but maybe it picked up after. I don't know. I don't pay too much attention.
Yeah, Blaine, don't start making me look like the lightweight here, okay?
You gotta start saying the right stuff.
Well, that's what I was saying, Blaine. I didn't hear it either, but, Clark's antenna has a slightly different ear than mine, so I'm guessing he heard other things. It's okay.
Oh, who came along and ruined the party? Everyone's having fun, and I'm the one who ruins it. I gotcha.
Somebody's got to take the blame.
Apparently.
Well, Perry and I were there without you, and then you joined in, which was great. And then you left, which was also great.
Woohoo! Yeah, we got to work on your bedside manner there, Ernie. I can definitely say you say all the right things with air quotes.
Listen, Clark, man, I am completely honest. I didn't say anything that should insult you. Blaine witnessed it, right? He was down there. He was listening. He heard what he heard. And I'm just vocalizing my observation. There's no insultingness to my comments, so I hope you don't take it that way. But I just said how I heard you vacate the frequency, and that was it. It was okay. It's all good. Still love you, Clark.
Ernie is referring to bromance. Let's get that straight. Okay, so let's make this efficient here. Let's start dispensing contacts like Pez for people who are participating in the AM rally, because that's why we're here.
Contact.
I'm going to make contact with another can of Genesee Light upstairs in the backyard. I will be back. Kilo Delta 2, Bravo, Romeo Mike, in the group for the AM rally.
I thought you were drinking that Belgian beer, Spite and Geibel.
No, that was a derailment on Metro North a couple of years ago. Me. And it was German, and it was Spot in Munich.
Well, you need to start saying the right stuff.
I did. You're the one that called it Dutch.
I didn't call it Dutch. I said Belgian. Spite and Geibel is a Belgian beer.
Whatever. It's
Belgium.
Correct. It's a German beer called Spaten, not a Dutch beer called
Strap.
Or the Metro North station at the train didn't have speed control and went too fast around the curve around Christmas a couple of years ago.
Rap station.
Why do teenagers feel when they're on their headsets using Discord that they have to scream at the top of their lungs when they're talking? I said, they can hear you when you talk into the microphone. You don't have to yell.
I can ride my bike with no handlebars.
It's the same thing as when people don't have linear amplifiers and they yell into their microphones so they can be heard better.
111111111.
5555555.
Yeah, see?
What's up there? We were kids and our parents would get a long-distance phone call and they start yelling into the phone because it was long distance.
What's up, big dogs? Yeah, band's busy.
Tin can phone.
Band's about to go long.
I don't know, you're strapping in here, Pear. Good to hear you.
Hey, buddy. When Clark's up and down, that's when I know the band's about to go poop.
Clark is up and down like James Brown.
The leading indicator of poop. I am the canary in the coal mine of guano.
I heard that song on the radio the other day.
What's that? Oh, the Police? Canary in a Coal Mine?
That's correct.
Oh, that's a great song.
It is. It's a great band.
Absolutely. There aren't many bands that I would buy an album from, but those guys, yes.
There aren't many trios that sound quite larger than life, and they were one.
I was never a big fan.
Of the Police?
Dude.
Yeah, I defunded them.
Early Police, before Sting went on to do his solo stuff, like they were a rockin' band, dude. And their drummer, his name escapes me right now, but man, that dude was something else.
Was that Andy Copeland?
That's correct. I knew the last name was Copeland, but I was going to say George.
Well, anyway, still a great band.
Very much so. Well, I gotta listen. These guys below us are awfully loud here. Let me do this. Boom. Listen to synchronous upper. Thank you.
Oh, you mean that Texas No Traffic Net? They should be joining the JM Rally. They should be doing the Texas Traffic Net on AM in honor of this event.
Yeah.
Oh my. It's just a carrier.
Boy, Blaine, we're going to have to induct you into the glistening, sweaty, hard body AM Carrier Hall of Fame. You must have been working out, you silly savage. You're just strapping in here.
Okay.
How much of a difference do you think one of those really oversized anode caps for like a 3-500? How much of a difference do you think one of those would make? Because you can get them like oversized. Like, do you think that would be worth it, or do you think it's just like snake oil?
If you have enough cooling, forced air cooling, you don't need it. I think some of it is snake oil, but if you don't have enough cooling, then it definitely does help.
Right, because like in this AL80B, you know, I have a fan on the intake, but I mean this doesn't have like a chimney around the 3-500 or anything like that. You know, it could use every bit of cooling help possible.
Right. A lot of those tubes are designed for forced air cooling, you know, like that squirrel cage. What do you call it? Darn it, the circular fan. Anyway, that thing, they really do need forced air to go past the envelope. But if you don't have that, then centrifugal, that's it, a centrifugal fan. But if you don't have that, then yes, then the heat sink built into the plate cap or anode would help.
Why not build your amplifier inside one of those small college fridges? You know, like little ones that you put your beer in?
Yeah, now you're talking. That thing would probably fit inside of one of those.
The ultimate in cooling.
They ever forgot to activate the cooling element.
You could have like a kegerator and a amplificator.
Yeah, or I could just buy a bigger amplifier in a couple years, but I'm just, just thinking out loud.
Hey, Par, I was kidding with Rob. I didn't actually, glom his AL-1500, but I did reach out to him before you made that comment.
That's funny. Oh, I don't care. I don't mind it. It's not like I'm looking to buy an amplifier today or anything.
AL-1500, I could use an amp.
Yeah, well, everybody could always use an amp. You know, Rob had apparently bought some new fandangled, like, solid-state thing, so I had just, I had texted him or something. I was like, what do you do with the AL 1500? And then Perry was like, when you decide to get rid of that AL 1500, let me know. So I was just joking that I beat him to it, but I really didn't, because I'm not going to get it. Rob is just going to put that off to the side. But yeah, who can't use an AL 1500 as a backup?
Yeah, well, I mean, what the hell, man? If you got it, you got it. It don't gotta make sense, I guess. I wouldn't mind having an AL82, because that thing will run 375 watts a carrier. You run that thing at 350 watts, 300 watts, that thing will last forever. And that's, in my opinion, until, if I wanted anything bigger, I would build it myself. Something much, much bigger, but... but the difference between, 175 watts and 350 watts, 3 dB, it's not a huge difference, but, it's the difference, when you can, in rough band conditions and things like that, but, for what we do, it's really not a big deal.
Yeah, I was looking at the AL82s. Those are nice. Those are nice amplifiers. They're just a little pricey, brand new.
Yeah,
That's how I kind of look at it, Per. I mean, I'm running like close to 200 watts now, and could I turn up the wick here to 400? Yeah, I could, but the difference is going to be minuscule. So why put the stress on the amp and everything and not really have it, So I run this thing no more than what I'm did. This is like the highest I've run it in a long time. And only because it's been on for hours that it's actually putting out a solid like 200, carrier. But normally I set it up about 150, 175. And if you can hear me, you can hear me. If you key on me, you key on me. Don't really care. I don't live for radio. I play on it, and, if you strap me, whatever. It is what it is. So, all good stuff.
Goodness, what's with all this side band activity?
Yeah, one guy's fairly strong.
Did I just hear Chris JBL? I thought I heard somebody keying up there, and maybe that was you, Clark, like keying up and having an issue. But I thought I heard like a syllable of Chris's voice. It's weird. W3MMR. Yeah, man. It's, I'd like to build an E-rig one day. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to do, and this, that, and the third. But to be honest, what I really want to do, what's going to be the best thing in my ham radio career, is going to be my ass moving out of the city. That is what's going to be the golden ticket. Is getting me out of the city and getting into a quiet listening area. And getting room for a multitude of antennas. And I could care less about amplifiers at that point.
Really? You'd actually give some thought to moving out of Homicide Heights, PA? That's amazing.
But then you'll be like me and have an hour and 10-minute commute every day.
Yeah, especially, yeah, I could have a long commute. Well, moving over to Jersey, where I went to high school, where my dad's at, it's really rural, but it's about 35 minutes from here. And from where I'm working now, and it's, 45 minutes from Philadelphia. So it's not a horrendous drive. Most of the drive is backcountry, roads, no traffic. It's just driving. Drive time, There's no traffic until you really get over the bridge into PA. So it's kind of a prime spot.
Why don't you go live out in Amish country?
I don't know, man. To be honest, I'd like to be close to my family. That's why I want to stay around here. But I would really like to, move to somewhere where it's where there would be more snow. I know it sounds crazy, but yeah.
On all those carriages, there's a market there.
Yeah, they'd like you, man. The beard, throw one of those hats on you, put a little black vest on. You'd be good to go.
Well, then he'd look like he belongs on the front of a box of Lucky Charms. I don't know if that would work.
Orange, some kind of Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn.
Those guys with the dreadlocks, yeah.
I already do look like a leprechaun. Is that what you call me, a leprechaun? Yeah. This is my beard, and it's quite red.
Just wait, it'll turn gray soon.
Well, it's getting plenty of gray in it, I'm telling you.
I had a red beard. I'm blonde. I had a red beard.
Told you.
When I was wearing a beard, and it eventually faded to blonde instead of white. Go figure. Yes, that was me before I had to retune for the 1/4 inch of ice on my antenna that made my transmitter off over.
Man, I'm good.
Hi to Chris. That's Chris in there. Big signal.
Oh, likewise, buddy. What I was going to say when I arced over and crapped out was if you get the AL1500, that will get you to 750 watts carrier, which is a considerable improvement over an AL80.
Yeah, I was wondering how much will that thing comfortably do? Pushing it, up to the edge where it'll do. It'll still do 125% positive without a problem.
Oh, yeah. No problem at all with that power level. In fact, I did it with KBW's 1200. On 40 meters, I set off every GFI in his house one morning. I was sleeping downstairs, and woke up early. Yeah, get on 40 meters, and I fired that thing up. And this is the 1200. This thing at 700 watts carrier. And it looked good on the scope. Headroom is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, my Henry, my 3KD Classic had the 1200 in it, but the power, it was a quote unquote desktop model. So the power supply was really undersized in the thing. So it would only do, 400 watts of carrier comfortably, 450 watts maybe. But that thing was as loud as a freight train. I had to hide it under the desk. And I had a door. It was like a padded door, an insulated door under the desk. It was a nightmare.
Well, that's the pressurized chassis, the forced air cooling that Clark was talking about before. And the reason, the reason the pins on the bottom of the 3-500s melt in a lot of those amplifiers is because they just have a fan blowing on them instead of the pressurized chassis and the air system socket.
Well, unfortunately on that amplifier, it didn't have a squirrel cage blower on it. It had two ginormous Dayton muffin fans blowing directly onto the anode of the tube, and then it was pressurized, quote unquote, but it wasn't pressurized from under the tube and up and through a chimney. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think you get all of those features in the AL82. I believe that's a pressurized chassis. It makes a big difference. That's what I have on the 4-1000 here. I wouldn't operate it without the chimney.
No, you're right. Yeah, the 82 has two glass chimneys and pretty hefty transformer, pretty good voltage on the plates of those 3-500s. So yeah, that's definitely an amplifier. I would if I can find one for a decent price, I'm going to jump all over. Anyway, I'm going to run, fellas. I just wanted to jump in here for a little bit. I'm going to back out of here and go lay down and get to the horizontal position. Good hearing you, Chris, Ernie, Clark, Blaine, the rest of the crew. W3MMR. Continue on with the AM rally.
7.3's very big signal up here tonight. W2JBL.
Likewise.
Have a fine business evening.
Good, I think we'll get out of here just in time. The band seems like it's about to crap out. I did say that like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, you said Clark was fading like a bitch, but he's still in there. Anyway, good night, Per.
Whoa, I don't think I said that. Maybe I did. I'll see you later.
It's what Ernie heard.
It's my interpretation. You said when Clark starts fading like a bitch, the band's going low. I'm just kidding. You didn't say that. I'm just being me. All good. Have a good night, Per.
Later, dude.
Ernie, I forgot your call.
Oh, probably because I didn't say it, Chris. It's Kilo Delta 2, Bravo Romeo Mike. Yeah, you're strapping in here right now. Long Island.
Yeah, likewise, good signal here in the Hopewell Junction, New York, in Dutchess County, where up on the mountain here we got glazed, and it didn't melt. There was 1/4 of an inch of ice on all my wiring antennas. My beam was drooping. Trees, everything was coated. Never got above 25 here today. It was absolutely beautiful to look at this morning.
Oh, yeah, I saw a bunch of nice pictures from the Catskills and Shandaken and that whole area there, but yeah, not friendly for antennas and tuning. I think Craig, RHR there, I think he's without power. He had like quite a bit of icing over there, over near Pittsburgh. But yeah, good signal, Chris. Sounded great in Long Island.
Yeah, I never lost power. And when I went out this morning to get breakfast, I got down to the bottom of the mountain and, down to the flatlands, and they didn't get glazed, but it's just that much colder up here. Yeah, across the river they really got it bad. Kingston is still thousands of people without power. A lot of other parts of Dutchess and Orange County really got clobbered. But I lucked out. I was just waiting for the lights to go out and the trees to start coming down. So I'm in the woods, and figuring a bunch of trees are going to come down, but it didn't. There was no wind, so dodged a bullet on that one.
I used to take care of a station up in Millerton, and we had a nice storm a number of years back. It dropped all the way up the hill and along the ridge and everything. It dropped several miles of power line, cable, phone line, whatever, snapped over phone poles. So we had about 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of radial ice. Station was off the air for about a week. Even though we had a generator on site, I had no way to get programming to it. And when
I said Millerton, New York, up the road from here. I didn't know there was a transmitter site there.
Yeah, up on Parati Road. I think it's called Silver Mountain or something like that. There's WQQQ is up there, and there's another FM on the site, and the call sign hits me at the moment. But yeah, it's a couple of them up there, and it's just a couple streets away from a road that's named Skunk Misery Road, and I'm sure there's a story behind that.
Oh, some of those. Yeah, the names of some of the roads into these country transmitter sites get interesting like that. Wow. I'll have to look for that place if it's possible to get up there, as I enjoy doing hilltopping on occasion.
Yeah, it's just pretty high up there. I was going to go down and work 160 a little bit with the broadcast transmitter, but I have it set up right now for the gray hairnet frequency, and I do have crystals for several other frequencies, but at the moment I got a whole bunch of junk piled up in front of the transmitter. I would have to move so I could open the front door and change the crystal. I'm going to have to put a crystal socket right on the front panel next to the crystal frequency trim. There's a little access hole for the tuning capacitor, and put a crystal socket on the front so I can stick different crystals in and not have to open the door. But there's a couple sidebanders just on the upper half of the bandwidth of 1945 that I would step on. I went down to 1885 or 1887 or so. There's might hop around elsewhere here on 80th when I can work, while keeping an eye on 1945. And if 1945 opens up, go down there and put out a few CQs. But we'll be listening in here a little bit longer. N1NUC.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm tuned up on 1885 with the 4-1000 amplifier. I drive it with RF from a rice box upstairs. That's a pain in the ass to QSY that thing because it's remote controlled downstairs. Hey, that's duly noted about Silver Mountain. I'll have to look for that. I'm also curious as to where I'm beginning to find out where all the public safety sites are in this county. So on and so forth. Anyway, good to talk to you. And I'm not in the contest in any way, shape, or form. I'm just on the air and drinking beer on Saturday night, and I'm waiting for a NASCAR event to come on at 8:30. That's about the size of it. And Clark, I don't know who's in charge of promoting the AM rally, but I noticed this afternoon that it's not listed in the February issue of QST Contest Corral page.
No, sir, it's not. But there seems to be a good level of activity on here, so I'm pleased with that.
And I didn't see a note on AM phone promoting either. I could have missed that. Yeah, there's signals on the band. I just turned the radio on a half an hour ago, so I don't know what it's on today. I was gonna go JBL Mobile and work. I like working the event Mobile, especially during the day. I got lots of contacts and lots of good reports in. Jesus, I was gonna put the monster antenna, the 7-foot bottom section with the master mobile coil and the 5-foot top lip. I was going to put that on the roof of the Jeep and park in a prominent place. The roof of the Jeep and the antenna mounts, everything covered about 1.5 inches of ice.
Transceiver for receipt.
Oh, yeah. So, interesting you brought up AM phone. So, somebody posted it on the announcement section of AM phone before I got to it. I didn't see it, but then I posted it there, and someone emailed me and said, Marty, you announced the AM rally. It's like, all right, well, I'm with the AM rally, so I'm promoting it too. So there were double announcements. And the announcements, there was a thread that was started on QRZ.
But otherwise,
Actually, on QRZ, there were 2 threads. There was one in their announcements, one in, I'm sorry, 3. There was one in announcements, one on ham radio discussions, and one in NLP modulation. And it was also listed on the EHAM calendar. So the word did get out.
Okay, good. Glad to hear it. That was a double. That was a double with N1MUC, whose name I don't have. But I got the majority of it. Oh, good. Okay, so the word did get out. It was promoted. I was just surprised that it didn't appear in Quist.
Yeah, how'd that happen?
Oh, maybe it's because the ARRL don't like us cotton picking air.
No, actually, the ARRL, I think because of when they first, a few years back when they proposed limiting or doing away with, limiting the bandwidth excessively or doing away with AM, they got so much flack for it that now they are a little more open to the situation.
I read radio history and QST in particular back into right all the way back to the beginning. From the dawn of AM phone operation in 1920 and 21, the league was steadfastly against AM because of bandwidth.
You have to admit that in many ways they've softened up to that in recent years.
Oh, yeah, I'll give them that. I was just joking about the, oh boy, I'm hitting the audio too hard. I was just kind of joking about they didn't put it in contest calendar because they don't like AM. I would venture to guess that Steve didn't get it put in there or something. Who knows? W2JB, I don't care.
Now, Steve, you mean Steve Ford?
No. Oh, he's retired. No, QIX.
No, I do the publicity for the AM rally. Now, the deadline for QST was missed. That's probably why it wasn't in there.
Oh, I thought it was QIX's event. No? Pardon me, all the hell, as my dad used to say.
No. It's like the three of us. It's Steve, me, and Brian, KB3WFB. So the three of us are doing the AM rally.
Okay, I wasn't aware of the management structure. All right. I head to the refrigerator.
I think I'm going to, let me see if I got it. Yeah, I think I'm going to QSI, fly around a little bit, and see if I can get a few more entries. I'm not a serious contester, and I'm not trying to, by no way, submit a log with the most number of contacts or anything. Because, first of all, this has not been the weekend for me. I've had a lot of other things that have prevented me from being on as much as I normally would. But I just get on it for the fun, and if I can be a contact for somebody else, I'll submit the log in case anybody wants to confirm whatever. But I'm doing it just for the fun. I've only got 13, 14 contacts in here so far, but I'll probably get a few more. And if I get inspired, I'll do the kind of junk I've got in front of my broadcast transmitter. You know what I really ought to do is say heck with the crystals. I should put a end connector on the side of this thing right into the IPA and just use the right box beside it for whatever frequency I want to go on 160. I do have a big variety of crystals. Or make it a little electronic switch but plus if I put the right box right into the darn thing and I put a control in to change the bias on the final tube, I could probably use it as a sideband amplifier and get quite a bit of power out of it using the RF station for broadcast transmitter sideband. Anyway, N1MUC.
What's your name? I forget your name.
Name here is Paul, PTH, Stubble, Connecticut.
Okay, Paul. Yeah, I'm in Hopewell Junction, New York, in Dutchess County. Well, I'm driving this regular rice box. This is a Johnson Kilowatt, also known as a Johnson Desk Kilowatt, although I don't have the desk. And I'm driving it with 23 watts out of an ICOM 718 through 75 feet of RG58 and Cat 5 audio cable. I've got audio and control pairs going downstairs. And it's a pair of 4400s modulated by 810s. It can be biased for sideband. It has the provision. And I tried it, and it sucked. It just wasn't happy as a sideband linear. I have sideband linears anyway, so I don't need it for that. The rice box drives the 4400s wonderfully.
Yeah, Roger. This is an 833. It's a BTA 500MX. It's an 833 modulated by a pair of the same. But it gets out really good on 150 AM. Because right now we're using a Kenwood TS930S, and I'm running about 120 watt carrier out of a two-kit ST200. Which gives me lots of positive peaks if I go up more than that and start to cut into the headroom. But that's what we're running here. And, I didn't get your call sign. Let me get your call sign. And I'll just throw that into the box.
Yeah, call us W2JBL, Johannesburg, Botswana, Liberia. The name is Chris, Hopewell Junction, New York. 50 miles upwind of New York City.
right, Roger, Chris. Just one more to throw on to Hopewell Junction. Okay.
Man, that Texas traffic now is getting loud. And they're still looking for traffic, and nobody ever has any. Did the band go long, or did I suddenly develop bad breath?
If nothing's interfering with you at all, or anybody else that you're talking with, of course, Clark, almost in my backyard as far as 80 meters go. 20, maybe 20 miles away from But, no, it's not interfering with anything. I can copy everything.
Yeah, you're starting to get kind of weak. I don't know if the others are here or not. Well, I'm going to take a break. I'm thirsty. I was going to get a beer. Now I'm really thirsty. So good to run into you, Paul. I don't think I've worked you in a while. Well, you guys a bit later. If there's anybody left to hear that, that means for JBL.
Wasn't doing anything with it. The AM is a little thin. If you wanna use it as an AM ring, the audio's a little thin. It's a little narrow, and I finally said, it's better. I was using a Ranger before that. I was using a Ranger to drive it, but. I happen to think, wait a minute, why don't you go easy on yourself, dude? Put the 718 in that slot, and I did, and the frequency is, it knows, you can tell it exactly where to go, and it goes there, and it's easier to control the output of it, get the drive right to the amp. The front end of the audio, Bruce, is going backwards. It's a pair of the drivers, a pair of 6V4Gs, and then which pretty classic. Nothing earth-shaking there. And prior to that is starts out with an AVRE27 that drives a Behringer preamp, which drives a Behringer 2496 for shaping, and that in turn drives an Interlonics 222, which brick walls the width to about 5.5 kcs. So and that in line level drives the 6B4Gs in the modulator deck of the amp. And I'm running about
frequencies in use.
375 watts.
Thank you.
Carrier, and it's like I said, it's peaking up close to about 1,200 watts. Negative modulation is going right to 100%. Positive is running at peaking at 120. I'm looking at one of. Looking at what I got a care package from Steve A1QIX the other day, and so I've got his modulation monitor running. It's different. Had something else prior to that, something kind of old, but I went the solid state route on that. And that's a cool little piece of software, and the adjacent firmware that goes with it. Anyway, enough from here for a while, Steve. Bruce, I'll kick it back to you, and we can go for there. There was somebody else in this part of the country that was on a little while ago, and that I think he said he had a 41000A. I was surprised the signal's a little bit on the wide side. W2XR, this is W4KR. It's 42 degrees down here, and we didn't get any of that ice or snow. We got just a little bit of snow, but none of that ice stuff that you guys got stiffed with. W2XR, W4KR.
Okay, very good. 100% copy, Stan. No problem at all. Very, very good solid signal. W4KR and the group from W2XR. Well, 6B4Gs, directly heated triodes, is the driver to the triode-connected 813s. That's the way to do it. I'm using a pair of 845s, Class A directly heated triodes and push-pull, so similar type of approach. And I'm also using an RE27 microphone and also a Inovonics 222 limiter amplifier as well. And with that 222, I can easily hit consistently 125% in the positive direction without ever hitting the baseline. But at any rate, again, there's a number of stations in here that want to make contact with Stephanie and myself. So, Stephanie, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'll let you open up the frequency to any other stations that are looking to make contact. WX3K and the group from W2XR.
All right. W2XR. Good. As far as your KAOE, way up here. But I'll stand by and see who's out there. WXK is down here at the door, and we're looking for AM Rally service. So I'll stand by.
November. Whiskey Bravo 2,
W2ZZ America.
The Foxtrot November station. Again, please.
Kilo Alpha 3, Mike Foxtrot November, QSL.
Kilo Alpha 3, Mike Foxtrot November. I heard very well, very quieting signal here at the Poconos. Tell us where you are, who you are, and what you're free.
All right, there, Stephanie. Thanks for the contact. I will queue my here now. Anyways, the name is still Bravo India Lima. I'm located in Horrible City. Right here is a Bucky Valiant. It's running about 150 watt carrier. It's to 80 meters up at about 50 feet. The receiver here is a SDR plate, RSP1. And running just a garden variety 104 microphone. I've been here playing around last night. I was running the K7BYY, so I figured I ought to do AM right and go to a trooper.
Okay, Joe.
Stephanie, I couldn't quite catch Bill's call. I did copy that he was running a Valiant, but Bill...
Copying everybody big and strong. I'm on the ICO and Mosley receiver. Got all other kinds of things, but this kind of seems to be the favorite. So I'll be listening. Thanks, guys, for letting me jump in here. Rob, take her away, buddy. 5-volt DJ. K9EID, Belleville, KA4JOE.
All right, Bob, K9EID and the group from K5UJ. Okay, well, got a little feedback. It's good to hear you, Bob. And I haven't talked to you in a long time. And of course, haven't seen you in a while because there hasn't been a Dayton Hamvention. And so far so good. I haven't heard anything about it being canceled. I don't know if you're planning on going back or not, but right now, Greg, WB9BNZ, and I are kind of working out a plan, maybe just going over there for one day, do like one night in the hotel and then come back. We figure that we can probably cover everything, walking around in one long day. So that's what we're talking about. But, these things are always subject to change. ICO sounding really good here. And, I was going to mention something else, and I forget what it was. But, oh well. I guess it's not all that important. Bruce, those Hammond transformers, I think there's more now than $50. I think they're up there, 70, 100. Or, it depends on the transformer. But these power transformers and audio transformers that they have, all that they're kind of a little cheaper than they used to be. For everything's up, see here. Okay, on the Liberty Transformer audio, I'm sure that was the one RCA modulated CW iron. I was wondering how those things sounded. I had one once, and I gave it to Ruth, W8PTA, and it has a tertiary winding, and Ruth didn't know what to do with that. And both boards.
1, 2, 1, 2.
If I remember correctly, this is a few years ago. Told them, just don't worry about that. Just
wire it in. It was, I think, Ruth 813 rig. Just wire it in, and see what happens. And I don't know if you ever did anything with it. The Silent Key now, I don't know what happened to it. But I never used it here. So I never had any direct experience with those things. And in my iron, okay, so you're using microwave. I'm using ceramic floor tile because I have a bunch of them left over from tiling the bathroom. And so, one day, years ago, I thought, ceramic, that probably didn't work as an insulator, I just set the iron down carefully on it so it doesn't crack it, and it seems to be working okay, at least so far. And that, it's okay on the model numbers, and, by getting it backwards. That 1690 modulation transformer, RCA, I know one use that they made of that transformer. They had that in their 5kW AM rig, but it was used between the exciter and the binder. And the exciter was, I think, a 250-watt transmitter in its own right. And I think maybe if you wanted to go to have a backup, you could go to 250 watts, direct to the antenna and use a transformer. I'm not exactly sure, but I know that I looked at an RCA catalog online that 5,000 watt transmitter that they made. And that transformer is in that rig, bolted to, a panel inside. Of course, it's not the 5,000 watt mod transformer, but it's in there. So it was using that transmitter in some way or other. And I think they also made a transmitter that used 813. And I forget if that was a 250 watt rig. I guess it was. And that's the rig where everything is mounted horizontal. They have one vertical plate inside the cabinet, and all the tubes, all the transformers, everything is bolted to that vertical plate. So the tubes are all horizontal and everything, which it does not appeal to me. I know you can mount 813s anyway, all kinds of things, but I like large tubes to be vertical. Anyway, so I think they used it in this. That's all the notes I got. So Bob, I don't know if you can stick around or not. But, you're always welcome, and, having fun with the Mosley receiver and all that. So, way to go. It's a good night. Good night. All right, so, who's next? Let's take, boy. Jerry. I think you're up. W9KNK in the group from K5 Houston. W9 Jet. Here, send back to Football.
Good, Jerry.
W9 JMK, are you there? He came in and said I got it all fixed.
I bet he's back on a dummy load testing. So whoever goes after, Tony wanted to make a transmission. I guess you go ahead, Tony. This is K5UJ.
Okay. I don't want to end up here the conversation of my transformers here, but just wanted to break in. I heard Bob, K9EID in there. Wanted to say hi to Bob. And since Bruce couldn't hear me down there, and I'll say hello to you now, Bruce. Hopefully you can hear me now. He decided to run a little bit more power and change radios here. So, anyway, now it's running all, as Robert says, all ones and zeros. So it's all solid state here. And putting out about 150 watt security. So anyway, I just wanted to say hi to Bob if he's still in there.